飞鸽作《雪中悍刀行》，作者烽火戏诸侯。第一卷，白马出良招。第一章，小二上九。北凉王府龙盘虎踞于清凉山，千门万户，集土木之盛。作为王朝硕果仅存的异姓王。
Written by Fei Gu, Fighting Swordsmanship in the Snow, is written by Fenghua Opera Princes. In the first volume, the white horse comes out of Liangzhou. Chapter 1, The Waiter Serves Wine. The palace of the Prince of Northern Liang is located in the Qingliang Mountain, with thousands of houses and extremely prosperous civil structures. As the only remaining king with a different surname in the dynasty.
在庙堂和江湖都是毁誉参半的北凉王徐骁，作为一名功勋武臣，可谓得到了皇帝宝座以外所有的东西。在西北三州，他就是当之无愧的主宰，只手遮天，翻云覆雨。
Su Shao, the king of northern Liang, who had mixed reputations in temples and in the world, as a meritorious military minister, could be said to have obtained everything except the throne of the emperor. In the three northwest states, he was the well-deserved master, covering the sky with one hand and turning the clouds and rain.
难怪朝廷中与这位异姓王政见不合的大人们私下都会文绉绉骂一声徐蛮子，而一些居心叵测的更诛心的丢了顶二皇帝的帽子。今天王府很热闹。
No wonder the adults in the court who disagreed with this king of a different surname would scold Su Manzi in private, and some with ulterior motives even shamefully lost the title of second emperor. The palace is very lively today.
位高权重的北凉王亲自开了中门，摆开辉煌仪仗，迎接一位仙风道骨的老者。府中下人们只听说是来自道教圣的龙虎山的神仙，相中了痴痴傻傻的小王爷，要收做闭关弟子。
The powerful king of Bailiang opened the middle gate in person, laid out the splendid ceremony, and welcomed an old man with an immortal demeanor. The people in the mansion only heard that he was an immortal from the Taoist holy land of Longhu Mountain, and fell in love with him. The silly little prince wants to be accepted as a disciple in seclusion.
这可是天大的福缘，北凉王府都解释成傻人有傻福。可不是，小王爷自打出生起便没哭过，读书识字一窍不通，6岁才会说话，名字倒是威武气派，徐龙象。
This is a huge blessing, and the northern Liang palace even explained that stupid people have stupid blessings. But no, the little prince has never cried since he was born. He knows nothing about reading and literacy. He can only speak when he is 6 years old. His name is mighty and majestic, Su Longxiang.
传闻还是龙虎山的老神仙当年给取的，说好12年后再来收徒，这不就如约而至了。王府内一处院落，龙虎山师祖一级的道门老祖宗捻着一缕雪白胡须，眉头紧皱。
Rumor has it that the old god from Longhu Mountain got it from him back then, and he promised to come back to take disciples 12 years later, so it just happened as promised. In a courtyard in the palace, the Taoist ancestor of the first-level master of Longhu Mountain was twirling a snow-white beard and frowning.
背负一柄不常见的小钟馗式桃木剑，配合他的相貌，确实当得出尘2字，谁看都要由衷赞一声世外高人啊。但此番收徒显然遇到了不小的阻碍，倒不是王府方面有异议。
Carrying an unusual small zhongkue-style mahogany sword on his back, and matching his appearance, he really deserves to be called Qinshin, and everyone who looks at him will sincerely praise him as a master from this world. However, this recruitment of disciples obviously encountered considerable obstacles, and it was not that the palace had any objections.
而是他的未来徒弟将脾气上来了，蹲在一株梨树下，用屁股对付他这个天下道统中论地位能排前3甲的便宜师傅。至于武功嘛，嗨，前30总该有的吧。
But his future apprentice got angry, squatted under a pear tree, and used his butt to deal with him, a cheat master who ranked among the top 3 in the world's orthodoxy. As for martial arts, he should be in the top 30. Yes.
连堂堂大柱国北凉王都得蹲在那里好言相劝，循循善诱里透着股诱拐。儿子去龙虎山学成一身本事，以后谁再敢说你傻，你就揍他。3品以下的文官武将打死都不怕，爹给你撑腰。
Even the majestic Dazhu kingdom, the northern Liang king, had to squat there to persuade him with good words, and there was a hint of abduction in his words. Son, go to Longhu Mountain to learn a skill. If anyone dares to call you stupid again in the future, you will beat him, 3rd grade. The civil servants and generals below are not afraid of being beaten to death. Dad will support you.
儿啊，你力气大，不学武捞个天下10大高手当就太可惜了。学成归来，爹就给你一个上骑都尉当，骑5花马，披重甲，多气派。小王爷完全不搭理，死死盯着地面，瞧得津津有味。黄毛儿
Son, you are very strong. It would be a pity if you don't learn martial arts and become one of the top 10 masters in the world. When you return from your studies, your father will give you a knight named Dang Dang, who rides a 5-flowered horse and wears heavy armor. He is very impressive. The young prince ignored him completely and stared at the ground with great interest. Huang Manor.
你不是喜欢吃糖葫芦吗？那龙虎山遍地的野山楂，你随便摘随便啃。赵天师，是不是？老神仙硬挤出一抹笑容，连连点头称是。收徒弟收到这份上，也忒寒碜了，说出去还不被全天下笑话。
Don't you like to eat candied haws? You can pick and eat the wild hawthorns everywhere in Longhu Mountain. Master Zhao, right? The old god forced a smile and nodded in agreement. The disciple was so humble when he received this offer, and he would not be laughed at by the whole world once he said it.
可哪怕位于堂堂超一品官职，在12郡一言九鼎的大柱国口干舌燥了，少年还是没什么反应，估计是不耐烦了，嫌老爹说的聒噪，翘起屁股，噗一下来了个响屁。
But even though Dezugwo, who held a high-ranking official position and had a lot of power in the 12 counties, was dry, the young man still had no reaction. He was probably impatient and disliked his father's loud words, so he raised his buttocks and puffed. A loud fart.
还不忘扭头对老爹咧嘴一笑，把北凉王给气得抬手作势要打，可抬着手僵持一会儿就作罢。一来是不舍得打，二来是打了没意义。这儿子可真对得起名字徐龙象，取字。
He didn't forget to turn his head and grin at his father. The northern Liang king was so angry that he raised his hands as if to hit him, but he held up his hands for a while and then gave up. Firstly, he was reluctant to fight, and secondly, there was no point in fighting. This son really deserves his name, Su Longxiang, taken from.
水行中龙力最大，陆行中象力第一，威猛如金刚，是位龙象。别看绰号黄毛的傻儿子憨憨笨笨，至今斗大字不识，皮肤病态的暗黄，身形比较同龄人都要瘦弱，但这气力却是一等一骇人。
The dragon has the greatest power in water, and the elephant has the strongest power in land. It is as powerful as a diamond. It is called a dragon elephant. Don't look at the silly son nicknamed Huang Manor. He is stupid and stupid. He still can't read Chinese characters and his skin is sickly yellow. His body is thinner than his peers, but his strength is astonishing.
徐骁10岁从军杀人，从东北锦州杀匈奴，到南部灭大小6国屠70余城，再到西南镇压蛮夷16族，什么样履历惊人的猛将没有见过？但如小儿子这般可天生铜筋铁骨力拔山河的。
Su Shao joined the army at the age of 10 to kill people. From Jinzhou in the northeast to kill the Huns, to the south to annihilate the 6 kingdoms and massacre more than 70 cities, to the southwest to suppress the 16 tribes of barbarians, I have never seen such a powerful general with astonishing physical strength, but he is as talented as his youngest son. Copper bars and iron bones can lift mountains and rivers.
真没有。徐骁心中轻轻叹息，黄毛若能稍稍聪慧一些，心巧多开一二，将来必定可以成为县镇第一的无双猛将啊！他缓缓起身，转头朝龙虎山辈分极高的道士尴尬一笑。
Not really. Su Shao sighed softly in his heart. If Huang Manor could be a little smarter and open up his mind a little more, he would definitely become the unparalleled warrior who is the best in battle in the future. He stood up slowly and turned around to smile awkwardly at the highly senior Taoist priest in Longhu Mountain.
后者眼神示意不打紧，只是心中难免悲凉。收个徒弟收到这份上，也忒不是个事儿了。一旦传出去，还不得被天下人笑话。这张老脸就甭想在龙虎山那一大帮徒子徒孙面前摆放了。
The latter's eyes indicated that it didn't matter, but his heart was inevitably sad. It was not a big deal to accept a disciple and receive this offer. Once word spread, he would not be laughed at by everyone in the world. Don't think about this old face in Longhu Mountain. A large group of disciples and disciples were placed in front of me.
束手无策的北凉王心生一计，嘿嘿道：“黄毛，你哥游行归来，看时辰也约莫进城了，你不出去看看？”小王爷猛地抬头，表情千年不变的呆板僵硬。
The helpless king of northern Liang came up with a plan and said, "Hee, Huang Manor, your brother has returned from the parade and is about to enter the city by the time. Why don't you go out and have a look?" The young prince suddenly raised his head, his expression unchanged for thousands of years.
但寻常木讷无神的眼眸却爆绽出罕见光彩，很自然拉住老爹的手就往外冲。可惜这北凉王府出了名百郎回转取经牵蛇，否则也容不下一座饱受朝廷清官士大夫们诟病的听朝廷。
But his usually dull and dull eyes burst out with a rare brilliance, which was very piercing. He grabbed his father's hand and rushed out. It is a pity that the Baelyang Prince's palace is famous for its hundreds of corridors and winding paths, otherwise it would not be able to accommodate a Tingchao pavilion that was criticized by the upright officials of the imperial court.
手被儿子握得生疼的徐骁不得不数次提醒走错路了，足足走了1炷香时间，这才来到府外。父子和老神仙身后跟着一帮扛着大小箱子的奴仆，都是准备带往龙虎山的东西。
Su Shao, whose hand was so painful from being held by his son, had to be reminded several times that he was going the wrong way. He walked for a full stick of incense before arriving outside the house. Behind the father, son, and the old immortal were a group of slaves carrying boxes of various sizes, all of which were intended to be taken to Longhu Mountain.
北凉王富可敌国，对儿女也是素来宠溺，见不得他们吃一点苦受一点委屈。到了府外，小王爷一看到街道空荡，哪里有哥哥的身影，先是失望，继而愤怒，沉沉嘶吼一声，沙哑而暴躁。
The king of northern Liang was as wealthy as anyone in the country, and he always doted on his children, never wanting them to suffer any hardship. When he arrived outside the mansion, the young prince saw that the streets were empty and his brother was nowhere to be seen. He was first disappointed, then angry, and let out a deep roar, hoarse and irritable.
起先想对徐骁发火，但笨归笨，起码还知道这位是父亲，否则徐骁的下场恐怕就得像前不久秋收里倒霉遇到徐龙象的黑皮了，被单枪匹马的12岁少年生生撕成两半。
At first, he wanted to get angry at Su Shao, but he was stupid. At least he knew that this was his father. Otherwise, Su Shao might end up like the black gangster who met Su Longxiang in the autumn hunt not long ago. He was killed by a 12-year-old boy alone. Tear and half alive.
他怒瞪了一眼心虚的老爹，掉头就走。不希望功亏一篑的徐骁无奈丢给老神仙一个眼神。龙虎山真人微微一笑，伸出枯竹一般的手臂，但仅是两指搭住了小王爷的手腕，轻声慈祥道。
He glared at the guilty father angrily, turned around and left. Su Shao, who didn't want to fall short, gave the old god a helpless look. Master Longhushan smiled slightly, stretched out his arm like a withered bamboo, but only held the young prince's wrist with 2 fingers, and said softly and kindly.
徐龙象，莫要浪费了你百年难遇的天赋异禀，随我去龙虎山，最多10年，你便可下山立功立德。少年也不废话，哼了一声，继续前往。
Su Longxiang, don't waste your once-in-a-century talent. Follow me to Longhu Mountain. In 10 years at most, you can come down the mountain and make meritorious deeds. The young man didn't talk nonsense. He snorted and continued to go.
但玄妙古怪的是，他发现自己没能挣脱老道士看似云淡风轻的束缚，那踏出去悬空的一步，如何都没能落地。北凉王如释重负，这位道统辈分高到离谱的上人，果真还是有些本事的。
But the mysterious and strange thing was that he found that he could not break free from the old Taoist priest's seemingly calm and gentle shackles, and the step he took out of the sky could not reach the ground. The king of northern Liang was relieved. This master with a ridiculously high level of orthodoxy really did have some abilities.
知子莫若父，徐骁哪里不知道小儿子的力道，霸气得很，以至于他都不敢多安排仆人女婢给儿子，生怕一个不小心就捏断了胳膊腿脚。这些年院中被做坏拍烂的桌椅不计其数。
A son is better than a father. Su Shao didn't know how strong his youngest son was. He was so domineering that he didn't dare to arrange more servants and maids for his son. He was afraid that he would accidentally break his arms, legs, and feet, and he would be ruined in the courtyard over the years. Countless tables and chairs were smashed.
也亏得北凉王府家底厚实，寻常殷实人家早就破产了。小王爷愣了一下，随即发火，轻喝一声，硬是带着老神仙往前走了1步、2步、3步。头顶皇冠，身披道袍的真人只是微微咦了一声。
Fortunately, the Prince of Bailiang's family has a strong family background, and ordinary wealthy people would have gone bankrupt long ago. The young prince was stunned for a moment, then got angry, shouted softly, and took the old god 1 step forward, 2 steps, 3 steps forward. The real man with the yellow crown on his head and the Taoist robe just let out a slight sigh.
不怒反喜，悄悄加重了几分力道，阻止了少年的继续前行。如此一来，徐龙像是真怒了，面容狰狞，如同一只野兽，伸出空闲的一只手，双手握住老道士的手臂，双脚一沉，咔嚓。
He was not angry but happy, and quietly increased his strength to stop the young man from moving forward. As a result, Su Longxiang was really angry. His face was as ferocious as a wild beast. He stretched out his free hand and held the old Taoist priest's arm with both hands. His feet sank and clicked.
在白玉地板上踩出2个坑，一甩就将老道士整个人给丢掷了出去。大柱国徐骁眯起眼睛，丝毫不怕惹出命案。那道士若没这个斤两本事，摔死就摔死好了。
2 holes were made on the white jade floor, and with 1 swing, the old Taoist priest was thrown out. Su Shao from Dazhu Kingdom narrowed his eyes, not afraid of causing a murder. If the Taoist priest didn't have this ability, he would just fall to death.
他徐骁连不可一世的西楚王朝都给用凉州铁骑踏平了，何时对江湖门派有过丝毫的敬畏？天下道统首领龙虎山又如何？ 所辖境内数个大门大派虽比不上龙虎山。
He, Su Shao, even defeated the arrogant Western Chu dynasty with the Liangzhou iron cavalry. When had he ever had the slightest respect for Jianghu sects? What about Longhushan, the leader of the world's orthodoxy? Although the several major sects within its jurisdiction are not as good as Longhu Mountain.
但在王朝内也属一流规模，例如那数百年一直跟龙虎山争纳道统的武当山，在江湖上够超然了吧？还不是每年都主动派人送来3、4炉珍品丹药。
But it is also a first-class scale within the dynasty. For example, Wudang Mountain, which has been competing with Longhu Mountain for hundreds of years, is aloof enough in the world. Doesn't it take the initiative to send 3 or 4 batches of precious elixirs every year?
老道士轻轻飘荡到王府门口的一座2人高汉白玉石狮子上，极富仙人气势。光凭这一手，若是搁在市井中，那还不得博得满堂喝彩啊！
The old Taoist priest gently floated to a 2-person tall white jade lion at the entrance of the palace, full of immortal aura. With this hand alone, if it were left in the market, it would not be able to win the applause of the whole house.
这按照北凉王世子及徐骁嫡长子的那个脍炙人口的说法，那就是该赏，这活不简单，是技术活，指不定就是几百几千银票打赏出去了。
According to the popular saying of the Prince of Northern Liang, the eldest son of Su Shao, it should be rewarded. This job is not simple, it is technical work. The reward may be hundreds or thousands of silver notes.
想当年世子殿下还没出北凉祸害别人的时日，多少青楼清伶或者江湖骗子得了他的阔绰赏钱。最高纪录是一位外地游侠在街上一言不合与当地剑客相斗。
I recall that before His Highness the Crown Prince came out of Bailiang to cause harm to others, how many brothel prostitutes or charlatans received his generous rewards. The highest record is of a foreign ranger who had a disagreement with a local swordsman on the street.
从街边菜摊打起打到湖畔，最后打到湖边凉州最大药子一香楼的楼顶，把白日宣淫的世子给吵醒了，立马顾不得白，嫩如羊脂美玉的花魁小娘子在窗口大声叫好。
The fight started from a street vegetable stall to the lakeside, and finally to the roof of Liangzhou's largest Yaozi Yixiang building by the lakeside. It woke up the prince who had been promiscuous all day long, and immediately ignored the white and tender Oiran. Little lady, shout out from the window.
事后在世子殿下的掺和下，官府非但没有追究，反而差点给那名游侠送去凉州好男儿的大锦牌，他更是让仆人快马加鞭送去一大摞整整10万银票。
Afterwards, due to the interference of His Highness the Crown Prince, the government not only did not pursue the case, but almost gave the ranger a grand medal of Liangzhou good man. He even asked the servant to rush over and deliver a large stack of 100,000 silver notes.
没有喜好玩鹰斗犬的世子殿下的大好灵州，可真是寂寞啊！正经人家的小娘们终于敢漂漂亮亮上街买胭脂了，二流纨绔们终于没了跟他们抢着欺男霸女的魔头了。
Lingzhou would be really lonely without His Royal Highness the Crown Prince who likes to play with hawks and dogs. Serious little girls finally dared to look pretty and go out to buy rouge, and the second-rate dandies finally no longer had the devil to fight with them to bully men and women.
大大小小的青楼也等不到那位头号公子哥的一掷千金了。北凉王徐骁生有2女2子，俱是奇葩。大郡主出嫁，连克3位丈夫，成了王朝内脸蛋最俏、嫁妆最多的寡妇。
Brothels, big and small, can no longer wait for the number one young man to spend a lot of money. Su Shao, the king of northern Liang, had 2 daughters and 2 sons, both of whom were strange. When the princess got married, she defeated 3 husbands and became the most handsome widow in the dynasty with the largest dowry.
在江南道5郡艳名远播，作风放浪。2郡主虽相貌平平，却是博学多才，精于经纬，师从上阴学宫韩谷子韩大家，成了兵法大家许黄、纵横术士司马粲等一干帝国名流的小师妹。
His reputation spread far and wide in the 5 counties of Jiangnan province, and his style was unrestrained. Although the second princess is plain in appearance, she is knowledgeable and skilled in warp and latitude. She studied under Han Guzi and Han Jia of Shangyin Academy, and became the junior sister of a group of celebrities in the empire such as Su Huang, a master of military art, and Sima Kan, a strategist.
徐龙相是北凉王的最小儿子，相对声名不显，而大儿子则是连京城那边都有大名声的家伙。一提起大柱国徐骁，必然会扯上世子徐凤年，赞誉一生虎父无犬子。
Su Longxiang is the youngest son of the northern Liang king, who is relatively unknown, while the eldest son is a guy who has a big reputation even in the capital. When mentioning Su Shao of Dazhu Kingdom, the eldest son Su Fengnian will inevitably be mentioned, and he will be praised. The father has no dogs.
可惜徐骁是英勇在战场上，儿子却是争气在风花雪月的败家上。3年前， 世子殿下徐凤年传言被脖子上架着刀剑撵出了王府。
It's a pity that Su Shao is brave on the battlefield, but his son is a waste of money. 3 years ago, it was rumored that His Royal Highness Su Fengnian was driven out of the palace with a sword around his neck.
被迫去学行关中豪族年轻后辈及冠礼之前的例行游历，一晃就是3载，彻底没了音信。灵州至今记得世子殿下出城时，城墙上10几号大纨绔和几十号大小花魁眼中含泪的感人画面。
He was forced to learn the routine tour of the young descendants of Guanzhong's wealthy family and before the crown ceremony. 3 years passed in a flash, and there was no news at all. Ling Zhou still remembers that when His Royal Highness the Crown Prince left the city, there were more than a dozen big dandies and dozens of big and small oirons on the city wall. Touching picture with tears in eyes.
只是有内幕说，等世子殿下走远了，当天红雀楼的酒宴便通了个宵，太多美酒倒入河内，整座城都闻得见酒香。回到王府这边，心窍闭塞的小王爷奔跑冲向御石狮子。
However, there is an inside story that once His Royal Highness the Crown Prince left, the banquet at Hongkei Tower lasted all night. So much wine was poured into Hanoi that the whole city could smell the aroma of wine. Back at the palace, the heartbroken young prince ran towards the Jade Lion.
似乎摔一个老头子不过瘾，这次是要把碍眼的老道连同号称千钧重的狮子一同摔出去。只是他刚摇晃起狮子，龙虎山老道便飘下了来，牵住少年的一只手，使出真功夫。
It seems that throwing an old man is not enough. This time, he wants to throw out the unsightly old man together with the so-called lion. But as soon as he shook the lion, the old master of Longhu Mountain floated down, took one of the young man's hands, and used his real kung fu.
一道门晦涩的搬山手法，巧妙一带，就将屈膝半蹲的少年拉起身，轻笑道：“黄门儿，不要闹，随为师去吧。”少年一只手握住狮子底座边角，五指如钩，深入玉石，不肯松手，双臂拉伸如猿猴。
Using the Taoist's obscure mountain-moving technique, he skillfully pulled the crouched boy to his feet, chuckled and said, "Huang Manor, don't make trouble, just follow your teacher." The young man holds the corner of the lion's base with one hand, his 5 fingers like hooks, digging deep into the jade, refusing to let go, and his arms are stretched like an ape.
嘶哑嚷着：“我要等哥哥回来，哥哥说要给我带回天下第一美女做媳妇，我要等他。”位极人臣的大柱国徐骁哭笑不得，无可奈何，望向皇冠老道，重重叹气道：“罢了，再等等吧，反正也快了。”
He yelled hoarsely, "I want to wait for my brother to come back. My brother said that he will bring me the most beautiful woman in the world to be my wife. I want to wait for him." Su Shao, a highly respected minister of Dazhu Kingdom, couldn't laugh or cry. He had no choice but to look at Huang Guanlao Dao and sighed heavily. Forget it, just wait a little longer. It's almost here anyway.
老道士闻言，笑容古怪，但还是松开了小王爷的手臂，心中咂舌：这小家伙何止是天生神力，根本就是太白星下凡嘛！不过，那个叫徐凤年的小王八蛋真的要回来了。
When the old Taoist priest heard this, he smiled strangely, but he still let go of the young prince's arm, sighing in his heart, "This little guy is not only born with supernatural power, he is basically the descendant of the Taibai star. But is that little bastard named Su Fengnian really coming back?"
这可不是一个好消息。想当年他头回来王府，可是吃足了苦头，先被当成骗吃骗喝的江湖骗子不说，那才7、8岁的兔崽子直接放了一群恶犬来咬自己，后来好不容易解释清楚。
This is not good news. I remember when he returned to the palace for the first time, he suffered a lot. He was first regarded as a charlatan who cheated people out of food and drink. Then the 7 or 8-year-old brat directly let a group of vicious dogs bite him. He finally explained it clearly later.
进了府邸，小王八玩意就有坏心眼了，派了2位娇滴滴的美娇娘3更半夜来敲门，说是天气冷要暖被子，若非贫道定力超凡脱俗，还真就着了道，现在偶尔想起来。
After entering the mansion, the little bastard became evil again. He sent 2 pretty girls to knock on the door in the middle of the night, saying that it was cold and he needed a warm quilt. If it weren't for the extraordinary concentration of the poor man, he would have caught it. Yes, I think about it now and then.
挺后悔没跟2位姑娘彻夜畅聊《大动真经》和《黄庭经》，即便不聊这个，聊聊《素女心经》也好嘛。黄昏中，官道上一老一少被余晖拉长了身影。
I regret not spending the whole night chatting with the 2 girls about Dadong True Sutra and Huangting Sutra. Even if we don't talk about this, we might as well talk about Su New Heart Sutra. In the dusk, an old man and a young man on the official road were elongated by the afterglow.
老的背负着一个被破布包裹的长条状行囊，衣衫褴褛，一头白发，还夹杂几根茅草，弄个破碗蹲地上就能乞讨了，牵着一匹瘦骨嶙嶙的跛马。 小的其实岁数不小，满脸胡茬，一身市井麻衫。
The old man was carrying a long bag wrapped in rags. He was in ragged clothes and had white hair mixed with a few pieces of thatch. He could make a broken bowl and squat on the ground to beg, and he was leading a skinny lame horse. The younger one is actually quite old, with stubble all over his face and wearing a hemp shirt from the market.
逃荒的难民一般，老黄再撑会儿，进了城回了家，就有大块肉大碗酒了。他娘的，以前没觉得这酒肉是啥稀罕东西，现在一想到就嘴馋的不行，每天做梦都想。
Like refugees fleeing famine. Old Huang, if you wait a little longer, after entering the city and returning home, there will be a big piece of meat and a big bowl of wine. Damn it, I didn't think this wine and meat was a rare thing before, but now I'm so greedy just thinking about it. Every day, even in my wildest dreams.
瞧不出真实年龄的年轻男人有气没力道。仆人模样的邋遢老头子呵呵一笑，露出一口缺了门牙的黄牙，显得贼憨厚贼可笑。笑你个大爷，老子现在连哭都哭不出来了。
It is impossible to tell whether a young man of his true age has energy or strength. The sloppy old man who looked like a servant chuckled, showing his yellow teeth that were missing his front teeth, making him look naive and ridiculous. You're laughing at me, old man. I can't even cry now.
年轻人翻白眼道：“他是真没那个精神去折腾了。2000里归途，就只差没落魄到沿路乞讨。这一路下水里摸过鱼，上山跟兔子捉迷藏，爬树掏过鸟窝，只要带点荤的，弄熟了。”
The young man rolled his eyes and said, he really didn't have the energy to bother. During the 2,000-mile journey home, I was just short of being begging along the way. Along the way, I fished in the water, played hide-and-seek with rabbits in the mountains, climbed trees, and dug out birds' nests. All I had to do was bring some meat and cook it.
别管有没有盐巴，那就都是天底下最美味的一顿饭了。期间经过村庄，试图偷点鸡鸭啥的，好几次被扛锄头木棍的壮汉追着跑了几十里路，差点没累死。
Regardless of whether there is salt or not, it is the most delicious meal in the world. During this period, I passed through the village trying to steal some chickens and ducks. I was chased several times by strong men carrying hoes and sticks for dozens of miles, and I almost died from exhaustion.
哪个高粱子弟不是鲜衣怒马，威风八面？再瞧瞧自个儿，一袭破烂麻衣，草鞋一双，跛马一只，还不舍得宰了吃肉，连骑都不舍得，倒是多了张蹭饭的嘴。恶奴就更没有了。
Which disciple of Gao Yang is not an angry horse in bright clothes and a majestic figure? Look at yourself again. You are dressed in tattered linen clothes, a pair of straw sandals, and a lame horse. You are not willing to kill it for meat, and you are not even willing to ride it. It has an extra mouth to eat. There are no more evil slaves.
老黄这活了一甲子的小身板，他光是瞅着就心慌，生怕这行走2000里路哪天就没声没息嗝屁了。到时候他连个说话的伴儿都没有，还得花力气在荒郊野岭挖个坑。尚未进城。
He panicked just looking at Lao Huang's little body, which had lived for a long time. He was afraid that one day he would be silent after walking 2,000 miles. By then, he wouldn't even have a companion to talk to, and he would have to spend a lot of time. Have the strength to dig a hole in the wilderness. Haven't entered the city yet.
城墙外头不远有一个挂杏花酒的摊子，他实在是精疲力尽了，闻着酒香，闭上眼睛，抽了抽鼻子，一脸陶醉，真贼娘的香。一发狠，他走过去，寻了一条唯一空着的凳子，一屁股坐下。
There was a stall selling apricot flower wine not far outside the city wall. He was really exhausted. He smelled the aroma of the wine, closed his eyes, sniffed, and looked intoxicated. It smelled like a thief's wife. Feeling angry, he walked over to find the only empty stool and sat down.
咬牙使出最后气力喊道：“小二，上酒！”身边出城或者进城中途歇息的酒客都嫌弃这衣着寒碜的一主一仆，刻意坐远了。生意忙碌的店小二原本听着声音要附和一声好嘞。
He gritted his teeth and used his last strength to shout, "Waiter, serve the wine." The drinkers who were going out of the city or resting on the way into the city felt disgusted with this shabby-dressed master and servant, and deliberately sat away. The waiter, who was busy with business, was about to echo "okay" when he heard the voice.
可一看主仆两人的装束，立即就拉下脸出来做买卖的，没个眼力劲儿怎么样？这两位客人可不想是掏得出酒钱的货色。店小二还算厚道，没立马赶人。
But as soon as he saw the attire of the master and the servant, he immediately lowered his face. He came out to do business, so he had no eyesight. These two customers were not the ones who could pay for the drinks. The waiter was quite kind and did not chase them away immediately.
只是端着皮笑肉不笑的笑脸提醒道：“我们这招牌杏花酒可要一壶20钱，不贵，可也不便宜。 若是以前被如此狗眼看人低，年轻人早就放狗放恶奴了。可3年世态炎凉。
He just reminded me with a sly smile. Our signature apricot flower wine costs 20 yuan a bottle. It's not expensive, but it's not cheap either. If in the past, people were looked down upon by such a dog, the young man would have released the dog to the evil slave. But in the past 3 years, the world has been in a turbulent state.
过习惯了身无分文的日子，架子脾气收敛了太多，喘着气道：“没事，自然有人来结账，少不了你的打赏钱。”打赏！店小二扯开了嗓门，一脸鄙夷。年轻人苦笑，拇指食指放在嘴边。
After getting used to living penniless, I lost my temper too much and gasped, "It's okay. Of course someone will come to pay the bill, and your reward money is indispensable." Reward? The waiter in the shop shouted, with a look of disdain on his face. The young man smiled wryly and put his thumb and index finger to his mouth.
把最后那点吃奶的力气都使出来，吹了一声哨子，然后就趴在简陋酒桌上打鼾，竟然睡着了。店小二只觉得莫名其妙，唯有眼尖的人依稀瞧见头顶闪过一点影子。
He used up the last bit of energy he had to feed himself and blew a whistle, then lay down on the simple wine table, snored, and actually fell asleep. The waiter felt baffled, and only those with sharp eyes could vaguely see a shadow flashing above his head.
一头鹰隼般的飞禽如箭矢掠过城头，大概酒客喝光一碗杏花酒的时光，大地毫无征兆地轰鸣起来，酒桌摇晃，酒客们瞪大眼睛看着酒水跟着木桌一起晃荡，都小心翼翼捧起来。
A hawk-like bird flew over the city like an arrow. About the time the drinkers finished the bowl of apricot blossom wine, the ground roared without warning, and the wine table shook. The drinkers stared with wide eyes as the wine swayed along with the wooden table, and they all carefully picked it up.
四处张望，只见城门处冲出一群铁骑，绵延成2条黑线，仿佛没个尽头。尘土飞扬中，高头大马，俱是北凉境内以一当百名动天下的重甲骁骑。看那为首扛旗将军手中所拿的王旗。
Look around. I saw a group of iron cavalry rushing out from the city gate, stretching into 2 black lines, seemingly endless. In the flying dust, the tall horses are all heavy armored cavalry in Beiliang. 100 of them can move the world. Look at the king's flag in the hands of the general who is leading the flag-bearing general.
鲜艳如血，上书一字许。乖乖，北凉王麾下的嫡系军。天下间，谁能与驰骋辗转过王朝南北13州的北凉铁骑争锋？以往西楚王朝觉得他的12万大骑士敢逆其锋芒，可结果呢？
It's as bright as blood, with one word written on it, Su. Guai, a direct line soldier under the command of King Beiliang. Who in the world can compete with the northern Liang cavalry who galloped through the 13 states in the north and south of the dynasty? In the past, the Western Shu dynasty felt that its 120,000 Euphorbia warriors dared to go against its edge, but what happened?
泾河一战，全军覆没，降卒悉数坑杀，哀嚎如雷。200精锐铁骑冲刺而出，浩浩荡荡，气势如虹。头顶一只充满灵气的鹰隼似在领路，200铁骑瞬间静止，动作如出一辙，这份娴熟。
In the Battle of Jinghe, the entire army was wiped out, and all the soldiers were killed, wailing like thunder. 200 elite cavalry sprinted out, majestic and powerful. An aura-filled hawk above the head seems to be leading the way. 200 cavalrymen stood still for an instant, their movements exactly the same, such skill.
已经远远超出一般行伍汉族百战之兵的范畴。正四品武将折冲都尉翻身下马，一眼看见牵马老仆，立即奔驰到酒肆前跪下行礼，躬声道：“末将齐当国参见世子殿下。”
It has gone far beyond the scope of ordinary soldiers who can fight in hundreds of battles. The 4th-grade military general rushed to the captain and got off his horse. When he saw the old servant leading the horse, he immediately galloped to the wine shop, knelt down and saluted, and said respectfully, "The last general will come to see His Royal Highness the Crown Prince."
而那位口出狂言要给打赏钱的寒酸年轻人，只是在睡梦中呢喃了一句：“小二，上酒。”第1卷白马出良招，第2章白火脸。身为北凉军扛旗的折冲都尉齐当国一时间有些犯难。
But the shabby young man who raved about wanting to give a reward just murmured in his sleep, "Waiter, serve the wine." In the first volume, the white horse comes out of Liangzhou. Chapter 2, White Fox Face. As the flag-bearer of the northern Liang army, Qi, the captain of Zhicheng, was in trouble for a while.
虽说他是兵权彪炳的大柱国徐骁6位义子之一，是一虎2雄3犬中的狼犬，可这些年与世子殿下关系其实确实不算融洽。说心里话，
Although he is one of the 6 adopted sons of Su Shao, a powerful military power, and of a wolf dog, among 1 tiger, 2 bears and 3 dogs, his relationship with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has not been harmonious in recent years. Speak from your heart.
贫贱行伍出身的齐当国不太顺眼殿下在州郡内的风流行径，但忠义当头，徐凤年既然是义父的嫡长子，便是要齐当国亲手去掳抢闺女，这位折冲都尉也不会皱一下眉头。
Qi Dangua, who came from a poor and humble military background, did not like His Highness's popular behavior in the prefectures and counties, but loyalty was at the forefront. Since Su Fengnian was the eldest son of his adoptive father, he wanted Qi Dangua to kidnap his daughter with his own hands. The Zhichong captain also won't frown.
现在怎么将徐凤年送回王府成了难题，总不能将尊贵的世子殿下随手扔在马背上吧？所幸狂奔而来的一骑解决了齐当国的困境。马匹通体如墨，异常高壮，曾是野马之王。
Now how to send Su Fengnian back to the palace has become a problem. You can't just throw the noble crown prince on the back of a horse, right? Fortunately, Ichi rushed in and solved Qi Dangua's predicament. The horse's body is as black as ink, and it is extremely tall and strong. It was once the king of wild horses.
被驯服了后，就交由小王爷徐龙相。一照面，马王野性难驯，扬起斗大马蹄就要踩踏新主子，结果踢到了铁板，被少年一拳给打翻在地。此后便乖巧温顺，如小家碧玉了。
After being tamed, he was handed over to the young prince Su Longxiang. When he saw the horse king, he was wild and untamable. He raised his big hoof and tried to trample on his new master. As a result, he kicked the iron plate and was knocked to the ground by the boy's punch. From then on, he became well-behaved and docile. Like Xiajiabiu.
闻讯赶来的小王爷徐龙相策马急停，跳下，亲热喊了几声歌，见没动静，便天真以为哥死了，嚎啕大哭，撕心裂肺。齐当国好心想上去解释，世子殿下只是劳累过度。
After hearing the news, the young prince Su Longxiang stopped his horse, jumped off, and called him brother affectionately a few times. When there was no movement, he naively thought that brother was dead, so he cried loudly and heartbroken. Qi Dangua kindly wanted to go up and explain. His Royal Highness is just overworked.
结果被小王爷一把推开，几个踉跄，差点跌倒。齐当国可是北凉军替大柱国扛旗的猛将，足见少年超乎寻常的力道，被徐凤年唤作老黄的老仆小跑几步。
As a result, he was pushed away by the young prince, causing him to stumble and almost fall. Qi Dangua was a fierce general of the Bailiang army who carried the flag for the Daju kingdom, which showed the boy's extraordinary strength. The old servant Su Fengnian, called Old Huang, jogged a few steps.
用一口浓重的西蜀腔轻声说了几句，徐龙相这才破涕为笑，重重一巴掌拍在老仆肩膀上，直接把老头拍得一屁股坐在尘土中。小王爷对外人下手没轻没重，可唤作哥哥徐凤年。
After whispering a few words in a thick Shishu accent, Su Longxiang turned his tears into laughter and slapped the old servant hard on the shoulder, causing the old man to sit in the dust. The young prince doesn't attack outsiders lightly, but he can be replaced by his elder brother Su Fengnian.
可小心翼翼得很，蹲在地上，背负起熟睡中的哥哥，缓慢走向城门。绰号黑牙的坐骑就跟发春一般，踩着小碎步，侧过脑袋，试图去蹭那匹被老仆人牵着体格不输于他的红马。
But he was very cautious, squatting on the ground, carrying his sleeping brother on his back, and slowly walked towards the city gate. The mount nicknamed Black Teeth was as if it was springing up. He took small steps and turned his head sideways to try to rub the old servant. He was holding a red horse that was as strong as him.
可皮包骨头还瘸了一脚的红马却不领情，张嘴就咬，吓得黑牙赶紧跑开，却不舍得跑远，显得恋恋不舍。灵州城内起先不确定是谁能让小王爷徐龙相背负着入城。
But the skinny and lame red horse didn't appreciate it and bit him when he opened his mouth. Heya was so frightened that he ran away quickly, but he didn't want to run far away, appearing reluctant to leave. At first, the people in Lingzhou city were not sure who could let the young prince Su Longxiang carry him into the city.
而且身后还跟着200骑如狼似虎的王府亲兵。后来不知是谁惊呼了一声世子殿下，这下可好，灵州可并排驱使3辆马车的主干道立马鸡飞狗跳。
Moreover, behind him were 200 royal soldiers who were riding like wolves and tigers. Later, an unknown person exclaimed, His Royal Highness, this is great. Lingzhou can drive 3 carriages side by side on the main road, and the horses are flying like dogs and cats.
尤其是那些打扮得漂亮的小姐千金们，顾不上舒雅风姿，拎着裙摆尖叫着逃窜开来。一些个摆放镇宅宝贝来招来顾客的大铺子，都第一时间将东西藏起来。世子殿下回来了。
Especially the beautifully dressed young ladies, who ignored their elegant demeanor and ran away screaming with their skirts in hand. Some big shops that displayed their treasures to attract customers immediately hid their things. His Royal Highness is back.
的消息一传十，十传百，以打雷一般的惊人速度传遍了整座灵州城。城内大小20几座青楼精神一振，老鸨龟公们都喜极而泣。
The news spread from 10 to 10, and spread throughout Lingzhou city at an astonishing speed like thunder. The more than 20 brothels in the city were refreshed, and the old bustards and turtles all cried with joy.
一些个身段妖娆的花魁们都捧着心口，痴痴坐在窗口望穿秋水到冤家，终于舍得回来了，想煞奴家呀！一人远远尾随着200凉州铁骑进了城，身段修长，一袭白袍，黛眉如画。
Some enchanting courtesans sat at the window with their hearts in their hands and looked through the autumn water and said, "My enemies are finally willing to come back. I want to harm the slave family." A man followed 200 Liangzhou cavalry into the city from a distance. He was slender, dressed in white robes, and had picturesque black eyebrows.
丹凤眼桃花眸，狭长而妩媚，肤白如玉，标准的美人瓜子脸，俊美非凡，不似人间俗物。若非腰间左侧配有2柄刀，身世不明，神色间倨傲清高，加上震慑于世子殿下回城的可怕说法。
Danfang eyes, peach blossom eyes, narrow and charming, skin as white as jade, standard beauty melon face, extraordinary handsome, not like the common things in the world. If it weren't for the 2 swords on the left side of his waist, his life experience would be unknown, his expression would be arrogant and aloof, and he would be frightened by the terrifying statement that His Royal Highness returned to the city.
一些个混迹街头的痞子和纨绔早就上去调戏一番，这娘们也忒美了，比城内所有花魁加起来还要俊俏。一些个惊慌奔跑中的良家美妇和富家小姐见到她，起先是嫉妒，然后是倾慕。
Some ruffians and dandies who were wandering the streets had already come up to tease her. This girl is so beautiful, more handsome than all the courtesans in the city put together. When some beauties and young ladies from wealthy families who were running around in panic saw her, they were jealous at first, and then admired her.
带着羞涩心想，这位姑娘若是个公子哥，便是私奔也情愿。腰间佩刀的白袍美人略带惊奇，犹豫了一下，拣选了一位算卦的老人，问道：“老先生。”
With shyness, I thought that if this girl were a young man, she would be willing to elope. The beauty in white robe with a sword on her waist was slightly surprised. After a moment of hesitation, she chose an old man who was telling fortunes and asked, "Mr.
那被北凉铁骑护着进城的人是哪家的世子？正悲叹以后没法子做生意的老人，被眼前姑娘的美貌给惊了魂魄，毕竟上了年数，好不容易镇定下来，苦笑道：“姑娘，你是外地人吧？”
Which family's heir is the person who was escorted into the city by Bailiang's cavalry? The old man who was lamenting that he would not be able to do business in the future was shocked by the beauty of the girl in front of him. After all, he was old. He finally calmed down and said with a wry smile, "Girl, you are a foreigner."
在我们这儿就只有一位世子殿下，便是北凉王的长子，寻常富贵全是人家的儿子，哪敢自称世子？那可是要被他揍得鼻青脸肿的，便是那临近几州的藩王子孙，稍稍不顺眼。
We have only one crown prince here, the eldest son of the king of northern Liang. How can a son from an ordinary wealthy and powerful family dare to call himself the crown prince? Those who will be beaten to a black and blue face by him are the princes and grandsons of the vassals from several neighboring states. A little unpleasant to the eye.
一样要被咱们的世子殿下打得没脾气。听到老人口中姑娘的称呼，女子一双极好看的黛眉下意识微皱，但并未反驳什么，望向前方缓慢前行的铁骑队伍，眯起桃花眸子，隐约有杀机。
He will also be beaten to the point of losing his temper by our crown prince. Hearing the address of a girl from the old man, the woman's beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly subconsciously, but she did not refute anything. She looked at the cavalry team moving forward slowly, narrowing her peach blossom eyes with a vague murderous intent.
自言自语道：“不曾想还真是位公子哥。徐叫花，莫非这就是你常说的九甲一针好拐骗？北凉王徐骁，号称破城过百杀戮30万生灵的人徒，怎地有这样一个不争气儿子？北凉王府
said to himself, I never thought that he was really a young man. Su Jinghua, could this be what you often call 9 falsehoods and 1 true person? Su Shao, the king of northern Liang, is known as the human butcher who destroyed hundreds of cities and killed 300,000 lives. How could there be such a helpless person? To live up to your son? Northern Liang Prince's mansion.
世子大院竟比王爷徐骁的还要奢侈，仅就临窗的大紫檀雕翅案上装饰，便可见一斑。除了足足4尺高的藏青古铜鼎，还悬有带漏隋朝青龙大画，另有花梨木大理石几案。
The prince's courtyard is actually even more luxurious than that of Prince Su Shao. Just the decoration on the large red sandalwood carved chi table near the window can be seen. In addition to the 4-foot-high navy blue bronze tripod, there is also a large blue dragon painting hanging to be revealed. There are also rosewood marble tables.
设着文房四宝和杯金酒具，名人法帖堆积如山，光是砚石就有10数方，都是价值连城，比海内竖着的比如树林一般密密麻麻。几案一角放有一只巨大歌谣花囊。
There are 4 treasures of the study room, cups and wine utensils, a mountain of famous people's Dharma stickers, and more than 10 square meters of inkstones alone, all of which are priceless. The vertical pens in the sea of pens are as densely packed as a forest. There is a huge Gukiln flower bag placed in the corner of the desk.
插着满满一囊的水晶球白菊，更有随手把玩的错金独角瑞兽貔貅一对。王府内铺设有数条耗费木炭无数的地笼，所以初冬时分，房内依然温暖如晚春，便是赤脚踩在毯子上也无妨。
There is a bag full of crystal balls and white chrysanthemums, and there are also a pair of golden unicorn auspicious animals pai xiu that you can play with. There are several ground dragons in the palace that consume countless charcoal, so in early winter, the room is still as warm as late spring, even if you step on the blanket with bare feet.
所谓豪门巨士，不过如此。此时，世子徐凤年熟睡着躺在大床上，带着一条秋香色金钱蟒大条褥，面容憔悴，床边坐着大柱国徐骁和小王爷徐龙相。
The so-called wealthy family is nothing more than that. At this time, the Crown Prince Su Fengnian was soundly asleep and lying on the big bed, covered with a large autumn-scented money snake mattress. His face was haggard. Sitting beside the bed were Dezuguo Su Shao and the young Prince Su Longxiang.
除了唯一外人龙虎山的赵天师站立一旁，和那黄姓老仆背负长条行囊坐在门口，再无他人。床头一尊洒金色般古铜宣德炉燃有醒神的奇物龙涎香。天师，我儿无恙。
Except for Zhao Tianshi, the only outsider from Longhu Mountain, standing aside, and the old servant named Huang sitting at the door with a long luggage on his back, there was no one else. A gold-speckled bronze Schwanda stove beside the bed is burning ambergris, a magical thing that awakens the spirit. Master Tian, is my son okay?
徐骁不知是第几次不厌其烦问起这个相同问题，这哪里还是那个战场上杀伐果决的徐柱国，分明只是宠溺儿子到了荒唐地步的父亲。无恙无恙，世子殿下只是长期舟车劳顿。
Su Shao didn't know how many times he had taken the trouble to ask this same question. Is this still the same Su Zhuguo who killed decisively on the battlefield? He is clearly just a father who dotes on his son to a ridiculous extent. Everything is fine, His Royal Highness is just tired from traveling and traveling for a long time.
睡个半天，然后调养半月，定能生龙活虎。老道士胸有成竹道，一阵肉疼。初时王爷见到爱子如此消瘦。
If you sleep for half a day and then recuperate for half a month, you will definitely be full of energy. The old Taoist priest was confident in his Taoism, and felt a pain in his body. It was the first time the prince saw his beloved son so thin.
立即就让府内大管家将武当山好几炉子的上品灵丹以及府上珍藏的贡品妙药一股脑搬出来，恨不得全部倒进儿子的嘴里，把赵天师给看得心惊肉跳。
He immediately asked the housekeeper to bring out several furnaces of high-grade elixirs from Wudang Mountain and the tribute elixirs collected in the house, eager to pour them all into his son's mouth. The sight of Zhao Tianshi was so frightening.
说了半天是要半分毒核的道理，并且存了与武当山一拼高低的私心，亲自拿出龙虎山的小金丹来大材小用，这才打消了王爷的顾虑。世子徐凤年足足睡了2天2夜才醒来。
After talking for a long time about the truth that medicine is half poison, and with the selfish intention of competing with Wudang Mountain, he personally took out the small golden elixir from Longhu Mountain and used it for overuse, and then he dispelled the prince's concerns. The Crown Prince Su Fengnian slept for 2 days and 2 nights before waking up.
弟弟徐龙相便不吃不喝，守了2天2夜。等下人去给大柱国报喜，急匆匆3步做1步赶来探望，结果看到儿子直接操起床头的宣德炉就砸了过来，跳下床破口大骂。
The younger brother Su Longxiang stayed there for 2 days and 2 nights without eating or drinking. When the servants went to announce the good news to Daju Kingdom, they hurriedly came to visit, but when they saw their son holding the Schwanda furnace directly on the bed, they smashed it over, jumped out of bed and cursed, dash.
徐骁，你个挨千刀的，把老子赶出王府3年啊！难怪你常说老子不是你亲生的。徐骁头一歪，躲过炉子，甜着脸赔罪。可徐凤年哪里肯放过这个让自己3年风餐露宿的罪魁祸首？
Su Shao, you were beaten 1,000 times and it took 3 years to drive me out of the palace. No wonder you often say that I am not your biological child. Su Shao tilted his head, avoided the stove, and apologized with a calm face. But how could Su Fengnian be willing to let go of the culprit who had allowed him to live in the open for 3 years?
砸完了室内一切可以砸的东西，一路追到房外， 见狼角斜割了一把锦绣扫帚，拎起来就追着他。可怜大柱国结实挨了几下后，还不忘提醒道：“穿上鞋，穿上鞋，天凉别冻着。”
After smashing everything that could be smashed in the room, I chased him all the way outside the room. I saw a brocade broom lying sideways in the corner of the corridor, so I picked it up and started chasing him. Poor Dezugwo didn't forget to remind him after being beaten a few times, put on your shoes, don't freeze when it's cold.
院子里一个追一个逃，好不热闹。几个走出王府，那比一郡总督大人还要吃香的嫡系管家下人都默契的双手插袖，抬头望着天空，什么都没听见，什么都没看见。
The courtyard was full of people chasing each other, and it was very lively. Several servants of the direct line of housekeepers who were more popular than the governor of the county who walked out of the palace all tacitly put their hands in their sleeves and looked up at the sky. They heard nothing and saw nothing.
徐凤年到底是身体疲乏，追着打了一会儿就气喘吁吁，弯着腰狠狠瞪着父亲。徐骁远远站着，小心翼翼陪笑道：“气消了，气消了就先吃饭，有了力气才能出气嘛。”
After all, Su Fengnian was physically exhausted. After chasing him for a while, he was out of breath. He bent over and stared at his father fiercely. Su Xiao stood far away and said with a cautious smile, "Are you angry? When you are angry, eat first. Only when you have strength can you vent your anger."
房门门槛上坐着小王爷徐龙相和仆人老黄，两人咧着嘴笑，一个流着口水，一个缺了门牙，都挺傻。世子殿下气喘如牛，指了指外人眼中高高在上的北凉王徐骁，驴草的。
Sitting on the threshold of the door were the young prince Su Longxiang and his servant Lao Huang. They were grinning, one was drooling, and the other was missing his front teeth. They were both quite silly. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was panting like an ox, and pointed at Su Xiao, king of northern Liang, who was regarded as superior in the eyes of outsiders. That's donkey grass.
今天先放过你，你给老子等着。徐骁也不恼怒，乐呵呵道：“好好好，爹等着就是，一定打不还手，骂不还口，让你出一口恶气。”还赤脚的徐凤年丢掉那把能卖几十两银子的扫帚，来到房门。
"I'll let you go today, and I'll wait for you." Su Xiao was not angry, and said cheerfully, "Okay, Dad is just waiting. He will not fight back or scold you, so that you can let out a bad breath." Su Fengnian, who was still barefoot, threw away the broom that could be sold for dozens of taels of silver and came to the door.
看到傻笑的弟弟，眼神柔和了几分，见他口水流淌了整个胸口，徐凤年也不嫌脏，很自然而然地直接伸手帮忙擦拭，轻声道：“傻黄蛮，来，站起来给哥瞅瞅高了没，壮了没。”
Seeing his giggling brother, his eyes softened a bit. Seeing his drool flowing all over his chest, Su Fengnian didn't mind it being dirty, so he naturally stretched out his hand to help wipe it, and said softly, "Silly Huang man, come on, stand up and give me a look. Not taller or stronger?"
少年一本正经站起身，徐凤年比划了一下个头，略带失望笑道：“不高不壮。”少年一把环腰将哥哥抱起，徐凤年并不如何惊讶，胸口倒是被沾了不少口水，哈哈大笑道。
The young man stood up solemnly. Su Fengnian gestured with his head, and said with a slightly disappointed smile, "Not tall, not strong." The young man wrapped his arms around his waist and picked up his brother. Su Fengnian was not very surprised, but his chest was stained with a lot of saliva. He laughed and said,
力气倒是大了不少。大柱国站在原地，军旅半辈子杀人如麻的人，途径有些眼眶湿润，悄悄撇过头，喃喃自嘲了一句：“这风大的，哪来的沙子哦？”哥弟两个一同回了房。
"The strength is much greater." Dezugwo stood there. Rentu, who had been killing people for half his life in the army, had tears in his eyes. He quietly turned his head and murmured to himself, "Where did the sand come from in this windy place?" The two brothers went back to the room together.
徐骁立即命人端来早就精心准备好的餐点，光是端食盒的下人就有20-30位，陆续进屋，行云流水一般。在龙虎山老道的善意提醒下，大多是素食，少重口辛辣，好吃好喝好睡了3天。
Su Xiao immediately ordered people to bring the meals that had been carefully prepared. There were 20 or 30 servants carrying the food boxes, and they entered the room one after another, moving smoothly. Under the kind reminder of the Longhushan Taoist, most of them were vegetarian. Less spicy and spicy. Eat, drink and sleep well for 3 days.
徐凤年来到府上最为人称道的听朝廷，自己提着一杆紫竹鱼竿，让弟弟徐龙相提了几个绣墩，再让下人备好大长条茶几，奇珍异果佳肴一样不少。
Su Fengnian came to the most famous Tingqiao pavilion in the house. He carried a purple bamboo fishing rod, asked his younger brother Su Longxiang to carry a few embroidery piers, and then asked his servants to prepare a long coffee table with rare fruits and delicacies. Quite a few.
还特地让管家拣选了4、5位正值豆蔻年华的美婢揉肩敲背，好生伺候着，这才是世子殿下该有的惬意生活嘛。听朝廷，光看这名字就能听出几分含义。北凉王府坐拥整座清凉山。
He also specially asked the butler to select 4 or 5 beautiful maids who were in their prime to serve him well. This is the comfortable life His Royal Highness should have. Tingqiao Pavilion, you can tell the meaning just by looking at the name. The Bailiang Palace sits on the entire Qingliang Mountain.
在原本有个湖的山腰再扩建1倍，意图扩湖为海，搭建亭台楼榭，最终高耸入云的9楼雄伟凉亭，取名听朝。世子徐凤年的爱好就是在1楼垂钓，楼内藏书万卷，真本孤本无数。
The mountainside where there was originally a lake was doubled, with the intention of expanding the lake into a sea, and built pavilions and pavilions. The majestic 9-story pavilion in the center was named after the trend. The hobby of the eldest son Su Fengnian is fishing on the first floor. There are tens of thousands of books in it, including countless rare and unique copies.
不乏失了传承的武学秘籍。15年前，尚未被封北凉王的徐骁曾亲率铁骑，领着圣旨和尚方宝剑，将王朝内大江南北数十个武林门派碾压了一遍，除去龙虎山这些素来安分的正统。
There is no shortage of martial arts secrets that have been lost. 15 years ago, Su Shao, who had not yet been granted the title of King of Northern Liang, personally led his cavalry and led the imperial edict and monk Feng Baojian to crush dozens of martial arts sects in the north and south of the dynasty, excluding the orthodox ones in Longhu Mountain that had always been peaceful.
像桀骜的紫禁山庄就直接被灰飞烟灭了。要知道，20年前紫禁山庄可是江湖上一流的武学圣地，100年来光是各界10大高手就出了4位，最后山庄的武库秘典。
For example, the unruly Forbidden Mountain Villa was completely destroyed by ashes. You must know that 20 years ago, the Forbidden Villa was the first-class martial arts holy place in the world. Over the past 100 years, there have been 4 top 10 masters in each session. Finally, the secret arsenal of the villa.
除去象征性，交给大内数套，其余的都被收缴到听朝廷的6楼。所幸徐凤年长相一点不似父亲徐骁，出了辖地以后，更不敢自称北凉王世子，否则光是凭这一点。
Except for the symbolic ones handed over to Aoki, the rest were confiscated to the 6th floor of Tingqiao Pavilion. Fortunately, Su Fengnian looks nothing like his father Su Shao. After leaving the jurisdiction, he would not dare to call himself the Crown Prince of Bailiang. Otherwise, just based on this fact,
就足以让他万劫不复。大柱国的仇家可是与门生一样遍天下的。湖中有锦鲤万尾，随手撒下饵料，那便是万里朝天的奇景，连前些年来避暑的天子都啧啧称奇。
It was enough to put him beyond redemption. The enemies of Dazhu Kingdom were as common as his disciples. There are thousands of koi carps in the lake. If you sprinkle the bait casually, it will be a wonderful sight of thousands of koi carps rising up into the sky. Even the emperor who spent summer vacations in the past few years was amazed.
当下便自叹不如了一句。徐凤年躺在铺有华美蜀锦的木榻上垂钓了一会儿，见弟弟又憨笑流口水了，伸手抹去，不由得想起那个被自己骗来梁地的白胡儿脸。
Immediately, I sighed to myself. Su Fengnian lay on the wooden couch covered with gorgeous Sichuan brocade and fished for a while. When she saw that her brother was laughing and drooling again, she stretched out her hand to wipe it away. He couldn't help but think of the white fox face that he had tricked into coming to Liangdi.
那可是一个一笑起来便抿嘴如胡月一线的美人，徐凤年私下总称呼是天下第一美人，起先夸说是天下第一美女，被狠狠拾掇得像猪头，就退而求其次，修改了一个字，美女变美人。
She was a beauty who pursed her lips like a crescent moon when she smiled. Su Fengnian always called her the most beautiful woman in the world in private. At first, she boasted that she was the most beautiful woman in the world, but after being groomed so hard that she looked like a pig's head, she settled for the next best thing and revised it. With one word, beauty becomes beauty.
徐凤年一想到这个人，心情就很好，揉了揉弟弟的脑袋，微笑道：“哥说过要帮你骗个顶漂亮的美人给你做媳妇，还真就拐了个回来，是个白胡脸，极美极美，配双刀，一把绣东，一柄。”
When Su Fengnian thought of this person, she felt very good. She rubbed her brother's head and said with a smile, "Brother said that he would help you trick a most beautiful woman into becoming your wife, but he actually kidnapped her and she was a white fox. She has a very beautiful face, and she wears 2 swords, one with Xiudong, and the other with Xiudong."
春雷俱是天下有数的名刀，可惜呀，是个男人。第1卷白马出良招，第3章2个酒窝，洗了个通体舒泰的香汤浴，褪去乞丐流民的麻衫草鞋，换上大世家子的锦衣玉服，刮掉胡茬。
Chun Lei is one of the most famous swords in the world. What a pity, he is a man. Volume 1, The White Horse Leaves Liangzhou. Chapter 3, Two Dimples. After taking a soothing fragrant bath, I took off the linen shirt and straw sandals of a beggar and refugee, and put on those of a wealthy family. Dressed in fine clothes, shaved off stubble.
徐凤年其实是个颇为英俊惹眼的公子哥，灵州6、7位当红花魁不乏眼界奇高的清傲主，为了他争风吃醋，要死要活，可不光是图北凉王世子的阔绰打赏。
Su Fengnian is actually a rather handsome and eye-catching young man. Among the 6 or 7 popular oirons in Lingzhou, there are many arrogant people with extremely high vision. Being jealous and willing to die for him is not just a generous reward from Prince Tubaliang.
虽说这位世子殿下常干花钱买诗词的无良勾当，但精通风乐，下得围棋，聊得女工，听得操琴，看得舞曲，是个能暖女人心窝的贴己人。在北凉王府上，
Although His Royal Highness the Crown Prince often engages in unscrupulous activities such as spending money to buy poems, he is proficient in romance, can play Go, chat with women, listen to the piano, and watch dance music. He is a caring person who can warm the hearts of women. At the prince's mansion of Bailiang.
哪一位胸口微隆的青松婢女没有被他开过油？可私下红脸碎嘴几句，没有谁是真心厌恶的。起码这年轻主子不是那种一言不合就将下人打死头颈或者剁碎喂狗的狠货。
Which maidservant with slightly swollen breasts has not been touched by him, but no one of them is really disgusted by the blushing words in private. At least this young master is not the kind who beats the servant to death or throws him into the well at the slightest disagreement. Chop up the hard stuff and feed it to the dogs.
毗邻灵州的丰州李公子，这位自称与徐世子穿一条裤裆长大的总督之子，可不就是喜欢做将人投进兽笼分食的天谴勾当？一对比，王府上就都对世子殿下格外感恩戴德了。
Li Gongzi of Fengzhou, which is adjacent to Lingzhou, the son of the governor who claims to have grown up wearing the same crotch with Prince Su, doesn't just like to do the deed of throwing people into animal cages and sharing their food. After a comparison, everyone in the palace is dissatisfied with His Highness the Crown Prince. Extremely grateful.
如果说王府谁敢对徐凤年怒目相向，丝毫不掩饰憎恨神情，那就是此时与几位笑脸讨巧婢女拉开距离的女士江妮了。她12岁入北凉王府。
If there was anyone in the palace who dared to glare at Su Fengnian without concealing his hatred, it was the maid Jiang Enai who was keeping a distance from several smiling maids. She entered the northern Liang prince's mansion at the age of 12.
那时候，大柱国刚刚灭掉不可一世的西楚皇朝，率先攻破皇宫。不像随后驻军大皇城，尽情享用城内上至王妃下至大臣女眷的大将军徐骁不好女色，对西楚皇帝的嫔妃没兴趣。
At that time, the Dazhu kingdom had just wiped out the arrogant Shichu dynasty and took the lead in breaking through the palace. Unlike the generals who later garrisoned in Dahuang city and feasted on the city, from the princess to the minister's wives, Su Shao was not good at women and treated Shichu the emperor's concubines were not interested.
甚至没有拦着那位跟随西楚皇帝一同上吊殉国的贞烈皇后，甚至有传言还是徐骁亲自赠予1丈白绫。在西楚，姜氏国姓独属于皇家，所以难免有人猜测这名幼女的来历。
They didn't even stop Empress Junlia, who hung herself with the emperor of Western Chu and died for her country. There were even rumors that Su Shao personally presented a 1-foot-long white silk. In Western Chu, Jiang is a national surname and belongs exclusively to the royal family. So it is inevitable that some people will speculate on the origin of this young girl.
只是随着西楚湮灭，种种揣测便淡化，尘埃便是尘埃了。徐凤年当然比谁都清楚这位姜姓女婢的隐秘身份，斜瞥了一眼出落得亭亭玉立的侍女江妮，抬手将其余女婢挥退。
But with the annihilation of Shichu, all kinds of speculations faded away, and dust is just dust. Of course Su Fengnian knew the secret identity of the maid named Jiang better than anyone else. He glanced sideways at the graceful maid Jiang Enai, raised his hand and waved away the other maids.
等他们走远了，这才嬉笑道：“怎么，太平公主很失望我没有死在外乡？你放心，还没帮你破卦，我是真心不舍得死呢。啧啧，公主你的胸脯可是越来越峰峦起伏了，我看你得叫。”
When they were far away, they laughed and said, Dash. Why, Princess Taiping is disappointed that I didn't die in a foreign land? Don't worry, I haven't helped you break the melon yet. I really don't want to die. TSK, Princess, your breasts are getting more and more undulating. I think you have to scream.
不平公主才应景。昔年贵为公主，今日沦为婢女，身负国仇家恨的江妮无动于衷，板着脸，双眸阴沉，恨不得将这个登徒子咬死。袖中藏有史书上美玉价值12成的匕首神符。
Princess Buping just rose to the occasion. Jiang Enai, who used to be a princess and is now a maid, and who is hated by the country and her family, remains indifferent. She has a straight face and gloomy eyes, wishing to bite this deceitful disciple to death. Hidden in his sleeves is the value of his reputation in history books. The dagger, talisman of the 12 cities.
只有一丝机会，连杀只鸡都不忍心的他会毫不犹豫割下徐凤年的脑袋。可是他眼角余光瞥见了一名身穿便服的中年男人，不得不强忍下搏命的冲动。男子而立之年，身高9尺。
If there was only a chance, she would not hesitate to cut off Su Fengnian's head as she could not bear to kill a chicken. However, she caught a glimpse of a middle-aged man in casual clothes from the corner of her eye and had to resist the urge to risk her life. A man in his 30s, 9 feet tall.
相貌雄毅，面如冠玉，玉树临风，常年眯眼，昏昏欲睡一般。他便是北凉王6位义子中的左雄元左宗，白马银枪，在战场上未逢敌手，是整个王朝军中绝对可排前3甲的高手。
With a majestic appearance, a face like a crowned jade, a jade tree facing the wind, his eyes always squinted, as if he was drowsy, he is the Zhuxiong Yuanzhuazong among the 6 adopted sons of the northern Liang king. He has a white horse and a silver spear, and has never met an opponent on the battlefield. Is definitely one of the top 3 masters in the entire dynasty army.
甚至有人说他离10大高手境界也只差1线。对上这尊习惯了拿人头颅当酒碗的杀神，将你丝毫不敢轻举妄动。徐凤年未有力前很无耻地说过：“我只给你1次机会杀我。”
Some people even say that he is only 1 step away from the top 10 masters. Facing this god of death who was accustomed to using human heads as drinking bowls, Jiang and I did not dare to act rashly. Su Fengnian shamelessly said before traveling that I will only give you 1 chance to kill me.
第2次杀不掉我，我就杀你。很可惜那一年初长成的他，学人描了胭脂，穿了华服勾引他，好不容易骗上了床，亲热时一刀刺下，却只是刺了他肩头一下，入骨却不致命。
If you can't kill me the second time, I will kill you. It's a pity that that year, when she was just growing up, she put on a rouge and wore a fancy dress to seduce him. She finally tricked him into going to bed. During the intimacy, she stabbed him with a knife, but it only stabbed him once on the shoulder. It penetrated the bone, but it was not fatal.
这个家伙只是甩了他一耳光，穿衣起床后说了2句话，第1句是下次你就没这么好的命了，别再浪费了。殿下，殿下，我终于见到殿下了，3年来小的可是茶不思饭不想啊。
This guy just slapped her, and after getting dressed and getting up, he said 2 sentences. The first sentence was, "You won't have such a good life next time, don't waste it anymore." Your Highness, I finally met Your Highness. In the past 3 years, I have been thinking about nothing more than food and tea.
一个装束富贵的胖子，连奔带跑，准确说是连滚带爬冲杀过来，脸上还挂着货真价实的鼻涕眼泪，无赖得很。江泥一脸不舒，面对徐凤年的厌恶，而贴身保护世子的元左宗则撇过头。
A fat man in rich attire rushed over, running, or rather crawling, with genuine snot and tears on his face. He looked very rogue. Jiang and I faced Su Fengnian's disgust with an unfailing expression. Yuanzhuazong, who was protecting the crown prince personally, turned his head away.
不屑一顾，眼中充满浓重的不耻。这位臃肿如猪的胖子，既然能够穿过重重森严守护，来到徐凤年身前，身份当然不俗。事实上，他与北凉军第一猛人左雄一样，都是大柱国的义子。
Disdainful, eyes filled with deep disdain. Since this fat man, who was as bloated as a pig, was able to pass through the dense guards and come to Su Fengnian, he certainly had a good status. In fact, he was a righteous soldier of the Dazhu kingdom just like Zhuxiong, the most powerful man in the northern Liang army. Son.
姓楚名禄山，是3犬中的鹰犬。徐凤年那只共患难了3年的360羽虫最神骏者雪白毛隼，就是这个胖子给调教出来的，比养媳妇养儿子还用心。
His surname is Chu and his name is Lushan. He is the eagle dog among the 3 dogs. Su Fengnian's snow white gerfalcon, the most powerful of the 360 feathered insects that had been in trouble for 3 years, was trained by this fat man, and he was more attentive to raising his son than his adopted daughter-in-law.
此人在北凉军口碑一直极差，为人口蜜腹剑，好色如命。世子徐凤年头回逛青楼，就是他领的路。总说兄弟如手足，女人如衣裳。前些年每隔几天就怂恿着徐凤年把他的美妾给睡了。
This man has always had a very bad reputation in the Bailiang army. He is a sweetheart, a swordsman, and a man of lust. He was the one who led the eldest son Su Feng when he visited the brothel in his early years. He always said that brothers are like brothers and sisters, and women are like clothes. In the past few years, he encouraged him every few days. Su Fengnian slept with his beautiful concubine.
还真是剑走偏锋的忠心耿耿，苍天可见。茶不思饭不想，楚胖子怎么看上去可是胖了几十斤啊？徐凤年冷笑道，勒住死胖子的脖子。被掐着脖子的胖子涨红着脸，委屈叫嚷道：“殿下，瘦了。”
It is truly a lesson from heaven to be loyal and loyal. You don't think about food or tea. Fatty Chu, why do you look like you've gained dozens of pounds? Su Fengnian sneered and strangled the fat man's neck. The fat man who was being pinched blushed and shouted in grievance, Your Highness, I have lost weight.
都瘦了1圈了，殿下若不信，小的马上去称，重了1斤就切下1斤肉，重10斤切10斤。徐凤年松开脖子，拍打着楚禄山的肥颤脸颊，笑道：“果然好兄弟。”
I have lost a lot of weight. If your highness doesn't believe it, go to the weigher right away. If it weighs 1 pound, cut off 1 pound of meat. If it weighs 10 pounds, cut off 10 pounds of meat. Su Fengnian released his neck, patted Chu Lushan's fat and trembling cheeks, and said with a smile, You are indeed a good brother.
如今窃据牵牛龙武将军从3品高位的楚胖子被人肆意拍打脸颊，从3品，只要不是那些流于表面头衔的散官，放在任何州郡都是数1数2的大官了。
Now Fatty Chu, who had stolen the title of General Qian Yolangwu from the 3rd rank, was slapped on the cheek wantonly. From the 3rd rank, as long as he was not a casual official whose title was superficial, he would be one of the top officials in any state or county.
何况是手持3000精兵虎符的牵牛龙武将军，可这胖子非但不觉得耻辱，反而一脸荣幸至极的表情，凑过硕大如猪头的脑袋，嘿嘿道：“殿下，我新纳了一房美妾，细皮嫩肉的姐。”
What's more, General Qian Yolangwu was holding 3,000 elite soldiers and tiger talismans, but instead of feeling ashamed, the fat man had an expression of great honor. He leaned over the head, which was as big as a pig's head, and said, Hey, Your Highness, I have a new beautiful concubine, with fine skin and tender flesh.
一捏都能捏出水来，还没敢享用，就是专门为殿下留着的。殿下是否抽空大驾光临？先喝点酒，听点小曲儿，然后……徐凤年点头道：“好说好说。”两人相视一笑，要多奸诈有多奸诈。
You can squeeze water out of it with just a squeeze. I haven't dared to enjoy it yet. It is specially reserved for His Highness. Will Your Highness take the time to come and have a drink first and listen to some songs? Su Fengnian nodded and said, It's easy to talk about. The two looked at each other and smiled, as treacherous as they could be.
古语狼狈为奸，大体就是说这对祸害了。就在楚胖子嘘寒问暖世子殿下这3年近况的温馨时刻，北凉王缓缓走来。王朝内上柱国有数位，大柱国却仅此1位。
As the old saying goes, wolves work together in alliance, which generally means that this pair is a scourge. At the warm moment when Fatty Chu was asking about His Highness Prince Nguyen's situation in the past 3 years, the king of Bailiang slowly walked over. There were several people from the Shangzhou kingdom in the dynasty, but there was only one from the Dazhou kingdom.
仅次于那仅在国难时才不会空悬的天策上将。徐骁一生戎马，年轻时领军还会身先士卒，以至于先皇曾格外颁布圣旨，命他无需亲自陷阵。后来征战西楚时，左腿中了流矢一箭。
Second only to General Tiance, who would not be left vacant only in times of national calamity. Su Shao has been a soldier all his life. When he was young, he led the army and took the lead. The late emperor issued an imperial edict that he did not need to fight in person. Later, when he was fighting in the Western Chu, he was hit by a stray arrow in his left leg.
落下了威胁的后遗症。徐骁不介意那些清流名士嘲笑他徐蛮子，可如果谁敢腹诽一句徐瘸子，那绝对是不死不休的境地。曾与他一同讨伐西楚的武安侯有一名心腹爱将，年轻气盛，
Suffered the sequelae of slight lameness. Su Shao didn't mind those celebrities laughing at him, Su Manzi, but if anyone dared to slander Su Lizhi, he would definitely be in a life-and-death situation. Marquis Wuwen, who had conquered Western Chu with him, had a confidant who was young and energetic.
就付出了代价，被徐骁随便找了个借口斩首示众，头颅与一排西楚名将的脑袋一同悬挂在西楚皇城城头。武安侯敢怒却不敢言，甚至事后都没向皇帝陛下抗议半句。
He paid the price, and Su Shao randomly found an excuse to behead him in public. His head was hung on the top of the imperial city of Western Chu together with the heads of a row of famous Western Chu generals. Marquis Wuwen dared to be angry but did not dare to speak out. He did not even protest to His Majesty the Emperor afterwards.
两鬓微白的徐骁身材并不高大，相貌更不起眼，中年微瘸，现在更是轻微驼背，似乎背负着30万冤鬼亡灵的重担。楚胖子是个眼观四面耳听八方的心肝活犯人，立即收敛了神色。
Su Shao, who has slightly white temples, is not tall and his appearance is even more inconspicuous. He is slightly lame in middle age and is now even slightly hunched. He seems to be carrying the burden of the souls of 300,000 unjust ghosts. Fatty Chu was a lively person with eyes and ears in all directions, so he immediately calmed down.
匍匐跪拜在地上，同样是义子，元左宗就要有骨气几两得多，只是按照寻常礼仪躬身。北凉王徐骁轻轻挥手，让楚禄山自己去端凳子坐下，自己试图与儿子一同坐在木榻上。
He knelt down and prostrated on the ground. He was also an adopted son, but Yuan's Wazong had much more backbone. He just bowed according to ordinary etiquette. Su Shao, the king of northern Liang, waved his hand gently and asked Chu Lushan to sit down on the stool. He tried to sit on the wooden couch with his son.
结果被一脸怒容的徐凤年一脚踹在屁股上，只得尴尬地挑了根板凳坐在一旁。楚胖子一头冷汗，如坐针毡，都不敢抹。元左宗会心一笑，徐凤年吹了一声口哨。
As a result, Su Fengnian kicked him in the butt with an angry look on his face, and he had to sit on a bench in embarrassment. Fatty Chu was sweating coldly, feeling like he was on pins and needles, and he didn't dare to wipe it off. Yuan's Wazong smiled knowingly. Su Fengnian whistled.
拿起一块蜀锦缠在手臂上，将楚胖子熬出来的毛笋召唤下来，拿了一杯盛满葡萄美酒的琉璃杯，故作叹息道：“小白啊，小白，这3年可是苦了你了，酒喝不上，肉吃不上。”
He picked up a piece of Sichuan brocade and wrapped it around his arm, summoned the gerfalcon that Fatty Chu had cooked, took a glass cup filled with grape wine, and pretended to sigh. Xiao Bai, these 3 years have been hard on you. You can't drink wine or eat meat.
还差点被人杀了顿肉，我对不住你啊！大柱国一脸羞愧，连连叹气。越长大越具备倾国倾城姿容的女婢江妮轻轻冷笑一声，心想这雪白毛笋真是跟她一样遇人不淑。
I almost got killed for stew meat, I can't help you. Dezuguo looked ashamed and sighed repeatedly. The maidservant Jiang and I, who grew older and more beautiful, sneered lightly. She thought that this snow-white gerfalcon was just as unkind as she was.
这种罕见飞鱼只存在锦州向北一带的冰天雪地，猎户只要捕获一只，可叛国以外的免死罪。当年连西楚权贵都不惜千金求购这昵称青白鸾的灵物，但依然可遇不可求。
This kind of rare flying feather only exists in the ice and snow to the north of Jinzhou. As long as an hunter catches one, he can avoid the death penalty except for treason. At that time, even the dignitaries of Western Chu spent a lot of money to buy this spiritual creature nicknamed Qingbai Luan, but it is still possible to encounter it. Unable to ask for.
徐凤年手臂上这只更了不得，是青白鸾中最上品的6年凤，比3年龙还要稀罕珍奇。梁帝雍州曾有一豪族宗主以黄金1000两和3名美妇换求小白。
The one on Su Fengnian's arm is even more remarkable. It is the highest grade 6-year phoenix among the blue and white luan. It is even more rare and precious than the 3-year dragon. There was once a wealthy clan leader in Yongzhou, Liangdi, who paid 1,000 taels of gold and 3 beautiful women. Ask for Xiao Bai instead.
却被跋扈的徐凤年当面骂了一声滚。那位在当地要风得风要雨得雨的宣赫权贵无疑碰了一鼻子灰。徐凤年哼哼道：“徐骁，我问你，儿子被人欺负，做爹的该如何？”
However, he was scolded by the domineering Su Fengnian in front of him. This powerful man who was very popular in the local area was undoubtedly disappointed. Su Fengnian hummed and said, "Su Shao, let me ask you, what should a father do if his son is bullied?"
大柱国陪着笑一脸理所当然道：“那自然是将其抄家灭族，若还不解气，罢其妻妾视作牛马，占其财物顷刻间挥霍一空。”没有离开听朝廷的江泥眼神黯然。
Dezuguo accompanied him and said with a smile on his face, "Of course he will confiscate his home and exterminate his clan. If he still doesn't feel relieved, he will treat his wife and concubines as cattle and horses, take possession of his property and squander it all in an instant." Jiang and I, who did not leave Tingchao Pavilion, had a sad look in his eyes.
不掩秋水眸子中的彻骨仇恨。徐凤年从怀中掏出一张小宣纸，上面写满姓氏和家族以及武林中大小门派，拍着父亲北凉王的肩膀，咬牙道：“爹呀！”
Not hiding the utter hatred in Xiao Shui's eyes. Su Fengnian took out a small piece of rice paper from his arms, with his surname, family, and martial arts sects written all over it. He patted his father, King Bailiang, on the shoulder and gritted his teeth and said, "Dad.
你不总说君子报仇10年不晚，小人报仇不过夜，这些家伙就是我的仇家，你马上都给收拾了。” 徐骁接过纸张，还没看就先忙不迭赞了一声我儿好字，大致瞄了一眼，刚想豪迈说没问题。
Don't you always say that a gentleman's revenge takes 10 years and a villain's revenge takes no more than a night? These guys are my enemies, and you've got to deal with them right away. Su Xiao took the paper and hurriedly praised my son before he even read it. He glanced at it briefly and was about to say boldly, no problem.
然后仔细一瞧，一字不漏看完全部，微微苦涩道：“儿子，这仇家也忒多了点，不下100个啊！你瞧这徽州郡的总督，不过是儿子长得脂粉气了点，协美同行游碧罗湖，被你远远瞅见。”
Then he took a closer look, read it all word by word, and said with a slight bitterness, "Son, there are too many enemies. There are no less than 100. Look at the governor of Huizhou County. His son is just a little too rosy. He was traveling to Biluo Lake with his beauty, and you saw him from a distance."
就要摘掉官帽吗？还有这关中琅琊王氏，只是家奴喝酒时骂了几句北凉蛮子，就要灭族。至于这武林中的轩辕世家做了什么事，惹恼了我，竟要其整个家族发配锦州。
Do you want to take off your official hat? And the Wang family of Langjia in Guangzhou is about to exterminate the clan just because their slave cursed the Bailiang barbarians a few times while drinking? As for the Xianyuan family in the martial arts world, what did they do to anger my son actually want the entire family to be sent to Jinzhou?
并且点名叫轩辕青凤的妞充作关键。徐凤年望着浊酒的心爱毛笋，唉声叹气道：“小白呀，小白，你还好，有我这么个知道心疼你的主子，我就惨了，没爹疼没娘爱的，活着就是遭罪，没劲。”
And he named a girl named Xianyuan Qingfeng as an official prostitute. Su Fengnian looked at his beloved Gerfalcon pecking at the wine, and sighed, Xiao Bai, you're okay, but with a master like me who knows how to care for you, I would be miserable. Without father's love and mother's love, living is suffering, boring.
大柱国连忙笑道：“爹照办，爹照办，绝无二话。”承诺完毕，雷厉风行的徐骁转过头，面对元左宗和楚禄山，可就没什么好脸色了，阴沉着说道：“左宗，你筹备一下2只虎贲铁骑，随时候命。”
De Ziguo quickly smiled and said, Dad, do as you are told, Dad will do as you are told, without saying a word. After making the promise, Su Xiao, who was resolute, turned his head. He didn't have a good face when facing Yuan Zuozong and Chu Lushan, and said gloomily, Zuozong, please prepare 2 tiger and fierce cavalry, ready to be dispatched at any time.
本王马上去上头求一道圣旨，无非是再来一次马踏江湖。陆山，与沿途州郡与本王关系相近的大人打好招呼，名单上的逆臣贼子该杀的杀，只不过弄点好听的名头，别太大张旗鼓。
This king immediately went to ask for an imperial edict, which is nothing more than riding a horse across the rivers and lakes again. Lushan, say hello to the adults in the states and counties along the way who have a close relationship with this king. The rebels and traitors on the list should be killed. Just give them a nice name and don't make too much of a fuss.
毕竟是在别人的地盘上办事，不需要急于办成，给你1年半时间慢慢谋划，这种事你擅长。元左宗躬身道：“领命。”楚胖子也起身弯腰，眼神暴戾，满脸兴奋道：“路求遵命。”
After all, you are doing things on other people's territory, so there is no need to rush to get it done. You will be given a year and a half to plan slowly. You are good at this kind of thing. Yuan Zuozong bowed and said, Take the order. Fatty Chu also stood up and bent over, with violent eyes and excitement on his face. Lu Qiu'er obeys your order.
江泥心中哀叹，又要有无数良民被一个荒诞的缘由遭劫了吗？会有多少妻离子散的可怜人到头来都不清楚灭顶之灾的由来？可此时，徐凤年却拿回了纸张，拿出另外一张。
Jiang and I lamented in his heart, Are countless good people going to be robbed for a ridiculous reason again? How many poor people whose wives and children are separated will not know the cause of their catastrophe? But at this time, Su Fengnian took back the paper and took out another one.
名单人数仅是1/10左右，笑道：“老爹呀，我哪能真让你与和10几个豪族和半个江湖为敌？诺，瞧瞧这张，这些人倒霉就够了，官可都是贪官，民都是乱民，杀起来名正言顺，替天行道。”
The number of people on the list was only about 1/10, and he said with a smile, Dad, how can I really let you be enemies with more than a dozen wealthy families and half of the world? Look at this, these people are unlucky enough. The officials are all corrupt, and the people are all rioters, so killing them is justifiable and upholds justice for heaven.
肯定能积得圣造700级浮屠啊！徐骁重重松了口气，看见儿子又要发火，立即故意板着脸，显得郑重其事地接过第2张纸，点头道：“既然如此，就不需要过于兴师动众了。1年之内，
It will definitely accumulate virtue and be better than building a 700-level pagoda. Su Shao breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that his son was about to get angry again, he immediately took the second piece of paper with a serious face and nodded. In this case, there is no need to mobilize too much. 1 year within.
爹保证让你眼不见心不烦。吾儿果然孝顺，都知道给爹解忧积德了。徐凤年丢了由徐骁亲自包好的半颗橘子进嘴，含糊道：“那是。”徐骁给义子楚禄山一个凌厉眼神。
Dad promises to keep you out of sight and out of mind. My son is indeed filial and knows how to relieve his father's worries and accumulate virtues. Su Fengnian threw half an orange peeled by Su Shao himself into his mouth and said vaguely, "That's it." Su Shao gave his adopted son Chu Lushan a sharp look.
后者接过纸张立即退下，胖归胖，挂着200多斤的肥肉，行走起来却如草上飞一般悄无声息。徐骁见到脸色逐渐红润的儿子，满怀欣慰，轻声讨好道：“儿子，爹说你不是亲生的。”
The latter took the paper and immediately stepped back. He was very fat, with more than 200 kilograms of fat hanging on his body, but he walked as quietly as flying on grass. When Su Shao saw his son whose face was gradually turning rosy, he was filled with relief and said softly, "Son, Dad said you are not his biological son."
那可是说你长得不像爹，随你娘。徐凤年听到这个，只是嗯了一声。最近10几年一直蜗居良地休养生息的大柱国，知道这个话题不甚讨喜，就转移到黄蛮儿不愿意去龙虎山。
That means you don't look like your father, just follow your mother. When Su Fengnian heard this, he just hummed. De Ziguo, who had been recuperating in the cold for the past 10 years, knew that this topic was not pleasant, so he changed the subject and said, Huang Manor is not willing to go to Longshan. Tiger Mountain.
你帮忙说说，他就听你的。徐凤年点头道：“知晓的，你忙你的，别妨碍我钓鱼。”徐骁呵呵道：“再待会儿，都3年没跟你说说话了。”徐凤年一瞪眼道：“早知如此，还把我驱逐出家门。”滚！
If you help and talk, he will listen to you. Su Fengnian nodded and said, "You know, you are busy with your business, and don't hinder my fishing." Su Shao chuckled, "If I wait a little longer, I won't talk to you for 3 years." Su Fengnian glared and said, "If you had known this, why would you have kicked me out of the house?" Roll.
一个滚字，气势如龙。可怜可悲，北凉王立即两脚抹油，不敢再待。不知为何，江你每次面对在徐凤年都如同寻常教子不言的富家翁无义的大柱国，都会全身泛寒。
A rolling character is as powerful as a dragon. The pitiful king of Bailiang immediately rubbed his feet with oil and did not dare to stay any longer. For some reason, every time Jiang and I faced De Ziguo, who in Su Fengnian was just like any other rich man with lax parenting, he would feel cold all over his body.
只剩下刺骨的冰凉，对这个比徐凤年更值得去恨的男人，根本不敢流露出半点杀意。起先他以为是自己胆小，但越长大，胆子越大，却越是不敢造次。
All that was left was the biting coldness, and he didn't dare to show any murderous intention towards this man who was more worthy of being hated than Su Fengnian. At first she thought it was because she was timid, but as she grew older, she became more courageous, but the less she dared to make mistakes.
仿佛这个当年整个人笼罩于黑甲中，率先策马冲入王宫宝殿的人徒，是天下最可怕的人。他后来才得知，本朝先皇曾亲口许诺善待西楚王室，甚至要封他父皇为王。
It was as if Rentu, who was completely shrouded in black armor and was the first to charge into the palace on horseback, was the most terrifying person in the world. She later learned that the late emperor of this dynasty had personally promised to treat the Western Chu royal family well, and even wanted to make her father king.
可徐骁仍然当着当时依偎在父皇怀中的江泥的面，一剑刺死了西楚的皇帝，他那个喜欢诗词不喜兵歌的善良父亲，然后丢下1丈白绫给他的母后。
But Su Shao still stabbed the emperor of Shichu to death in front of Jiang and I, who was nestling in his father's arms at the time. Her kind-hearted father, who liked poetry but not war, then threw a foot of white silk to her. Mother.
本名姜氏的太平公主江泥一直看不懂人屠徐骁，对他原先存了求活心思的母后说了一句不想沦为胯下玩物就自尽吧的大柱国，但因果轮回报应不爽。
Taiping Princess Jiang and I, whose real name is Jiang Si, has never been able to understand the Daju kingdom who slaughtered Su Shao. She said to her mother, who originally wanted to survive, "If you don't want to be reduced to a crotch toy, just commit suicide." But the reincarnation of cause and effect is unpleasant.
这个心狠手辣的男人却有2个不成才的儿子，一个是傻子，一个是心无大志的纨绔。傻子天生神力，可即便如此，也不是能做北凉30万铁骑主心骨的人物。
This ruthless man has 2 underachieving sons. One is a fool, and the other is a playboy with no ambition. The fool is born with supernatural power, but even so, he is not the person who can be the backbone of Bailiang's 300,000 cavalry.
那江泥就要杀了以后将要袭王爵的世子徐凤年，如此一来，徐骁不管生前如何权柄煊赫，如何一人之下万人之上，都免不了分崩离析、猢狲散的一天。所以江泥愿意等，愿意苟活。
Then Jiang and I will kill Su Fengnian, the eldest son who will attack the king in the future. In this way, no matter how powerful Su Xiao was during his lifetime or whether one person is inferior to 10,000 people, he will inevitably fall apart one day and the Hosen will be scattered. So Jiang and I is willing to wait. Willing to survive.
徐凤年一振臂，驱散手上的青白鸾，丢了那块被利爪挖出窟窿的小扶蜀锦，朝始终功立一旁的北凉武神袁左宗微笑道：“袁三哥，你歇息去吧。”
Su Fengnian raised his arms, dispersed the blue and white wand in his hand, threw away the small piece of shoe brocade with holes dug out by his sharp claws, and smiled at the northern Liang martial god Yuan Zuozong, who always stood respectfully aside. Brother Yuan, please go and have a rest.
从不曾听到这个亲近称呼的袁左宗愣了一下，犹豫了一下，还是躬身离去。听朝廷终于清静了，眺望出去，满眼的风景如画。徐凤年并未去拾起鱼竿，而是斜卧榻上，轻声道：“江泥。”
Yuan Zuozong, who had never heard this familiar name before, was stunned for a moment, hesitated, and then bowed and left. Listening to Chao Pavilion, I finally feel clean. Looking out, the scenery is picturesque. Su Fengnian did not pick up the fishing rod, but reclined on the couch and whispered, Jiang and I.
有机会，你应该出去看一看。没有深究含义的王国公主鄙夷笑道：“世子殿下这一趟出游，可是要让一群人遭了无妄之灾，真是好大的手笔，不愧是大柱国的公子。”徐凤年转头笑道
If you get a chance, you should go out and take a look. The subjugated princess, who did not understand the meaning, smiled disdainfully and said, His Royal Highness, this trip has caused a group of people to suffer unreasonable disasters. It is really a big deal, and he is worthy of being a young master of the Dazhu kingdom. Su Fengnian turned around and smiled.
若非如此，能替你抹掉手工煞。江泥嘴角不屑勾起滔天仇恨，如果能放秤上称上一称，千金恨万两仇啊！徐凤年微笑道：“你知不知道，你生气的时候
If not, can you wipe away the palace sand for you? The corners of Jiang Ni's mouth curled up in disdain, arousing overwhelming hatred. If it could be weighed on a scale, 1,000 pounds of hatred would be hated. Su Fengnian smiled and said, Do you know, when you are angry?
跟偶尔开心笑起来的时候一模一样，都有2个小酒窝。我最喜欢你这点了，所以你迟些动手杀我，我好多看几眼。”江泥面无表情道：“你等着便是，下一次杀你的时候，我会最开心的笑。”
Just like when you smile happily sometimes, you have 2 small dimples. This is what I like most about you, so if you kill me later, I will look at you more. Jiang and I said expressionlessly, Just wait. The next time I kill you, I will smile happiest.
徐凤年坐直身体，从一只雕凤琉璃盆掏出一把饵料，抛向栏外湖中，惹来无数条锦鲤跃出湖面。望着这番灵动景象，背对着江泥的世子殿下感慨道：“那肯定会是天下最动人的风景了。”
Su Fengnian sat up straight, took out a handful of bait from a carved phoenix glazed basin, and threw it into the lake outside the fence, causing countless koi to jump out of the lake. Looking at this dynamic scene, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince turned his back to Jiang and I. He sighed, That will definitely be the most moving scenery in the world.
第4章，去那座山摘山楂。徐世子丢了几把饵料，看腻了锦鲤翻腾的画面，拍拍手站起身。原本江泥都准备好了沾温水的锦缎擦手，但徐凤年却没有去接。3年磨砺，由奢入俭难。
Chapter 4, Go to that mountain to pick hawthorns. Prince Su threw a few handfuls of bait and got tired of watching the roiling koi. He clapped his hands and stood up. Chapter 4, Go to that mountain to pick hawthorns. Prince Su threw a few handfuls of bait and got tired of watching the roiling koi. He clapped his hands and stood up. Originally, Jiang and I had prepared brocade dipped in warm water to wipe his hands, but Su Fengnian didn't pick it up. After 3 years of hard work, he came from extravagance to frugality is difficult.
但由俭入奢也需要个过渡。他单独离开听朝廷，最后不忘转身提醒道：“江泥姐姐，可别想偷溜进楼内，试图顺手牵羊一本武学秘籍，你知道的，里头任何一位守阁奴。”
But moving from frugality to luxury also requires a transition. He left Tingchao Pavilion alone, and finally turned around and reminded, Sister Jiang and I, don't even think about sneaking into the building and trying to steal a martial arts secret book. You know, any of the pavilion's slaves inside.
都不是你袖中一柄神符能对付的，这帮老家伙可远不如我怜香惜玉啊！女孩子家家的， 红袖添香，素手研磨多好。走了，别等我了，我第一眼看到你就知道将你姐姐的眸子好看了。
It's not something you can handle with a magic talisman in your sleeve. These old guys are far less compassionate than I am. For girls, it's so good to grind the red sleeves and add fragrance by hand. Come on, stop staring at me. The first time I saw you, I knew Sister Jiang and I had beautiful eyes.
调侃完了侍女的徐凤年走向独属于她和二姐的马厩，一路上瞧见水灵女婢都不忘伸手搂搂腰，摸摸小手，姿色再出彩一点的，当然还不忘蹭蹭他们的沉甸甸胸脯。
After teasing the maid, Su Fengnian walked towards the stables that belonged to him and his second sister. Along the way, when he saw Shui Ling maids, he did not forget to put his arms around their waists and touch their little hands. The more beautiful ones, of course, did not forget to rub their heavy breasts.
喊一声姐姐妹妹，然后轻佻说一句哟，多了这里几两肉，走路千万别累着，惹来一连串的银铃般娇羞笑声。徐凤年来到富丽堂皇程度比一般富家家世还要过分的马厩。
She called her sister and then said frivolously, "Hey, I have a few extra ounces of meat here. Don't be tired when you walk." This triggered a series of shy laughter like silver bells. Su Fengnian came to the stables, which were even more magnificent than the homes of ordinary rich men.
里头暂时就只有一头孤苦伶仃的枣红色薄马。给王府做了很多年马夫的仆人老黄正在跟马唠嗑，看到相依为命了3年的世子殿下。
There was only one lonely maroon lame horse inside for the time being. Servant Lao Huang, who had been a groom for the palace for many years, was chatting with the horses when he saw His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, who had been dependent on each other for 3 years.
习惯性咧嘴憨笑露出没有2颗门牙的滑稽光景，徐凤年翻了个白眼，惊讶道：“老黄，你的匣子呢？咋不背着了？”老黄估计是蜀人，一口在王朝内很不招人待见的西蜀腔，怎么都改不掉。
Su Fengnian rolled his eyes and said in surprise, "Old Huang, where is your box? Why don't you carry it on your back?" Lao Huang was probably from Shu, and he couldn't get rid of his Shishu accent, which was very unpopular in the dynasty.
而举国兵卒不过6万的小小西蜀，当年跟西楚皇朝一样，逃不掉被北凉王灭国的命运。可老黄却比那江泥可爱多了，安分守己得很。这3年惨淡凄凉的数千里游历。
And the little Shishu, which had only 60,000 soldiers in the country, could not escape the fate of being destroyed by the king of Bailiang like the Western Chu dynasty. But Lao Huang was much cuter than Jiang and I, and he was very law-abiding. The past 3 years have been a bleak and desolate journey of thousands of miles.
若非老黄会钓鱼爬树，会偷鸡摸狗，还手把手教会了徐凤年编草鞋，他这个世子早就饿死他乡。老仆身上背负着一只被破布包裹的行囊，只装有一只紫檀长条匣子。
If Lao Huang hadn't learned how to fish, climb trees, steal chickens and dogs, and teach Su Fengnian how to weave straw sandals step by step, he, the prince, would have starved to death in a foreign country. The old servant was carrying a luggage wrapped in rags, containing only a long red sandalwood box.
打死都不肯给徐凤年打开瞧瞧里头的玄机。起先徐凤年还以为是江湖上久负盛名用来装载神兵利器的玄机盒，觉得老爹好歹会派一名绝世高手来随行。可当第一次碰到匪人，
Even if he was beaten to death, he would not let Su Fengnian open it and take a look at the mystery inside. At first, Su Fengnian thought it was the famous jade box used to carry magic weapons, and thought that his father would send a peerless master to accompany him, but when he met a bandit for the first time,
看到这老仆比他还溜得更像一只丧家之犬以后，就彻底心凉了。每次忽悠老黄把匣子打开，老马夫都只会摇头傻笑。
After seeing that this old servant was running away more like a lost dog than he was, he felt completely heartbroken. Every time he tricked Lao Huang into opening the box, the old groom would just shake his head and giggle.
徐凤年只得骂骂咧咧一句，又不是要你媳妇脱光了衣服给我看。清河郡某次徐凤年趁老黄去拉屎的时候，耐不住好奇，偷偷研究了一番，却不得要领。
Su Fengnian could only curse, but she didn't ask your wife to take off her clothes and show them to me. One time in Qinghe County, Su Fengnian took advantage of Lao Huang to take a poop. He couldn't bear his curiosity and secretly researched it, but couldn't figure it out.
只觉得匣子光是捧着便冰冷刺体，结果老黄看到后，眼神那叫一个幽怨，比灵州大街上被他调戏了的黄花闺女还可怜兮兮。之后不知是否遭了报应，徐凤年隔天就感染风寒。
I just felt that the box was cold and piercing my body just by holding it. As a result, when old Huang saw it, his eyes were full of resentment, even more pitiful than the yellow-flowered girl he teased on Lingzhou Street. Later, I don't know whether she suffered retribution, but Su Fengnian contracted cold the next day.
是老黄熬药烧水偷红薯来烤， 忙得焦头烂额。之后整整半旬时光都是老马夫背着徐凤年前行，最大的印象就是老黄那具瘦骨嶙峋的骨架把自己给割得慌。当然
It was Lao Huang who cooked medicine, boiled water, stole sweet potatoes and roasted them. He was very busy. After that, the old horseman carried Su Feng on his back for half the time. The biggest impression was that Lao Huang's skinny frame made him panic. Of course.
还有几分没有说出嘴的感激。在那以后，徐凤年就没打过匣子的贼主意了，只是难免会浅浅淡淡想着某年某月某日能知道其中的小秘密，当然是无关痛痒的小秘密。
There is still some unspoken gratitude. After that, Su Fengnian never had any thoughts about the box. It's just that I will inevitably vaguely think about knowing the little secrets in a certain year, month, and day. Of course it's an innocuous little secret.
一个老马夫能有天大的秘密才是笑话。至今徐凤年仍记忆犹新，脱离草寇的追杀后，问老仆老黄：“你是高手吗？”老黄带着搁在漂亮娘们脸上才是动人的羞意点点头。徐凤年再问
It's a joke that an old groom can have a huge secret. Su Fengnian still vividly remembers how he asked his old servant, Old Huang, "Are you a master?" after escaping from the pursuit of the grass bandits. Lao Huang nodded with a shame that was only touching on the face of a beautiful woman. Su Fengnian asked again.
很高的那种。老黄似乎更羞涩了，扭捏着微微撇过头，再点头。徐凤年想着方才被一群拿木毛柴刀追着打的悲壮光景，强忍揍人的念头，又问有多高。老黄眨了眨眼睛，似乎在思考。
The very tall kind? Lao Huang seemed to be even more shy. He tilted his head slightly and nodded again. Su Fengnian thought about the tragic scene of being chased and beaten by a group of people with wooden spears and knives. He resisted the idea of beating people and asked again, How high? Lao Huang blinked and seemed to be thinking.
半晌才伸手比划了一下，貌似跟世子殿下的个头差不多高，紧接着还往下降了降高度。于是心存侥幸的徐凤年彻底绝望了。所以说，徐凤年完全有理由对大柱国有怨气。
After a while, he stretched out his hand and made a gesture. It seemed to be about the same height as His Royal Highness, and then it dropped down. So Su Fengnian, who was lucky, was completely desperate. Therefore, Su Fengnian has every reason to be resentful towards Daju Kingdom.
除了忘了安排高手当护从外，不但不跟他说行走江湖莫要怀璧的浅显道理，还怂恿着徐凤年说：“儿啊，出门在外，首要功夫就是保命。诺，这件刀枪不入、水火不侵的乌盔宝甲穿上。”
In addition to forgetting to arrange a master as a retinue, not only did he not tell him the simple truth of not carrying a jade when traveling in the world, but he also encouraged Su Fengnian to say, "Son, when you go out, the first thing you should do is to save your life. Here, this piece of equipment is invulnerable to water and fire. Put on the Wu Kuei armor."
这只由冰蚕藕血吐出的丝线打造的手套也戴上，这里还有3、4本类似武当镇教的上清子阳诀的绝世秘籍都拿上。好货啊，你丢任何一本到江湖上，就能引发一场腥风血雨。
Wear this glove made of silk thread spitted out by ice silkworms. There are also 3 or 4 peerless secret books here similar to the Shangxing Ziang Ju taught in Wudang Town. Take them all. It's a good product. You can throw away any one. If you go to the arena, you can cause a bloody storm.
你抽空练一练，说不定明天就是高手了。瞧瞧，爹可是真心疼你啊！把银票都揣上，你腰间那几枚吊玉佩也值好几百两黄金，没钱了就找家当铺卖掉，吃香喝辣不成问题。
You take some time to practice. Maybe you will be a master tomorrow. Look, Dad really cares about you. Put all the banknotes in your pocket. Those hanging jade pendants around your waist are also worth hundreds of taels of gold. If you run out of money, just find a pawn shop to sell them. It won't be a problem to be popular and drink hot food.
一开始，徐凤年还觉得的确不错，这样的游历就是一片坦途啊！不但由花钱如流水，勾搭一下各地风韵迥异的美人，结识一下名头震天的豪杰，跟武林中响当当的大侠称兄道弟一下。
At first, Su Fengnian thought it was really good. This kind of travel would be a smooth journey. He wouldn't have to worry about spending money like water. He could hook up with beauties from all over the world, get acquainted with famous heroes, and become brothers with famous heroes in the martial arts world.
想想就乐呵。可后来才他娘知道，自己根本就是一头任人宰割的大肥羊，谁见谁爱，谁见谁扑，这你个王八驴屁股的！到后来，那些秘籍唯一的用处就是撕下来用来擦屎了。
Just thinking about it makes me happy. But then he realized that he was just a big fat sheep who was ready to be slaughtered. He would love anyone he saw and pounce on anyone he saw. You bastard had a donkey's ass. In the end, the only use of those secret books was to tear them out and use them. Wiped shit.
仅剩半本横看竖看斜着看都如天书的吞金宝录总算派上用场，在归途中遇上了比任何一位灵州花魁还美的白虎脸，他识货，答应收下半部吞金宝录，护送他回灵州。
There was only half of the swallowing gold treasure urn left, which looked like a heavenly book when viewed horizontally, vertically, or diagonally. It finally came in handy. On the way home, I met a white fox with a face more beautiful than any other Lingzhou oiran. He recognized the goods and agreed to take it. The second half of swallowing the gold treasure urn escorts him back to Lingzhou.
那小半年，徐凤年好不容易碰上个没啥歹念的真正高手，千方百计讨好，没奈何白虎脸对他爱理不理，连走路都要刻意拉开一大段距离，除非遇到不开眼的拦路劫匪。
In the past half year, Su Fengnian finally met a real master who had no evil intentions and tried every means to please him. However, Bai Huerlian ignored him and deliberately kept a large distance from him even when walking, unless he encountered an intrusive obstacle. Robbers.
否则绝不废话。徐凤年走入马厩里，给伯马拿了一捧马草，轻叹道：“红兔啊，红兔，要是被二姐看到好好一匹汗血宝马被折磨成这德行，难保不会给我板栗吃。这3年，一鹰一马。”
Otherwise, it's no nonsense. Su Fengnian walked into the stable, took a handful of horse straw for the lame horse, and sighed softly, Red rabbit, if my second sister sees a bloody horse being tortured into such a virtuous state, there is no guarantee that she will not give it to me. Eat chestnuts. In the past 3 years, 1 eagle and 1 horse.
外加一个所幸没那么老眼昏花的老仆，就是他的全部了。徐凤年喂了一会儿马，想到府上密探传来消息说白虎脸还逗留在城内，就准备出了王府找点久违的乐子。
Plus an old servant who luckily wasn't that old and dim-sighted, that's all he had. Su Fengnian fed the horse for a while, and then thought about the news from the secret agent in the palace that Bai Huerlian was still staying in the city, so he was ready to leave the palace to have some long-lost fun.
这个家伙在他落魄的时候，时不时会刺他一句：“你若是公子哥世家子，我就是娘们。”徐凤年没理由不去显摆显摆。以前吧，只觉得仗着老爹的徐字大王旗狐假虎威，那是天经地义。
This guy would stab him from time to time when he was down and out. If you were a son of a noble family, I would be a bitch. Su Fengnian had no reason not to show off. In the past, I just thought it was natural to rely on my father's Su Zi de Wang banner to pretend to be a tiger.
现在还这么认为，只是多了几分珍惜，毕竟过了2年多生不如死的悲苦日子，才知这世道的柴米油盐不便宜啊。老黄跟世子殿下培养出了默契，似乎知道是出去花天酒地。
I still think so now, but I cherish it a little more. After all, after more than 2 years of miserable life that was worse than death, I realized that food, rice, oil, and salt in this world are not cheap. Lao Huang developed a tacit understanding with His Highness the Crown Prince, and they seemed to know that they were going out to have a good time and have a good time.
就搓了搓手，做了个喝酒的手势。徐凤年会意，哈哈笑道：“放心，不会忘了请你喝最好最贵的花雕。走起！”徐凤年刚和老马夫走出马厩，就看到那位说是神仙都有人相信的老道士。
He rubbed his hands and made a drinking gesture. Su Fengnian laughed knowingly and said, "Don't worry, I won't forget to treat you to the best and most expensive huadiao drink. Let's go." As soon as Su Fengnian and the old groom walked out of the stable, they saw the old Taoist priest who even believed that he was a god.
不用猜，肯定这老骗子是来求自己说服弟弟去龙虎山学艺了。12年前，就是徐凤年放狗咬这老道的。由于娘亲生前信佛的缘故，不信天命这套玩意的世子殿下对僧侣还算尊敬。
No need to guess, this old liar must have come to beg him to convince his younger brother to go to Longhu Mountain to learn skills. 12 years ago, it was Su Fengnian who let the dog bite this old monk. Because his mother believed in Buddhism during her lifetime, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, who did not believe in destiny, still respected the monk.
但一看到街上的算命术士必定砸烂摊子，这龙虎山老道也算时运不济。当年不修边幅一身虱子的老道士过了第一关，还差点一个没把持住破了童子身。
But as soon as you see the fortune teller on the street, you will definitely smash the mess, and this Longhushan old way is also bad luck. At that time, the old Taoist priest who was slovenly and covered in lice passed the first test and almost lost his virginity.
那一次相逢的开头很不愉快，但结尾还马虎。儿童徐凤年临别私下不忘语重心长教训龙虎山老祖宗的老头，要骗人骗钱，你怎么也得设下本钱，弄一套像样的衣物。
That encounter started off unpleasantly, but ended sloppily. The child Su Fengnian did not forget to give a sincere lesson to the ancestors of Longhu Mountain in private before leaving. Old man, if you want to deceive people and make money, you have to give up your capital to buy a decent set of clothes.
那些本神仙志怪小说上的道教天师，可都是皇冠道袍，一个嗝屁就会立马羽化登仙台的高人装束，你就不学学？下次你还这样来王府，我照样放狗咬你。看来姓赵的老道是学乖了。
Those Taoist masters in this novel about immortals and monsters are all dressed in the attire of an expert who will immediately ascend to the immortal platform with a burp in the yellow-crowned Taoist robe. Why don't you learn from them? Next time you come to the palace like this, I will still let the dog bite you. It seems that the old Taoist named Zhao has learned well.
果真换上崭新得体的道袍，头顶冲天皇冠，还添加了一柄古朴桃木剑，平时走哪里都是前半生行走江湖所享受不到的尊敬眼神。
Sure enough, he put on a brand new and decent Taoist robe, with a yellow crown soaring to the sky on his head, and an ancient mahogany sword. Wherever he usually walked, he always received looks of respect that he could not enjoy in the first half of his life.
这让平时在山上对着数十年不变几张死板脸孔的老道士十分受用。徐凤年没大没小搂过老道的肩膀，轻声奸诈道：“牛鼻子老道，我弟弟去龙虎山那是好事。”
This is very useful for the old Taoist priests who usually face a few rigid faces in the mountains that have not changed for decades. Su Fengnian put her arm around Lao Dao's shoulders and said softly and treacherously. Old Nyobi said, "It's a good thing for my brother to go to Longhu Mountain."
但你们龙虎山跟我爹结下这份天大善缘，你就没点表示表示？否则我弟去武当山学艺不一样是学艺，凭啥绕远路去你们那鸟不拉屎的地方？武当山的风景可好得很。
But you, Longhushan, have forged such a great affinity with my father, and you don't have any words to express it? Otherwise, if my brother went to Wudang Mountain to study martial arts, why would he take a long way to go to a place like yours? The scenery of Wudang Mountain is very beautiful.
我还能隔三差五去探望一番。老道士一脸为难，环视一周见没人，这才悄悄摸进怀里，掏出一本陈旧泛黄的古籍，不舍道：“这本成龙剑谱。”不曾想徐凤年当场翻脸。
I can still visit him every once in a while. The old Taoist priest looked embarrassed. He looked around and saw no one. Then he quietly reached into his arms and took out an old and yellowed ancient book. He said reluctantly, "This book, Chenglong Sword Manual, I never thought that Su Fengnian would fall out on the spot."
正眼都不瞧一眼那啥剑谱，抬手指了指听朝廷方向，唾弃道：“直娘贼，赵牛鼻子，你也推不上道了。要秘籍，不管是练内功还是耍兵器的，我需要去别的地儿。你也不嫌丢人现眼。”
Without even glancing at the sword manual, he raised his finger and pointed in the direction of Tingchao Pavilion and spat, "Zhinyang thief, Zhao Nyobi, you are so unskilled, you want secret books, whether you are practicing internal skills or playing with weapons, I need to go somewhere else. You don't mind being embarrassed."
同样是活了60-70年的老头子，老黄就很有眼力劲儿和悟性嘛，跟着世子殿下一起撇嘴笑。老道这才记起王府内有一座武库之称的听朝廷，恍然一脸尴尬，缩回手，难为情道。
He is also an old man who has lived for 60 or 70 years. Lao Huang is very discerning and understanding. He followed his royal highness and curled his lips and smiled. Only then did the old Taoist remember that there was a Tingchao pavilion known as the Arsenal in the palace. Suddenly, with an embarrassed look on his face, he retracted his hand and said in embarrassment.
那当如何是好？徐凤年压低声音道：“龙虎山有没有俊俏的年轻道姑？年纪再大点也无妨，但别超过35，再大就是老了，保养再好，想必肯定没了徐娘半老的滋味风情。”老道惊讶的。
So what should we do? Su Fengnian lowered his voice and said, "Is there any handsome young Taoist nun in Longhu Mountain? It doesn't matter if you are a little older, but don't exceed 35. No matter how old you are, you will be old. No matter how well-maintained you are, you will definitely lose the flavor and style of a MILF." The old Taoist was surprised.
啊了一声，徐凤年一挑眉头，质问道：“咋了？没有啊，还是不乐意啊？”老道士看似天人交战一番，其实不过几个眨眼功夫，就悄声道：“有倒是有，可都是我师兄弟的徒子徒孙。”
Ah. Su Fengnian raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's wrong? Are you still unhappy if you don't have it?" The old Taoist priest seemed to be engaged in a battle between heaven and man, but in fact it only took a blink of an eye, and he whispered, "Yes, there are, but they are all the disciples and grandchildren of my senior brother."
贫道我收徒历来是宁缺毋滥，以至于我这一脉弟子极少。不过嘛，既然世子有想法钻研道学，贫道当然不介意引荐1-2位后辈女弟子。徐凤年一拍老道肩膀，竖起大拇指，上道：“
As a poor Taoist, I have always been more selective than indiscriminate in accepting disciples, so I have very few disciples in my lineage. However, since the prince has the idea to study Taoism, Pindao certainly doesn't mind introducing 1 or 2 female disciples from the younger generation. Su Fengnian patted the old Taoist on the shoulder and gave a thumbs up, go to the Taoist road.
老道士开始默念35都公路赎罪，心中念叨着祖师爷莫怪罪，贫道这可都是为了龙虎山的千年大计啊。随即，龙虎山尊为3大天师之一的老道焦急道：“收徒得挑吉时。”
The old Taoist priest began to silently recite the 3-5 Du Gong Lu to atone for his sins, and said in his heart, "Don't blame the ancestor, I am a poor Taoist. This is all for Longhu Mountain's 1,000-year plan." Immediately, the old Taoist master Longhushan, one of the 3 great heavenly masters, said anxiously, "You have to choose an auspicious time to accept a disciple."
今日若再不起身赶往龙虎山，可就要错过了，这对小王爷也不妥当。徐凤年皱眉道：“得马上。”火急火燎神情的赵天师沉重点头道：“马上。”
If you don't get up and rush to Longhu Mountain today, you will miss it, which is not appropriate for the young prince. Su Fengnian frowned and said, "Is it necessary right away?" The anxious Zhao Tianshi nodded heavily and said, "Right away."
本想带着弟弟抽空去狩猎一次的徐凤年深呼吸一下，吩咐老黄先去府外街上候着，带着那位咋看咋不像天师的牛鼻子老道去找心爱弟弟徐龙象，离了马就100步。
Su Fengnian, who originally wanted to take his younger brother on a hunting trip, took a deep breath and told Lao Huang to wait on the street outside the mansion first. He took the old man with a good nose who didn't look like a heavenly master to find his beloved brother Su Longxiang and left the stable. Step.
老道士有意无意扭头看了眼待在马厩边上憨笑的老马夫，原先凝重的脚步终于轻盈了几分。徐凤年来到弟弟院落，好气又好笑地发现这小子又在蹲地上看蚂蚁了。
The old Taoist priest intentionally or unintentionally turned his head and glanced at the old stableman who was smiling innocently at the edge of the stable. His previously solemn steps finally became a little lighter. Su Fengnian came to her younger brother's courtyard and was annoyed and amused to find that the boy was squatting on the ground watching ants again.
走过去拍了拍脑袋，直截了当说道：“别看了，龙虎山那儿蚂蚁更大只，去那儿看去，早点学艺下山，给哥带一行囊的野山楂，听到没？”贵为小王爷是真傻的傻子站起身，重重点头，又笑了。
He walked over, patted his head, and said bluntly, "Don't look, there are bigger ants at Longhu Mountain. Go there and take a look. Learn the skills and go down the mountain as soon as possible. Bring a suitcase of wild hawthorn for me. Do you hear me? The young prince is really a fool." He stood up, nodded heavily, and smiled again.
当然少不得又流口水了。老道士瞠目结舌，这天大的难事就这么轻轻松松搞定了。
Of course, my mouth is drooling again. The old Taoist priest was stunned. This huge difficulty was solved so easily.
当日那位曾经一手将整个江湖倒腾得天翻地覆的大柱国，可是费尽9牛2虎之力都没说服这个徒弟。徐凤年一边擦口水，一边笑骂道：“傻黄蛮，喏，看到没？这位以后就是你师傅了。”
That day, De Ziguo, who once single-handedly turned the entire world upside down, tried his best to convince this apprentice. Su Fengnian wiped her saliva and cursed with a smile. Silly Huang man. Hey, did you see? This will be your master from now on.
到了龙虎山，打谁都可以，这老头别打就是了。如果谁敢欺负你，骂你是傻子，你就照死里打。打不过就让师傅写信来，哥带着咱北凉铁骑奔袭2000里，杀上龙虎山，去他娘的道门正统。
When you get to Longhu Mountain, you can beat anyone. Just don't beat this old man. If anyone dares to bully you and call you a fool, you will beat him to death. If you can't beat him, let the master write a letter. Brother, take our Bailiang iron cavalry with you. Rush 2,000 miles to Longhu Mountain, fuck the orthodoxy of the Taoist sect.
记住了，别被人欺负。这世上只有我们兄弟和2个姐姐欺负别人的份。凶相大概是似懂非懂了，点点头。老道士则听得心惊肉跳。有徐凤年出马，徐龙象没有任何抗拒。
Remember, don't be bullied. In this world, we brothers and 2 sisters are the only ones who bully others. Su Longxiang seemed to understand, and nodded. The old Taoist priest was frightened when he heard this. When Su Fengnian came forward, Su Longxiang showed no resistance.
王府更没有拖泥带水，由义子旗当国领头，40位精锐铁骑护送，暗中还有数位北凉王府豢养的能人义士盯着，加上1位龙虎山天师，想来也没谁敢在太岁头上动土。离别在即。
The palace did not drag its feet. It was led by the adopted son Qi Dangua, escorted by 40 elite cavalry. There were also several capable people and strangers raised by the northern young palace secretly watching, plus a Longhu Mountain celestial master. No one came to think of it. Dare to disturb Tai Sui. Parting is imminent.
世子徐凤年站在弟弟面前，轻声道：“傻黄蛮，以后哥可就没办法帮你擦口水了。但哥答应你，还会接着帮你找天下第一美女做婆娘。他不愿意，绑也要绑进洞房。”
The Crown Prince Su Fengnian stood in front of his younger brother and said softly, "Silly Huang man, I won't be able to wipe your saliva from now on. But I promise you that I will also help you find the most beautiful woman in the world to be your mother-in-law. If she doesn't want to, tie her up. Also tied into the bridal chamber."
被老天爷眷顾得了龙象之力的少年痴笨，心窍不开，却不意味着没有任何感情，相反，某方面格外的强烈，比如对待这世上除了娘以后第二个会替他擦口水的哥哥的浓重依赖。
The young man who was favored by God and gained the power of dragon and elephant is stupid and incomprehensible, but it does not mean that he has no feelings. On the contrary, in some aspects, he is particularly strong, such as treating the second person in the world after his mother who will wipe his saliva for him. The deep dependence on my brother.
14岁那年，徐凤年闯下泼天大祸，一向对子女不打不骂的大柱国，差点拿出铁鞭朝最心疼的儿子身上砸下去。无人敢劝，无人敢拦，是傻黄蛮死死护在了哥哥身前，寸步不让。
When he was 14 years old, Su Fengnian caused a huge disaster. De Zugwo, who had always neither beaten nor scolded his children, almost took out an iron whip and hit his most distressed son on the body. No one dared to persuade or stop him. He was stupid. Huang Man defended his brother to the death, refusing to give in an inch.
徐凤年红了眼睛，转头对老道士一字一眼说道：“赵牛鼻子，我说过，别让谁欺负黄蛮。我徐凤年虽是个无良纨绔，手无缚鸡之力，但后果怎样，你应该明白。”老道士讪讪一笑。
Su Fengnian's eyes turned red, and he turned to the old Taoist priest and said with one word, "Zhao Niubi," I said, "Don't let anyone bully Huang Man. Although I, Su Fengnian, am an unscrupulous dandy and have no power to restrain a chicken, what will be the consequences? You should understand." The old Taoist priest smiled sarcastically.
苦笑着点点头。队伍逐渐远行，徐凤年和父亲徐骁都没有一路送行出城。徐凤年找到站在玉石狮子旁的老黄，轻笑道：“今天没喝酒的心情喽，晚些时候。”老仆笑得很淳朴，很灿烂。
He smiled wryly and nodded. The team gradually moved away, and neither Su Fengnian nor his father Su Shao saw them off all the way out of the city. Su Fengnian found Lao Huang standing next to the jade lion and chuckled, "I'm not in the mood to drink today, later." The old servant smiled very simply and brightly.
一张老脸相，只有出了远门到了荒郊才能瞅见的大片芦苇丛，可能谈不上旖旎或者壮阔，却有着自己的情怀，如一坛子尘封许多年的老酒。第5章，天下第一美人。
An old face looks like a large reed bush that can only be seen when traveling far away to the wilderness. It may not be charming or majestic, but it has its own feelings. Like a jar of old wine that has been gathering dust for many, many years. Chapter 5, The Most Beautiful Woman in the World.
龙门客栈来了位绝代风华的美人，成了这2日灵州城仅次于世子殿下游历归来的重大消息。前去猎奇的人差点踏破了客栈门槛，生意火爆。
A beauty of unparalleled beauty has arrived at Longmen Inn, which has become the most important news in Lingzhou City in the past 2 days, second only to the return of the Crown Prince from his travels. People who came to hunt for novelties almost crossed the threshold of the inn, and business was booming.
每当那位果然绝色的美人出房进餐就时，更是挤满了一睹风光的逛荡子。一开始只是年轻纨绔参与其中，后来上了年数在床铺上心有余而力不足的富甲也来欣赏美色。
Whenever the stunning beauty went out to have a meal, she was crowded with wanderers who wanted to see the scenery. At first, only young dandies participated, but later on, the wealthy businessmen who were too old to have more than enough time to sleep on the bed also participated. Come and enjoy the beauty.
一致大叹，秀色可餐。好事者都说，这位姑娘比灵州头号花魁与右微于娘子还要动人几分。一些个走出过灵州见过世面的老爷也都说，这辈子没见过如此娇艳的女子。
They all marveled at the beautiful scenery and delicious food. The good people said that this girl was even more attractive than the number 1 oiran in Lingzhou, the young Weiyu lady. Some of the gentlemen who had been out of Lingzhou and seen the world also said that they had never seen such a beautiful woman in their lives.
更有才子砸下重金，挤破脑袋进了客栈，占据好位置，抿一口酒，怀着酒不醉人人自醉的念头，在桌上摊开宣纸临摹作画。那位来自外地的美人不动声色，将所有人视若无物。
Some talented people spend a lot of money to squeeze their way into the inn to get a good seat, take a sip of wine, and with the idea that everyone will get drunk if the wine is not intoxicating, they spread out rice paper on the table to copy and paint. The beauty from out of town remained calm and treated everyone as if she was nothing.
贺只和灵州最好的陈年花雕，近时则细嚼慢咽，但不如小家碧玉那般扭捏含蓄，别有风情。只是桌上搁着的两柄长短不一的刀，让不少心怀不轨的登徒子知难而退。
I only drank the best aged huadiao in Lingzhou, and I chewed my food carefully, but it was not as subtle and charming as Zaijiabiyu. It was just that the two knives of different lengths placed on the table made many have evil intentions. The disciples retreated when they saw the difficulty.
哪有良家闺女单独出门并且配刀的，而且还是两把？越是娇艳出奇的花朵，越不好容易采摘，这是身为高粱子弟必须有的觉悟，也是常年为恶乡里琢磨出来的智力。
How can a good girl go out alone and carry a knife, and two at that? The more delicate and amazingly beautiful the flowers are, the harder it is to pick them. This is the awareness that a disciple of Zhao Yang must have, and it is also the truth that has been pondered over many years in the harsh countryside.
就像那北凉王府上的两位郡主，谁敢多瞧一眼，不怕被剐出眼珠子啊？灵州纨绔班头徐世子早就说过了，大家一起出来混纨绔这一行，没老百姓想的那么容易。
Just like the two princesses in the northern young prince's mansion, who dares to take another look without fear of having their eyes cut out? Su Shizhi, the leader of Lingzhou's dandy class, has long said, it's not as easy for everyone to join the dandy business together as the common people think.
也讲究鼠洞蛇路和规矩门路，得对得起肩膀上那颗脑袋，脑袋不是用来拉屎的，屁股才是。所以灵州纨绔走出去临近州郡，尤其自豪，瞧不起当地的富家官宦子弟。
We also pay attention to the rat hole snake path and the rules and regulations, and we must be worthy of the head on our shoulders. The head is not for shit, but the butt is. Therefore, when Lingzhou dandies go out to neighboring states and counties, they are particularly proud and look down on the children of local wealthy officials.
总是喜欢自夸有家世有银子，还他娘有头脑。既然世子殿下回城了，那么美人现世，世子殿下的风姿身影还远吗？答案跟预料的有些出入。
He always likes to boast about his family background, money and brains. Now that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has returned to the city, is the graceful figure of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince still far away when a beauty appears? The answer is somewhat different from what was expected.
可恨可敬的世子殿下，这次踩点比众人想象中要晚了3天，但终归是来了。他一出现，所有人都自觉地离开客栈。废话，跟世子殿下抢姑娘抢花魁，哪个家伙没有付出血的代价？
The hateful and respectable His Highness the Crown Prince arrived 3 days later than everyone expected, but he finally arrived. As soon as he appeared, everyone left the inn consciously. The hateful and respectable His Highness the Crown Prince arrived 3 days later than everyone expected, but he finally arrived. As soon as he appeared, everyone left the inn consciously. Nonsense, competing for girls and oirons with His Highness the Crown Prince. Who wouldn't? Pay the price in blood?
隔壁登州的唐公子够家世深厚了吧？光有个正3品的老爹不说，朝中还有个从2品光禄大夫的爷爷，不自量力跟咱们世子殿下抢于花魁，这不就断了条胳膊回登州？
Mr. Tang from Dengzhou next door must have a rich family background. Not only does he have a third-grade father, but he also has a grandfather who was a second-grade Guanglu doctor in the court. He doesn't think he is overestimating his ability to steal fish and oiron from our crown prince. Isn't that right? He broke his arm and returned to Dengzhou.
事后听说当登州牧的老爹还亲自登门谢罪，结果王府大门都没让进，世子殿下发话了，就一字滚。客栈一下子空荡荡，外头门可罗雀，但掌柜的还是堆着谄媚笑脸。
Later, I heard that the father who was the shepherd of Dengzhou came to the door to apologize in person. As a result, the palace gate was not allowed to enter. His Highness the Crown Prince said, "Just get out." The inn was suddenly empty, and there were no people outside, but the shopkeeper still had a flattering smile on his face.
双手奉上珍藏多年的最好花雕，说是斗胆给世子殿下接风洗尘。亲爹啊，以往喝酒从不给半文钱的世子殿下转性了，一下子打赏了张5000银票。掌柜一溜烟躲在柜台后面。
He presented the best flower carving that he had collected for many years with both hands, saying that he was bold enough to welcome His Highness to the throne. My dear father, His Highness the Crown Prince, who never gave me half a penny for drinking in the past, has changed his gender, so he rewarded me with a 5,000 silver note. The shopkeeper quickly hid behind the counter.
双手颤抖捧着银票，他绝不担心世子殿下只是在美人面前装豪爽，因为除了世子口袋的银子，还真没听说过要回去1分1毫，绝对是覆水不收的王家气派。大体来说，
Holding the bank note with trembling hands, he was not worried that His Highness the Crown Prince was just pretending to be generous in front of the beauty, because he had never heard of the money that left the Crown Prince's pocket going back even a cent. It was definitely the Wang family's style of refusing to accept anything. Generally speaking.
灵州城京剧世子殿下半点不假，可无法无天，闹腾了这么多年，没谁要死要活闹上吊跳河的。例如那些个有幸被请进北凉王府的小娘子，事后都说只是与世子殿下一下赏景一番。
It is true that Lingzhou City is frightened by His Highness the Crown Prince, but after so many years of lawlessness, no one wants to hang himself or jump into the river alive. For example, those young ladies who were lucky enough to be invited to the northern young prince's mansion said afterwards that they were just enjoying the scenery with His Highness.
留下了肚兜之类的贴身物，最多揉捏一下，并没有被迫做那云雨之事。起先无人相信，后来有几位貌美处子出府以后验身，才知道所言不假，这使得某些性子放浪的女子。
He left some personal belongings such as his belly band and needed them at most, but was not forced to do anything like that. At first no one believed it. Later, after several beautiful virgins came out of the house and had their bodies tested, they found out that what they said was true. This made some women with a wild temperament.
都暗暗恼恨，为何世子殿下不将自己掳进王府？是自己姿色不够吗？徐凤年坐在白虎脸对面，亲自起封了花雕，酒香瞬间弥漫，自作多情端了一碗过去，没接。
They all secretly resented why His Highness the Crown Prince did not take them into the palace. Was it because they were not beautiful enough? Su Fengnian sat across from Bai Huer and unsealed the flower carvings himself. The aroma of wine filled the air instantly. He took a bowl over in a pretentious manner but did not take it.
徐凤年放下后哑然笑道：“放心，我是做过下蒙汗药的勾当，但知道你是内力深厚的高手，就不自取其辱了。往常可能要试一试，我今天就只带了老黄，还怕你拿秀东和春雷敲我脑袋呢。”
Su Fengnian put it down and said with a dumb smile, "Don't worry, I've done it before, but I know that you are a master with deep inner strength, so I won't humiliate myself. I might have to give it a try in the past, but I only brought Lao Huang today because I was afraid that you might use embroidery. Winter and spring thunder hit my head."
再说了，我又没断袖之撇龙阳好，你怕个屁！难不成担心我夺你的两柄刀？那也太小瞧我了吧！白虎脸微微一笑，终于拿起酒碗，轻轻喝了一口。仅仅是这几个再普通不过的细微动作。
Besides, I don't have a habit of cutting off my sleeves. Long Yanghao, what are you afraid of? Are you worried that if I take away your 2 knives, that would be looking down on me? Bai Huer smiled slightly, finally picked up the wine bowl and took a sip. These were just a few ordinary small movements.
差点就让悦美无数的徐凤年晃了眼，恨不得捶胸顿足问苍天：为啥这样的美人是男子啊？白虎脸的声音软糯悦耳，道：“能把魔门宝典、吞金宝录随手送人的。”
Su Fengnian, who has seen countless beauties, was almost dazzled. She wanted to beat her chest and ask the heavens why such a beauty is a man. Bai Huer's voice was soft and sweet, and he said, "You can give away the magic book, gold-swallowing treasure barrel, to others."
的确不像是会垂涎秀东春雷2刀的人。徐凤年补充道：“不是不像，是不是？”从偶然相逢到勉强相识的一路5个月时间里，白虎脸其实一直细艳如金，只比哑巴好上一些。
He certainly doesn't look like someone who would covet the 2 swords of winter and spring. Su Fengnian added, "It's not unlike, it's a not." In the 5 months from the chance encounter to the reluctant acquaintance, Bai Huer's face has always been as precious as gold, only slightly better than a mute.
不像今天这么愿意搭话。记得那时张嘴第一句话便是晴天霹雳，我是男儿身。起先徐凤年不信，但相处久了，花丛老手的世子殿下不得不信了这个。因为白虎脸话虽不多
Not as willing to talk as today. I remember that the first thing he said when he opened his mouth was a bolt from the blue, "I am a man." Su Fengnian didn't believe it at first, but after getting along with him for a long time, His Highness the Crown Prince, a veteran of Hua Tsong, had no choice but to believe this. Because Bai Huer's face doesn't speak much.
但习惯言出必行，例如杀那洁净的匪人，说全杀了，绝不剩下一个半死的。说得了秘籍，要护送徐凤年进灵州城，即便他完全可以反悔，一走了之，但仍然跟到了灵州。
But I am used to doing what I say, for example, killing the bandits who are in danger, saying that if they are all killed, there will never be a half-dead person left. He said he had to escort Su Fengnian into Lingzhou City after getting the secret book. Even though he could have completely regretted it and left, he still followed him to Lingzhou.
再就是白虎脸给人的感觉，的确不是一个娘们，喝酒跟喝水一般，杀人如食草芥。徐凤年相信直觉，最先实在受不了白虎脸居高临下的眼神，信誓旦旦说老子是公子哥，大纨绔。
Then there is the feeling that Bahira's face gives people. She is indeed not a woman. Drinking is like drinking water, and killing people is like picking up grass. Su Fengnian believed in his intuition. At first, he really couldn't stand the condescending look of Bahira's face. He vowed to say, I am a young master. Big dandy.
不是你眼中的教化。白虎脸就清淡回应了一句毛骨悚然的话语，我不骗人，但也不喜欢别人骗我。你若骗我，我进了灵州，杀你之后将吞金宝路放在你尸体上。
Not a beggar in your eyes. Baihua responded lightly with the horrifying words, I don't lie to others, but I don't like others to lie to me either. If you lie to me, I will enter Lingzhou and kill you. Put it on your corpse.
徐凤年一路上都想，这白虎脸是个不折不扣的疯子，是个漂亮到没个边际的疯子，是个漂亮到没个边际还武功深不可测、喜欢玩刀的疯子。关键他还是个男人。徐凤年心碎了。
Along the way, Su Fengnian thought that this white fox-faced man was an out-and-out lunatic, a lunatic who was infinitely beautiful, a lunatic who was infinitely beautiful and had unfathomable martial arts skills and loved to play with knives. The key is that he is still a man. Su Fengnian was heartbroken.
说好了的，要给傻黄满娶天下第一美女做媳妇，如果是个娘们，多简单的事，到了他的地盘，就是天下10大高手，也得乖乖留下。
It was agreed that silly Huang Man would marry the most beautiful woman in the world. If she was a girl, it would be such a simple thing, but when it came to his territory, even the top 10 masters in the world would have to stay.
现在只希望在弟弟下山之前去会一会那江湖上传的有板有眼的消息，只求那4个号称天下4大美女的姐姐们不要愧对名号，给弟弟一个，自己留2个。
Now I just hope that before my brother comes down from the mountain, I can go and get some serious news from the Jianghu. I just hope that the 4 sisters who are known as the 4 most beautiful women in the world will not be ashamed of their names. Give 1 to your brother and keep 2 for yourself.
剩下1个就让偌大一个江湖去争抢好了。白虎脸一手端碗，一手摩挲着一柄绣东刀。刀是9长9短，是8般兵器中公认的9短之首，习剑的比较聪明，懒得争什么9短之首。
Let the vast world fight for the remaining 1. Bahir's face was holding a bowl in one hand and stroking an embroidered winter knife with the other. The sword is recognized as the first of the 9 shorts among the 9 longs, 9 shorts and 18 kinds of weapons. Those who practice swordsmanship are smarter and are too lazy to compete for the first of the 9 shorts.
直接给自己套了一个兵中之皇的名头。绣东刀长3尺2寸，柄长2寸半，精美绝伦，相较造型朴拙的春雷要更美观好看，很符合世子殿下的审美。他在灵州出行的时候
He directly gave himself the title of the King of Soldiers. The embroidered winter knife is 3 feet and 2 inches long, with a handle 2.5 inches long. It is extremely exquisite. Compared with the simple spring thunder, it is more beautiful and beautiful. It is in line with the aesthetics of His Highness the Crown Prince. When he was traveling in Lingzhou,
就喜欢去武库挑把顺眼好看的配件悬在腰间。对于绣东刀，他估摸着重量大概在2斤左右，但白虎脸某次心情好的时候透露，绣东刀重10斤9两。徐凤年没啥大优点。
I just like to go to the arsenal and pick out a nice-looking sword to hang on my waist. As for the shudong knife, he estimated the weight to be about 2 kilograms, but Bai Hu Erlian revealed one time when he was in a good mood that the shudong knife weighed 10 kilograms and 9 taels. I just like to go to the arsenal and pick out a nice-looking sword to hang on my waist.
出身北凉王府，小时候天天在武库厅朝廷中爬上爬下，就是见过世面，一下子就信了。至于狭窄短小的春雷刀，从未出鞘，白虎脸也从未言语提及，对徐凤年来说是个不大不小的遗憾。
Born in the northern Liang Palace, when I was a child, I climbed up and down the Tingqiao Pavilion in the arsenal every day. Once I saw the world, I immediately believed it. As for the narrow and short spring thunder sword, it was never unsheathed, and Bai Hu Erlian never mentioned it in words. Which is a big regret for Su Fengnian.
徐凤年举杯道：“我敬你。”白虎脸不易察觉的撇头，角度十分轻微，但徐凤年知道这表示白虎脸在询问，于是笑着回答道：“不是谢你送我回灵州，这不是恩情。”
Su Fengnian raised his glass and said, I respect you. Bai Hu's face tilted its head imperceptibly, and the angle was very slight, but Su Fengnian knew that this meant that Bai Hu's face was asking, so he smiled and replied, I'm not thanking you for sending me back to Lingzhou, this is not a favor.
半步吞金宝路送你2清了。 但你让我确定这世上确实有单枪匹马掀翻百人悍匪的高手，否则我3年苦日子就真白熬了。白虎脸继续保持那个角度。
I'll give you half of swallowing the golden treasure barrel to settle the matter. But you asked me to make sure that there is indeed a master in the world who can single-handedly overthrow 100 bandits, otherwise my 3 years of hard life would have been in vain. Bai Huer's face continued to maintain that angle.
几乎能够过目不忘的徐凤年是个不笨的人，再度主动解释道：“不管你信不信，我都要告诉你，王府里肯定有像你这样的高手，而且注定不止1、2个，但从来没人在我面前露上几手。”
Su Fengnian, who has almost a photographic memory, is not stupid, and once again took the initiative to explain. Whether you believe it or not, I have to tell you that there must be experts like you in the palace, and there are definitely more than 1 or 2, but no one has ever shown their skills in front of me.
大概是徐骁叮嘱过吧，这就导致我以前一直怀疑飞檐走壁踏雪无痕是不是江湖人士的吹牛皮。白虎脸低头喝了一口酒，徐凤年微笑道：“说吧，等我来找你，想让我做什么？”
Maybe it was Su Xiao who warned me, which led me to always wonder whether flying on the wall and walking on the snow without a trace was the bragging of people in the world. Bai Huer lowered his head and took a sip of wine. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Tell me what you want me to do when I come to you."
被他戏谑称作天下第一美人的白虎脸破天荒露出一个笑容，很符合他风格的开门见山道：“我想进入听朝廷，阅尽天下半数的武学秘典。”徐凤年错愕道：“你要做什么？”
Bai Huer, whom he jokingly called the most beautiful woman in the world, smiled for the first time, and said straight to the point in line with his style, "I want to enter Tingqiao Pavilion and read half of the secret martial arts books in the world." Su Fengnian said in astonishment, "What are you going to do?"
学武不枯燥无趣吗？我当年就是死活都不肯学武，冬练3九夏练3伏，说不定一生都没得喘息偷闲，哪有做游手好闲的纨绔来的舒坦？白虎脸嘴角微微翘起，不发一语。
Isn't learning martial arts boring and boring? Back then, I refused to learn martial arts even if it was life or death. I practiced from winter to summer and from spring to summer. I might not have any rest in my life. How could I be as comfortable as being an idle playboy? The corners of Bai Huer's face and mouth were slightly raised, but she didn't say a word.
显然是道不同不相为谋。徐凤年皱眉道：“就为了成为天下第一高手？”白虎脸望向横在桌上的春雷刀，轻轻摇头。徐凤年追问道：“难不成跟人抢女人，暂时抢不过，就想变厉害些？”
It's obvious that people with different paths don't agree with each other. Su Fengnian frowned and said, "Just to become the best in the world." Bai Huer looked at the spring thunder knife lying across the table and shook his head slightly. Su Fengnian asked, "Is it possible that you are trying to steal a woman from others, but you can't do it for the time being, so you want to become more powerful?"
白虎脸眼神古怪地瞥了一眼徐凤年，就跟看白痴一般。徐凤年没辙了，干脆闭嘴喝闷酒，没忘让掌柜给随行的老黄温了2壶最好最贵的黄酒。老黄姓黄，也只爱喝黄酒。
The white fox's face glanced at Su Fengnian strangely, as if he was looking at an idiot. Su Fengnian had no choice, so he simply shut up and drank. He didn't forget to ask the shopkeeper to warm up 2 pots of the best and most expensive rice wine for Lao Huang, who was accompanying him. Lao Huang, whose surname was Huang, only liked to drink rice wine.
怪人怪脾气，跟白虎脸一个死德性，可老黄咋就不跟白虎脸一样是高手力？一想到这个，徐凤年就更大口喝酒了。白虎脸缓缓开口道：“我想杀4个人。”徐凤年愣了。
Weird people with weird tempers have the same virtues as Bai Huer Lian, but why is Lao Huang not as good as Bai Huer Lian? Thinking of this, Su Fengnian drank even more. Bai Huer's face slowly said, "I want to kill 4 people." Su Fengnian was stunned.
以你的超卓身手，都很难。白虎脸眼神又古怪了。徐凤年立即知道自己又白痴了，自嘲道：“好吧，那他们就是天下10大高手了。”白虎脸望向窗外，神情落寞，一如清秋时节，趁景。
With your superb skills, is it difficult? Bai Huer's face and eyes looked weird again. Su Fengnian immediately knew that he was an idiot again, and laughed at himself. Okay, then they are the top 10 masters in the world. The white fox looked out the window with a lonely expression, just like the scenery in autumn.
差不离了，2位是一品高手，就是你嘴里的10大高手，还有2位，大概还要厉害一些，但4人中半数都不是你们黎阳王朝的人。徐凤年一拍大腿道：“白虎脸，你牛啊！”
They are almost the same. 2 are first-level masters, the top 10 masters in your mouth, and there are 2 more who are probably more powerful, but half of the 4 are not from your Liang dynasty. Su Fengnian slapped her thigh and said, "White fox face, you are awesome."
我就喜欢你这样的好汉。不小心泄露了天机，徐凤年心想不妙，但听到白胡儿脸绰号的美人只是微微一笑，似乎不讨厌，还觉得有趣。徐凤年试探性问道：“听朝廷不是想进就进的？”
I just like a hero like you. Su Fengnian thought something bad had happened when the secret was accidentally revealed, but the beauty who heard the nickname, White Fox Face, just smiled slightly. She didn't seem to dislike it, but found it interesting. Su Fengnian asked tentatively, "You can't enter Tingqiao Pavilion just because you want to."
自我记事起，几乎每一年就有所谓的江湖好汉飞蛾扑火，然后被抛尸荒野，我都亲眼看到过几次，死相凄惨。但我可以先答应你进了王府，我可以你看完一本我就去帮你拿出第二本。
As long as I can remember, almost every year there are so-called heroes who fly into the flames and are thrown into the wilderness. I have seen it several times with my own eyes, and they died in miserable ways. But I can promise you to enter the palace first. If you finish reading one book, I will help you get the second one.
直到你看完。如果徐骁答应，你可以直接待在听朝廷，前提是你不讨厌那几位行尸走肉一样的守阁奴。嘿，他们可没我如此英俊风趣。白虎脸狭长桃花眸流露出异彩。
Until you finish reading. If Su Xiao agrees, you can just stay in Tingqiao Pavilion. The premise is that you don't hate those zombie-like palace guards. Hey, they are not as handsome and funny as me. The white fox's narrow face and long peach blossom eyes reveal extraordinary splendor.
直直望向徐凤年，不言而喻。徐叫花，提条件吧。徐凤年忐忑道：“就一个条件，告诉我你的名字。”白虎脸歪着脑袋想了想，轻轻道：“南宫仆夜。”第6章，走一个。
Looking straight at Su Fengnian, it goes without saying, Su Jinghua, please make some conditions. Su Fengnian said anxiously, on one condition, tell me your name. Bai Huer tilted his head, thought for a moment, and said softly, Nangong Push. Chapter 6, let's go.
白虎脸没有任何阻拦进了王府，在那些当年被北凉铁骑踏破家园门派的江湖人来说，这里不仅进门难于登天，里头更加危机重重，与拥有天下第二。
Bai Huer entered the palace without any hindrance. For those Jianghu people who were trampled by the northern Liang cavalry in their home sects, not only was it difficult to get in, but it was even more dangerous inside.
坐镇的武帝城和剑仙辈出的吴家剑种并称3大禁地险境。武帝城是有一个睥睨天下高手的老怪物，剑种是有大批一生一世只许用剑甚至只许碰剑的苦搞剑士，而北凉王府
The Emperor Wu city where he is in charge and the Wu family sword tomb where many sword immortals are located are also known as the 3 most dangerous forbidden areas. There is an old monster in Emperor Wu city who looks down on all the masters in the world. The sword tomb contains a large number of haggard swordsmen who are only allowed to use swords or even touch swords throughout their lives. And the northern Liang prince's mansion.
除了明面上的北凉铁骑护卫，还有无数隐匿于暗处的不出世高手。那一场武林浩劫，人屠徐骁不仅割稻草一般成批杀掉了无数成名已久的江湖高手。
In addition to the northern Liang cavalry guards on the surface, there are also countless unborn masters hiding in the dark. In that martial arts catastrophe, Su Xiao not only cut straw, but also killed countless long-famous martial arts masters in batches.
也一样招来了相当规模、品性不佳但实力变态的走狗。最初的无名小卒徐骁，自打上阵第一天，便几乎不卸甲不下鞍，将近40年，看似没个止境，平步青云。
It has also attracted a considerable number of running dogs with bad character but abnormal strength. The original unknown soldier Su Xiao hardly took off his armor or saddle since the first day he entered the battle. He has been rising through the ranks for nearly 40 years with seemingly no end in sight.
足以让徐骁这个所有武林人士闻风丧胆的大魔头去豢养不计其数的门客、说客、侠客和刺客，赐予重金美币或者名利权位。武库建成后，更有各色武痴前往求学。
It was enough for Su Xiao, a big devil who was frightened by all martial arts people, to support countless retainers, lobbyists, knights and assassins, and bestow rich maids or maids with fame, wealth and power. After the arsenal was built, all kinds of martial arts enthusiasts went there to study.
心甘情愿为北凉王卖命镇宅，正常人谁敢去拔徐骁的虎须逆鳞？敢在徐骁面前自称老子并且动粗的不过一人而已，唯有领着白虎脸南宫仆夜进入王府的徐凤年。此刻
He is willing to work hard for the king of northern Liang to control the house. Who in the right mind would dare to pluck out Su Xiao's tiger beard and scales? There was only one person who dared to call himself I in front of Su Xiao and use violence. The only one was Su Fengnian, who led the white fox-faced Nangong servant into the palace. Now,
世子殿下三言两语给只知一个姓名的白虎脸介绍王府风景。徐凤年如自己所说，吃不了苦学不了武，空有天下武者梦寐以求的武库，却只晓得在里头看些旁门左道的末流杂书。
His Royal Highness the Crown Prince introduced the scenery of the palace to the white fox face who only knew his name in a few words. As he said, Su Fengnian could not learn martial arts through hard work. He only had an arsenal that the world's warriors dreamed of, but he only knew how to read some heretical and low-end miscellaneous books.
因此，徐凤年对王府阴暗处的三步一杀机没有太多玄妙感受，白虎脸则不敢掉以轻心。到了气象巍峨的听朝廷底下，抬头望着亭顶，眼神复杂，说是亭子。
Therefore, Su Fengnian didn't have much mysterious feelings about the three-step-one murder plan in the darkness of the palace, while Bai Huerlian did not dare to take it lightly. When I arrived at the majestic Tingqiao Pavilion, I looked up at the top of the pavilion with complicated eyes, saying it was a pavilion.
其实是一座正儿八经的阁楼，攒尖顶，层层飞檐，四望如一。徐凤年轻笑道：“对外宣称6楼，其实内里有9层，数字起于1及于9嘛。但估计京城那边有人会吃饱了，撑着说风凉话。”
In fact, it is a serious attic, with pointed roofs and overhanging eaves, making it look like one in all directions. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "It is claimed that there is a 6th floor, but in fact there are 9 floors inside. The numbers start from 1 pole to 9, but I am worried that there are people in the capital who are full and making sarcastic remarks."
就成现在这个样子了。如你所见，下4层外有回廊，5、6可做瞭望厅。顶楼没有摆放任何书籍物品，空无一物。阁内专门有5人负责将武学秘籍按照修习难度从下往上依次摆放。
It's like this now. As you can see, there is a cloister outside the lower 4 floors, and the 5th and 6th floor can be used as an observation hall. There are no books or items on the top floor, it is empty. There are 5 people in the pavilion who are responsible for arranging martial arts secrets from bottom to top according to the difficulty of practice.
应该就是江湖上所说的守阁奴，都是我打小就认识的老家伙，神出鬼没的。抄书人只有1人，我就是跟他学的字画丹青，并老子一个，比鬼更像鬼，但还是嗜酒如命。
They should be the so-called pavilion slaves in the world. They are old guys I have known since I was a child. They are mysterious and mysterious. There was only one scribe, and I learned calligraphy and painting from him. He was a tuberculosis man who looked more like a ghost than a ghost, but he was still addicted to alcohol.
我每次上楼都得给他带酒。守阁的武奴若说是高手，我信。我这半个师傅如果是，我就从9楼跳下来。白虎脸没有得寸进尺，要求入阁，连湖中的万里朝天都没欣赏，转身就走。
I have to bring him wine every time I go upstairs. If the Wu Nu who guards the pavilion says he is a master, I believe him. If my half-master were so, I would jump off the 9th floor. Bai Huer didn't push forward and ask to enter the pavilion. He didn't even appreciate the thousands of carp in the lake looking up to the sky, so he turned around and left.
清淡道：“你先帮我拿一套须弥戒子出来。佛门圣地碑林寺只有残缺半套，阁内应该有另外半套，共计6本。我翻书快，一本一本太麻烦，对我来说也不划算。”
He said lightly. "First help me get a set of Shumi mustard seeds. There is only half of the set in the Bailin Temple, the holy land of Buddhism. There should be another half set in the pavilion. There are 6 books in total. I can flip through books quickly. It's too troublesome for me to read each book one by one. It's not even worth it."
因为你上楼所需的酒钱我来付账，秀东和春雷我只能给你其中1把，所以你少登几次楼，我便多心安理得几分。徐凤年略带讨价还价嫌疑，轻声问道：“我能要那把春雷吗？”
Because I will pay for the drinks you need to go upstairs, and I can only give you one of Xiudong and Chunlei, so if you go upstairs less often, I will feel more at ease. Su Fengnian asked softly with a hint of bargaining, "Can I have that spring thunder?"
白虎脸不愧是爽利的男人，毫不犹豫道：“可以。”徐凤年讶异道：“你真舍得？”径直离开的白虎脸平静道：“这世上没有任何东西是舍不得放手的。”跟在身后的徐凤年撇了撇嘴。
Bai Huer's face was worthy of a straightforward man, and he said without hesitation, "Okay." Su Fengnian said in surprise, "Are you really willing to give up?" Bai Huer, who left straight away, said calmly, "There is nothing in this world that you can't bear to let go of." Su Fengnian, who was following behind, curled her lips.
不以为然嘀咕道：“恐怕孑然一身才有资格说这话吧。”白虎脸就在一栋离世子大院不远的僻静院落住下，过着黄卷青灯，在徐凤年看来无聊至极的日子，通宵达旦。
He muttered disapprovingly, "I'm afraid that I am qualified to say this only when I am alone." Bai Huerlian lived in a secluded courtyard not far from the prince's compound, and lived a boring life with yellow scrolls and green lanterns, staying up all night long in Su Fengnian's eyes.
看架势，只差没有凿壁偷光悬梁刺股了。原先徐凤年还想拉着这位美人赏赏风月，但还是作罢，除了进院子送书，就是去听朝廷还书，只是送书的时候聊上几句。
Judging from the posture, the only difference is that there is no way to cut through the wall, steal the cantilever beam, and stab the buttocks. Originally, Su Fengnian wanted to take this beauty to enjoy the scenery, but he gave up. Apart from going into the yard to deliver books, he also went to the Chowting Pavilion to listen to the books being returned, and just chatted a few words while delivering the books.
都是浅尝辄止，问一下江湖事。例如问白虎脸天下10大高手谁更登峰造极，那4大美女是不是真的沉鱼落雁，都是门外汉的幼稚问题。
They are all just asking about the affairs of the world. For example, asking Baihureface who among the top 10 masters in the world is more at the top, and whether the 4 beauties are really worthless, are all naive questions for a layman.
寄人篱下的白虎脸却没有仰人鼻息的想法，多半不搭理。对此，徐凤年无可奈何。不过，唯一的收获就是现在不近人情的白虎脸愿意他去摸一下秀东和春雷两柄刀。
The white fox face who lives under someone else's roof has no intention of looking up to others and mostly ignores them. Su Fengnian had nothing to do about this, but the only gain was that Baihuerlian, who was now unkind, was willing to touch the Xiudong and Chunlei knives.
甚至不介意他抽出秀东，自娱自乐，耍几个蹩脚把式。对此，大柱国睁一只眼闭一只眼，始终没有过问半句。世子殿下回城的消息一传开，
He didn't even mind if he took out his embroidery and entertained himself with some lame tricks. In this regard, De Zugwo turned a blind eye and never said a word. As soon as the news spread that His Highness the Crown Prince had returned to the city,
当天就有与徐凤年交好的灵州大纨绔就屁颠屁颠跑上门。那时候他还在呼呼睡大觉，大柱国就全部赶走。直到现在，才有人能进府叨扰。一个是灵州慕言结溪的二公子严持吉。
On the same day, some Lingzhou dandies who were friends with Su Fengnian came running to the door. At that time, he was still sleeping soundly, and Dazhu Kingdom drove them all away. Until now, only one person has been able to enter the house to make trouble. One is Yan Qiji, the second son of Mu Yanjiexi in Lingzhou.
另外一位则是恶名昭彰的丰州李公子李翰林。前者由于名字谐音比较不幸，被邻近几个州郡的纨绔唤作爷吃鸡，却是个难得的正人君子，书呆子一枚，只不过学究的比较可爱。
The other one is the notorious Fengzhou Li Gongzi Li Hanlin. Due to the unfortunate homophony of his name, the former was called Yi Eat Chicken by dandies from several neighboring states and counties. However, he was a rare gentleman and a bookworm, but he was more pedantic and cute.
小事上含糊，大事上心思剔透。而名字清雅的李大公子则是十足的恶霸，将活人投入兽笼观看分尸惨剧，只是这位丰州头号纨绔的其中一个激情趣味，还有男女通杀。
He is vague on small things, but clear-minded on big things. Mr. Li, whose name is Qingya, is a complete bully. Putting living people into animal cages to watch the dismemberment of corpses is just one of the abnormal interests of this number one dude in Fengzhou. He also kills men and women.
尤其喜好唇红齿白的小相公，身边总要带着1、2位眉清目秀的青衣书童，以备宠幸亵玩。与严杰西相识，是因为严公子从小就习惯了做世子殿下跟屁虫。
He especially likes the little husband with red lips and white teeth, and always has 1 or 2 handsome schoolboys in Xing-Yi beside him for pampering and toying with. I got acquainted with Yan Jieshi because Mr. Yan has been accustomed to being a follower of His Highness since he was a child.
徐凤年也喜欢捉弄这个嘴边总挂着圣人教诲的同龄人。至于李翰林这个渣子，祸害别人是心狠手辣，从不计后果，但对待朋友却挑不出毛病。再者，李翰林有个姐姐吉水令。
Su Fengnian also likes to tease this peer who always talks about the teachings of saints. As for Li Hanlin, this scumbag, he is cruel and ruthless when it comes to harming others, and he never cares about the consequences, but he can't find fault with his friends. Moreover, Li Hanlin has a sister who is very charming.
徐凤年垂涎已久，这不想着能近水楼台。除了书呆子严持吉和恶少李翰林，原本还有一个要好的官宦子弟姓孔，只是随着父辈升迁进京做官，已经4年没见，那是个武痴。
Su Fengnian has been coveting it for a long time, not wanting to be close to the water. In addition to the bookworm Yan Qiji and the evil boy Li Hanlin, there was another official son named Kong who was originally close to him. However, he followed his father's promotion and came to Beijing to become an official. He has not seen them for 4 years. He is a martial arts fanatic.
4人聚在一起，基本上分工就属于为首的徐凤年出馊主意，心思缜密、算无一策的严持吉负责擦屁股，孔武痴出力， 如果事情败露，那就让破罐子破摔的李翰林背黑锅，天衣无缝。
When the four of them got together, the division of labor was basically that Su Fengnian, the leader, came up with the bad idea. Yan Qiji, who was thoughtful and calculated, was responsible for wiping the butt, and Kong Wuqi helped. If the matter was exposed, then the broken-hearted Li Hanlin would take the blame. Seamless.
凤哥给徐凤年做了10多年小跟班的严持吉已然是翩翩公子哥，但一见面就是渲然欲泣的模样，道出一声百转柔肠的亲昵称呼后，就眼眶湿润。哎，这家伙啥都好，就是娇气。
Brother Feng. Yan Qiji, who has been Su Fengnian's little follower for more than 10 years, is already a handsome young man, but when they met, he looked like he was about to cry, and his eyes became wet after he said a tender and affectionate name. Alas, this guy is good at everything except being squeamish.
多愁善感，悲春伤秋，像个娘们。也难怪李翰林觉得这家伙跟他一样有龙养好，只是他爷们是玩弄小相公，严持吉却是钟情于凤哥。凤哥，李翰林的招呼就要霸气许多。
Sentimental and sad, like a woman. No wonder Li Hanlin felt that this guy was just as good as Long Yang, but he was just playing tricks on his young husband, while Yan Qiji was in love with Brother Feng. Brother Feng. Li Hanlin's greeting was much more domineering.
想要跟久别重逢的徐凤年拥抱一下，被后者一脚抬起，轻轻抵在他腹部，笑骂了一句“离我远点”，一身从男人身上带来的脂粉气。狐朋狗友重聚于清凉山山顶，最适合远眺的白鹤楼。
He wanted to hug Su Fengnian, who had reunited after a long absence, but the latter lifted her foot and gently pressed it against his abdomen, laughing and scolding, "Stay away from me, I'm wearing the rosy air brought from men." The friends reunited at the White Crane Tower at the top of Qingliang Mountain, which is the best place for overlooking.
这栋楼外悬挂的对联“故人送我下阳关，先人扶我上黄山”，不是出自那些王朝内享誉海外一字值千金的书法大家，而是出自8岁时的徐凤年。现在看来愈发稚气。
The couplet hanging outside this building, "An old friend sent me down to Yangguan, and the immortal helped me up to Huangshan Mountain," was not written by those famous calligraphers in the dynasty who were famous overseas, but by Su Fengnian when he was 8 years old. It seems even more childish now.
但哪怕现在铁画银钩运转如意了许多，听朝廷内的抄书人及世子殿下的半个师傅却说，这是世子殿下最没有匠气的一副对联，字和意都是如此。当年大柱国一开心就照办。
But even though the iron paintings and silver hooks are working much better now, the scribe in the Chao Pavilion, half of His Highness the Master, said that this is the least ingenious couplet by His Highness. Whenever the country is happy, it will be copied.
精心拓印以后挂上了，这些年一直没有换一副对联的迹象。徐凤年没怎么诉说这3年的辛酸困苦，只是挑了些新鲜的武林轶事见闻给2个同龄人讲述，娓娓道来。
After careful rubbing and hanging, there has been no sign of changing the couplets over the years. Su Fengnian didn't talk much about the hardships of the past 3 years. He just picked some fresh martial arts anecdotes and told them to 2 peers.
听得2人一惊一乍，艳羡万分。喝掉1壶酒，徐凤年也差不多讲完，严持吉和李翰林还在回味。徐凤年走到回廊，趴在栏杆上轻轻一笑道：“这下子你们知道自己是井底之蛙了吧？”
The 2 of them were shocked and envious. After drinking a bottle of wine, Su Fengnian had almost finished speaking. Yan Qiji and Li Hanlin were still reminiscing. Su Fengnian walked to the corridor, leaned on the railing and smiled softly. "Now you know that you are the frog in the well."
爷持吉以后肯定能读万卷书，我也走了几千里路，那翰林你……大大咧咧的李翰林挠挠头道：“要不然以后捞个将军做，杀1万个人。”严持吉鄙夷道：“莽夫！”李翰林跳脚道
After eating chicken, I will definitely be able to read thousands of books. I have also traveled thousands of miles. What about you, Hanlin? The careless Li Hanlin scratched his head and said, "How about getting a general to kill 10,000 people in the future?" Yan Qiji said contemptuously, "Reckless man." Li Hanlin jumped to his feet and said,
这话你敢对大柱国说去？严持吉语塞，一时间无法应答反驳。徐凤年提议道：“骑马出去溜一圈。”李翰林第一个附和，兴高采烈道：“那一定要去紫金楼，余花魁这3年为了你。”
"Do you dare to say this to Daju Kingdom?" Yan Qiji was at a loss for words and could not reply for a while. Su Fengnian suggested, "Go for a ride on horseback." Li Hanlin was the first to agree and said happily, "Then you must go to Zijin Tower. Yu Huakue has been here for you for the past 3 years."
可是没有一次接客，名头都被一个新花魁给压过了。徐凤年问道：“带银子没？”李翰林拍了拍鼓出很多的肚子，嘿嘿道：“瞧见没？这趟出门，本公子从密室偷了1万两银票。”
But not once did she receive a guest, and her reputation was overtaken by a new oiran. Su Fengnian asked, "Do you have any money?" Li Hanlin patted his bulging belly and said, "Hey, did you see that this time I went out and stole 10,000 taels of silver notes from the secret room?"
为了凤哥可是豁出血本了，回去被禁足也认了。严持吉嘲讽道：“瞧你出息的！”李翰林皮后笑道：“那你倒是偷点出来啊，不说1万两，就1000两，你敢吗？你们书生啊，就只会纸上谈兵。”
I spent all my money for Brother Feng, and even accepted that I was banned when I returned home. Yan Chiji mocked, "Look at your future." Li Hanlin was thick-skinned and said with a smile, "Then you can steal some, not just 10,000 taels, but just 1,000 taels. Do you dare? You scholars can only talk on paper."
真要骂架斗殴这类干正经事，哪次不是凤哥我们3个出列？给你个托，光光的娘们都不敢在他肚皮上翻滚，还敢说我没出息。严持吉涨红了脸，冷哼一声。
If we really want to do serious things like scolding and fighting, how can we not do it with Brother Feng and the 3 of us? I'll give you a naked girl, but you won't dare to roll over on her belly, and you'll still dare to say that I'm worthless. Yan Chiji blushed and snorted coldly.
每一个以天为被以地为床的凄凉夜晚，听着不远处老黄的刺耳鼾声，由怨天尤人转为苦中作乐的徐凤年都会怀念几个死党拌嘴的光阴，还有一同跃马南淮河畔，一同调戏良家。
Every desolate night with the sky as his bed and the earth as his bed, Su Fengnian, who has turned from complaining about others to enjoying himself in misery, will miss the time when a few best friends quarreled, and when they were riding horses together over Nanhuai River, listening to the harsh snoring of Lao Huang not far away. By the river, we teased the good family together.
一起高歌上青楼，一起闯祸，一起作孽，一起大醉酩酊。3人异口同声道：“走一个！”第7章，武媚娘望城头。紫金楼有名气，很有名气，极其有名气，名气之大。
We sang together in a brothel, got into trouble together, committed crimes together, and got drunk together. The 3 of them said in unison, "Let's go one." Chapter 7, Wu Meinyang looks at the top of the city. Zijin Tower is famous, very famous, extremely famous, very famous.
传闻陛下来北凉王府避暑的时候，曾微服私访过紫金楼，只求一睹那一年梁地4州当之无愧首席花魁李媛媛的倾城之姿。当然，这只是无据可查的小道消息。李媛媛销声匿迹之后
Rumor has it that when His Majesty came to the northern Liang Palace to escape the summer heat, he paid a private visit to Zijin Tower incognito, just to catch a glimpse of the stunning beauty of Li Yuanyuan, who was the chief courtesan of the 4 states in Liang that year. Of course, this is just unsubstantiated gossip, after Li Yuanyuan disappeared.
4州再没有出现毫无争议的花魁，只是百花争放一般，各个青楼的美人们费尽心机的争芳斗艳，直到出现了一位家世败落后沦落风尘的于右威。
There was no undisputed courtesan in the 4 states. It was just like 100 flowers blooming. The beauties in various brothels tried their best to compete for beauty, until a young girl named Yu Wei, who fell into prostitution after her family failed, appeared.
在作践自己的女子，想必都不会用上真名，所以于右威的原本名字不知，大概真正姓于，取了谐音。紫金楼最大的恩客世子殿下私下问过这个勾栏最忌讳的问题，于右微笑而不语。
No woman who cheats on her will ever use her real name, so Yu Yuwei's original name is unknown, but her real surname is probably Yu, which is a homophone. His Royal Highness, the biggest benefactor of Zijin Tower, asked this most taboo question in private, and Yu Yuwei smiled and said nothing.
可也没有让徐凤年太失望，表演一曲从未露面现世的绚烂剑舞，看得徐凤年目瞪口呆，先是惊艳，后面可就是胆寒了。如果不是屋外站着一个被北凉王府豢养的耳聋口哑老怪物。
But Su Fengnian was not too disappointed. She performed a splendid sword dance that had never appeared in the world before. Su Fengnian was dumbfounded. First she was amazed, and then she became frightened. If it weren't for a deaf-mute old man who was raised by Bailiang Prince's palace standing outside the house. Monster.
怕死不说，还怕疼的徐凤年早就落荒而逃。这以后去紫金楼的次数便越来越少，心中疑惑便越来越浓。3个公子哥骑着3匹骏马，在灵州城主干道上纵马狂奔。
Su Fengnian, who was afraid of death and pain, had already fled. After that, the number of visits to Zijin Tower became less and less, and the doubts in my heart became more and more intense. 3 young masters rode 3 horses and galloped along the main road of Lingzhou City.
身后跟着大队的护卫，李翰林猖狂大笑，毫不解气。这3年没了凤哥，日子就是算不上快活。被拖下水无数次的严持吉早就认命了，最大程度尽量避让行人。
Behind him was a large group of guards. Li Hanlin laughed wildly and felt very angry. Without Brother Feng in the past 3 years, his life has not been happy. Yan Qiji, who had been dragged into the water countless times, had already accepted his fate and tried his best to avoid pedestrians.
梁第4州的天字号公子哥徐凤年居中带头摘了紫金冠，单纯以玉簪束发，舍弃了佩剑、折扇、玉环之类的繁琐累赘，更显风流倜傥、清俊非凡，直奔那座鎏金躺银的温柔乡。
Su Fengnian, the prince of the 4 prefectures of Liangdi, took the lead. He wore a purple gold crown and simply tied his hair with a jade hairpin, abandoning tedious and burdensome things like swords, folding fans, and jade rings. He looked even more suave and handsome. Go straight to that gentle town where gold and silver flow.
紫金楼的老鸨当年也是艳名响亮的花魁，这些年随着紫金楼的水涨船高，除非贵客，根本懒得抛头露面，今日却急匆匆盛装打扮一番。
The Madam of Zijin Tower was also a well-known courtesan back then, but as the Purple Tower has grown in popularity over the years, she doesn't even bother to show her face unless she is a distinguished guest, but today she hurriedly dressed up.
亲自出门迎接3位梁地完全可以横着走的大公子，3人齐齐翻身下马，将缰绳交给早就候着不惜跌价去越区带袍的大龟公，不需要徐凤年说什么。
He went out in person to greet 3 young men who could walk sideways in Liangqi. The 3 of them all got off their horses and handed the reins to the big turtle man who had been waiting to replace him at a reduced price. Su Fengnian didn't need to say anything.
熟门熟路的李翰林便抽出一张500两银票，塞入徐娘半老风韵、尤胜凌人清官的老鸨领口，怪笑一声道：“韩大娘，本公子还未尝过你这岁数婆娘的味道，要不今天破个例？”韩大娘。
Li Hanlin, who was familiar with the family, took out a 500-tael silver note, stuffed it into the collar of the old madam who was more elegant than an actor, and said with a strange smile, Aunt Han, I have never tasted the taste of a woman of your age. How about making an exception today? Aunt Han.
可有从这里拿去1万两银子的床上功夫？本公子可听说了，你当年遇人吹箫可是一绝。老鸨伸出一根手指，柔柔戳了一下一脸邪气的李翰林，娇媚笑道：“哟，李公子这回好有雅致。”
Do you have the skills in bed to get 10,000 taels of silver from here? My lord, I have heard that you were a very good beauty when you played the flute. The madam stretched out a finger and poked Li Hanlin, who had an evil look on his face, and said with a charming smile, Hey, Mr. Li is so elegant this time.
只要不嫌老牛吃嫩草，韩姨可就要使出18般武艺了。莫说遇人吹箫，观音到做连都，娴熟得很。虽然与李翰林放肆调笑，老鸨的眼神却始终在徐凤年身上滴溜溜打转。
As long as she doesn't mind the old cow eating young grass, Aunt Han will use her 18 martial arts skills, not to mention the beautiful woman playing the flute, and the guanyin sitting upside down on the lotus. Although he and Li Hanlin were joking wildly, the madam's eyes were always lingering on Su Fengnian.
李翰林搂着韩大娘依旧纤细弹性的柳腰，和凤哥以及严书贵一起进了紫金楼，轻声坏笑道：“韩大娘，你知道我口味，这次偷溜出来，没来得及带上书童。”
Li Hanlin put his arms around Aunt Han's still slender and elastic waist, entered the Zijin building with Brother Feng and Yan Shushi, and said with a soft smile, Aunt Han, you know my taste. This time I sneaked out and didn't have time to take the book boy with me.
你这有调，教玉贴的小相公没？至于你，我建议你勾搭一下严公子，他还是个厨，只要你能把他折腾的腰酸背痛腿抽筋下不了床，我把身上银子全给你不说，还赊账5000两，这生意如何？
Do you know how to teach me how to iron clothes? As for you, I suggest you hook up with Mr. Yen. He is still a youngster. As long as you can make him suffer from soreness in the back and leg cramps and unable to get out of bed, I will give you all the money I have and give you 5,000 taels on credit. This business how?
当然别忘了，事后给严公子一个66两的小红包。年岁不小却为人老珠黄的老鸨妩媚道：“这可不中，周穆大人还不得把我的紫金楼给封喽。至于小相公。”
Of course, don't forget to give Mr. Yen a small red envelope of 66 taels afterwards. The old bustard, who is not young but not very old, said charmingly, This is not a good idea. Mr. Zhou Mu is not allowed to seal my Zijin Tower. As for my little husband.
刚好有几位马上要出道的可人，比姑娘还嫩，那皮肤保证就跟蜀锦酥缎一个手感，包你100个满意。李翰林嘿嘿道：“那老规矩，世子殿下去余花魁那里，我自己找乐子。”
There just happen to be a few beauties who are about to debut. They are more tender than girls, and their skin is guaranteed to feel like Sichuan brocade and suede. I guarantee you 100 satisfaction. Li Hanlin said heehily, The old rule is that your highness goes to the fish court and I have fun by myself.
韩大娘在给严公子找2位会手弹会舞曲的清官，她故作幽怨道：“李大公子就不想尝一尝韩乙美人蛇卷枪的滋味？”李翰林一巴掌拍在他风臀上，道：“下次。”
Aunt Han asked Mr. Yen to find 2 young ladies who knew how to dance and dance. She pretended to be resentful and said, "Young Masterly, don't you want to taste the beauty of Aunt Han's tongue curling with a gun?" Li Hanlin slapped her plump buttocks and said, "Next time."
养精蓄锐，以后再与韩大娘大战800回合，定要好生体会一下你的18般武艺。徐凤年对此见怪不怪，直入后院，找到一处种植清一色芭蕉的独门独院，推门而入。
After recharging your energy, you can fight Aunt Han for 800 rounds. I must have a good experience of your 18 martial arts skills. Su Fengnian was not surprised by this. He went straight into the backyard, found a private courtyard planted with all kinds of bananas, and pushed the door in.
与兴师动众的老鸨韩大娘不一样，坐在院中望着一株残败芭蕉，怔怔出神的女子素颜相向。她只穿青色衣裳，今天也不例外，明显听见了徐凤年轻笑的动静，依然一动不动。
Unlike Madame Han, the madam who mobilized people, the woman who was sitting in the courtyard looking at a ruined banana plant in trance looked at her without makeup. She only wore blue clothes. Today was no exception. She clearly heard Su Feng's young smile and remained motionless.
她与那些讲求排场的花魁不同，没有贴身服侍的婢女丫鬟，连收拾房间、打扫庭院都自己动手，特立独行，放眼粉门勾栏，还真是鹤立鸡群了。石桌上蹲着一只不臃肿也不消瘦的白猫。
Unlike those ostentatious oirons, she did not have any maids or maids to serve her personally. She even cleaned up the room and cleaned the courtyard herself. She was a maverick. Looking at the pink doors and railings, she really stood out from the crowd. Squatting on the stone table was a white cat that was neither bloated nor thin.
就如主人的妖娆身段一个道理，增减1分都不妥。灵性留意的白猫有一双璀璨似红宝石的眼珠子，盯着人看的时候，就让人觉得荒诞诡异。
Just like the owner's enchanting figure, it is not appropriate to increase or decrease it. The spiritual white cat has a pair of bright ruby-like eyes, which makes people feel absurd and weird when it stares at people.
最取巧的是，这只体毛如雪的宠物昵称武媚娘。徐凤年坐在他身边，轻轻道：“刚回灵州，一口气睡了个饱，马上就出来见你了。”余花魁伸出纤手抚摸着武媚娘的脑袋。
The most surprising thing is that this pet with body hair as thick as snow is nicknamed Wu Meinyang. Su Fengnian sat next to her and said softly, "I just returned to Lingzhou. After a good sleep, I will come out to see you soon." Yu Huakui stretched out his slender hand and stroked Wu Meinyang's head.
小娘子赌气似的柔声道：“幼薇不过是个风尘女，哪里敢奢望更多？第一次不过是壮着胆子提向那位世子殿下要一个侍妾名分的玩笑，那人便一洗手坛，连续出了昏招。”
The little lady said softly, as if she was angry, Yu Wei is just a prostitute, how dare you expect more? The first time, she just had the courage to make a joke about asking the crown prince for a concubine status, and the man fell into a coma after talking with each other. Trick.
被我屠掉一条大龙。第二次不过是舞剑一曲，那人便不敢往这院子多待了。就是不知道这一次又会出什么幺蛾子，那人就再不来了。最难消受美人恩啊。
I killed a big dragon. The second time, it was just a sword dance, and the man did not dare to stay in the yard any longer. I just don't know what will happen this time, and that person will never come again. The most difficult thing to bear is the kindness of a beautiful woman.
徐凤年用打抱不平的语气愤恨道：“那家伙也忒不是个东西了，胆小如鼠，气量如虫。姑娘，你犯不着为这种人置气，下次见着他就当头一棒下去。”于幼薇嘴角微翘，但故意板着脸道：“哦。”
Su Fengnian said angrily in an aggrieved tone, "That guy is nothing. He is as timid as a mouse and has the courage of a worm. Girl, you can't be angry with this kind of person. Next time you see him, give him a slap on the head." The corners of Yu Youwei's mouth curled up slightly, but she deliberately said with a straight face, "Oh?"
那敢问公子你是何方人士，姓神名神？徐凤年厚颜无耻道：“不凑巧，姓徐名凤年，与那混蛋同名同姓，但却比他强上108000里。哪怕姑娘你说要做妾，二话不说。”
May I ask, sir, where you are from and what your surname is? Su Fengnian said shamelessly, "Unfortunately, my surname is Su and my surname is Fengnian. I have the same name as that bastard, but I am infinitely better than him. Even if you say you want to be a concubine, girl, you won't say a word."
立马锣鼓喧天，8抬大轿给抬回家。 于右威终于转头正视徐凤年，只是这位双眸剪秋水的美人眼中并无太多惊喜雀跃，继续妄想芭蕉。晚了，我明天就要去楚州，那里是我的故乡。
Immediately, gongs and drums were played and 8 people carried a large sedan chair to carry him home. Yu Yue finally turned to look at Su Fengnian, but the beauty with slender eyes did not have much surprise and excitement in her eyes. She continued to look at Basho. It's too late. I'm going to Chuzhou tomorrow. That's mine. Home.
去了就不再回来。徐凤年惊呼出声。于右威收回视线，凝视着相依为命的武媚娘，苦涩道：“后悔了吧？可世上哪有后悔药给我们吃？”徐凤年默不作声，眉头紧皱。于右威趴在石桌上。
Once you go, you will never come back. Su Fengnian exclaimed. Yu Yue withdrew her gaze, stared at Wu Meinyang who depended on each other, and said bitterly, I regret it, but there is no regret medicine in the world for us. Su Fengnian was silent and frowned. Yu Yue lay on the stone table.
呢喃道：“世子殿下，你看，武媚娘在看墙头呢。”徐凤年顺着白猫的视线，扭头看了眼不高的墙头，没什么风景，揉了揉脸颊道：“墙外行人听着墙里秋千上的佳人笑，叫无奈。”
He murmured, Your Highness, look, Wu Meinyang is looking at the wall. Su Fengnian followed the white cat's line of sight and turned to look at the low wall. There was no scenery. She rubbed her cheek and said, Pedestrians outside the wall feel helpless when they hear the beauty on the swing inside the wall laugh.
可我都走进墙里了，你咋就偷偷出去，岂不是更让人无奈？于右威莞尔一笑，做了个俏皮鬼脸，活该。徐凤年呆滞，与他相识，从未见过他活泼作态，以前的他总是恬静如水，古井不波。
But I've already walked into the wall, why would you sneak out? Wouldn't it be even more helpless? The young fish Wei smiled and made a playful face, You deserve it. Su Fengnian is dull. When I met her, I had never seen her lively and pretentious. In the past, she was always as calm as water, and there was no ripple in the ancient well.
让徐凤年误认为泰山崩于他眼前都会不动声色，也一直不觉得他会真的去做一个富贵人家的美妾。她是一株飘萍才最动人，若成了肥鱼的庭院芭蕉，兴许就没有生气了。
Su Fengnian mistakenly thought that she would remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her eyes, and she never thought that she would really become a concubine of a wealthy family. She is most attractive when she is a fluttering plant. If she becomes a plump garden banana, she may be lifeless.
徐凤年心中自己骂了一句该死的附庸风雅，竟跟大兵皮老爹学坏的了。这老家伙专门在听朝廷放了一本自己撰写的《半生戎马记》，与兵法大家们的传世名著放在一起。
Su Fengnian cursed in his heart that he was too arty, and he had learned the bad things from the soldier's old man. This old guy specially placed a copy of Half a Life of Soldiers, written by himself in the Tingqiao Pavilion, and placed it with the handed-down masterpieces of masters on the art of war together.
无病呻吟，恬不知耻。他双手捧着武媚娘，垂手问道：“凤年，最后跟你舞剑一回，敢不敢看？”徐凤年眉来由生出一股豪情壮志，有何不敢？于右威轻柔道：“世上可真没后悔药的。”
Moaning without illness is shameless. She held Wu Meinyang in both hands, bowed her head and asked, Fengnian, I will dance with you one last time. Do you dare to watch? Su Fengnian felt a sense of pride and ambition for no reason. Why don't you dare? Yu Yue said softly, There is really no regret medicine in this world.
徐凤年笑道：“死也值得。”一盏茶后，于右威走出来，风华绝美。他舞剑，走了至极的偏锋，红绫缠手，尾端系剑。刹那间，满院见光。上回舞剑，请了一位琴姬操曲，骑马出凉州。
Su Fengnian smiled and said, It's worth dying. After a cup of tea, Yu Yue came out, looking very graceful and beautiful. She danced with the sword, taking an extreme slant, with red silk wrapped around her hand and the sword tied at the end. In an instant, the courtyard was filled with sword light. Last time, we invited a Qin girl to perform the sword dance riding out of Liangzhou.
这一次只是由他亲自吟唱了一曲《望城头》。这首诗是西楚亡国后从上音学宫流传出来，不求押韵，字字悲怆愤慨，被评点为当时哀诗榜首。西楚有女公孙氏，一舞剑气动四方。
This time she sang the song looking at the city head, in person. This poem was circulated from the Shangyin Academy after the fall of the Western Chu dynasty. It did not seek rhyme, and every word was sad and indignant. It was rated as the top elegiac poem in the world. In the Western Chu dynasty, there was a daughter named Gongsun, who moved all directions with her sword dance.
观者如山色沮丧，天地为之久低昂。先帝侍女3000人，公孙剑气出第一。大皇城上数将旗，唯有佳人立墙头。18万人骑铁甲， 举国无一是男儿。方才武媚娘在看墙头。
The viewer is as depressed as the mountains, and the heaven and earth are depressed for a long time. The late emperor had 3,000 maids, and Gongsun was the first in swordsmanship. Flags were lowered on the city of Phoenix, but only beauties stood on the wall. 180,000 people were all disarmed, and there was not a single man in the country. Wu Meinyang was looking at the wall just now.
那当年是谁在看那立于王国城头上的佳人？曲中，常见携带一股肃杀之气，急速飞出，直刺徐凤年头颅。他似乎听到了将死之人的那句临终别言：“十指包青松，能不提剑？”
Then who was looking at the beautiful woman standing on top of the city that had subjugated the country? The song ends. The long sword flew out quickly with a murderous aura and stabbed Su Fengnian's head straight. She seemed to have heard the dying man's farewell words, peeling green onions with 10 fingers. You can do it without lifting the sword.
而只是与我手弹该多好！那一瞬间，死士于右微纤手微微颤抖，可剑却已刺出。这世上没有后悔药。这首《望城头》是于右微父亲写给娘亲的诗。
But how nice it would be to just talk to my hand. At that moment, Death Warrior Fish Yoe's delicate hands trembled slightly, but the sword had already been thrust out. There is no regret medicine in this world. This poem, Looking at the City Head, is a poem written by Yu Yoe's father to her mother.
那时候，父女两人被裹挟在难民潮流中，回望城头，只有一个纤弱身影。父亲回到上阴学宫没多久便抑郁而终，真名于玄机的他便长途跋涉来到灵州，先学了最地道的凤州腔。
At that time, the father and daughter were caught in the refugee flow. Looking back at the city, there was only a fragile figure. Not long after her father returned to Shangyin Academy, he died of depression. Her real name was Yu Xuanji, so she traveled a long distance to Lingzhou and first learned the most authentic Fengzhou accent.
然后做了三教九流中最不堪的妓女，所幸姿容出众，一开始就被有意无意培养成花魁，不需要做令他想到便作呕的皮肉生意。然后顺理成章遇到了寻花问柳的世子殿下。
Then she became the most despicable prostitute among the 3 religions and 9 schools. Fortunately, she was outstanding in appearance and was cultivated to be a courtesan from the beginning, intentionally or unintentionally. She didn't need to do the flesh and blood business that made her sick just thinking about it. Then, naturally, I met His Highness the Crown Prince who was looking for flowers and flowers.
最多时间只是手谈对弈，这个人图的儿子真不像他父亲啊，不会半点武功，好色但不饥色，甚至一点不介意跟他说许多诗词都是花钱跟世子们买来充门面的。
Most of the time they just talked and played games. This Rentu's son was really not like his father. He didn't know any martial arts. He was lustful, but not horny. He didn't even mind telling her that many poems were bought from scholars. Just to show off.
于玄机只是学了世人熟知的公孙氏剑舞皮毛，但自信足以杀死徐凤年，前提是房外不会站着北凉王府的鹰犬。整整5年时间，他都没能等到机会。然后徐凤年消失了3年。
Yu Xuanji had only scratched the surface of the well-known Gongsun sword dance, but she was confident enough to kill Su Fengnian, provided that there were no hawks and dogs from the northern Liang Palace standing outside the room. For 5 years, she failed to wait for the chance. Then Su Fengnian disappeared for 3 years.
再过半旬就是娘亲的忌日，于玄机准备什么都不管，去守墓一辈子，可他却回来了，而且没有贴身护卫，在院门附近虎视眈眈，冥冥中自有天意吗？他问过他的，敢不敢看剑舞？他说
In half a month, it will be his mother's memorial day. Yu Xuanji was ready to ignore everything and guard the tomb for the rest of his life, but he came back without a personal bodyguard, watching eagerly near the courtyard gate. Is there some God's will? She asked him if he dared to watch the sword dance. He said,
死了值得。刺杀世子殿下，大柱国徐骁最心疼的儿子，他肯定是必死的。天下没有谁做了这种事情能活下去。也好，黄泉路上有个伴，到时候他要打骂就随他了。于玄机不忍再看。
It's worth dying. Assassinating His Royal Highness, the most beloved son of Dazhu Kingdom Su Shao, she must die. No one in the world can survive after doing such a thing. It's okay, I have a companion on the road to hell. When the time comes, he wants to fight and scold me, so just let him. Yu Xuanji couldn't bear to look at it anymore.
铿锵一声，离徐凤年额头只差1寸的长剑断为2截。于玄机睁开眼，茫然恍惚，不知何时院中多了一位白袍女子，连她都要赞叹一声美人。刺杀失败了。
A sonorous sound. The long sword that was only an inch away from Su Fengnian's forehead was broken into 2 pieces. Yu Xuanji opened his eyes and was in a daze. At some point, a woman in white robe appeared in the courtyard. Even she wanted to admire her beauty. The assassination failed?
于玄机不知道是悲哀还是庆幸，手上还有一柄剑，本来就是用作自刎以逃过屈辱的，抬手准备一抹脖子，死了干净。可惜武媚娘就要成为野猫了。那个男人也说过，大雪铺地的时候。
Yu Xuanji didn't know whether he was sad or lucky, but he still had a sword in his hand, which was originally used to kill himself to escape humiliation. He raised his hand to wipe his neck, and he died cleanly. It's a pity that Wu Meinyang is about to become a wild cat. The man also said when heavy snow covers the ground.
站在王府厅朝廷里，能看见最美的风光，最美是多美。无需徐凤年出生，一心成为死监的于玄机就被桃花一般的女子单手捏住禅意剑刃，一拈就夺了过去，随手一抛，斜割去大片芭蕉。
Standing in the Wangfu Tingchao Pavilion, you can see the most beautiful scenery. How beautiful is it? Su Fengnian didn't need to say anything, but Yu Xuanji, who was determined to die, was caught by the peach blossom-like woman with one hand. She grabbed the blade of the cicada wing sword with one hand, threw it casually, and cut off a large piece of plantain at an angle.
这还不够，一膝盖撞在余花魁腹部，让这样天见可怜的美人躬身如下。徐凤年本想嘀咕一句美人何苦为难美人，但见识到白狐儿脸的狠辣手法，失去闭嘴。
If this wasn't enough, he hit the fish oiran with his knee on the abdomen, making this pitiful beauty bow like a shrimp. Su Fengnian wanted to mutter something about a beauty, why bother to make things difficult for a beauty, but after seeing Bai Huer's ruthless tactics, he shut up.
继而看到失魂落魄的于右威，虽然笃定在这里死不了的徐凤年，恨不得怒骂一声臭婊子，然后冲上去干脆利落耍上17、8个大嘴巴子，但默念小不忍，则乱同床共枕大谋。
Then when he saw the lost Yu Weiwei, Su Fengnian, who was sure that he would not die here, wanted to yell, "Stinky bitch," and then rush forward and make a big mouthful of it. But if you can't bear to think about it silently, you will be confused and have big plans when you sleep in the same bed.
呼出一口浊气，出了梁地4州，徐凤年是死比活着容易，可在梁地境内，死比活着就要难太多了。你们这帮过江之鲫一般的刺客，真当把身兼大柱国和北凉王的老爹当作绣花枕头啊！
Exhaling a breath of filthy breath, Su Fengnian left the 4 states of Liangdi. It was easier to die than to live, but in Liangdi, death was much more difficult than living. You guys, assassins like Christian carp crossing the river, should really take care of yourself. The father of both Daju Kingdom and Northern Yang King should be used as an embroidered pillow.
再者，徐凤年这3年饱尝底层辛酸，心智成熟许多。当年只是费解于花魁莫名其妙杀气凛然的剑舞，他一个天天跟老爹以及元左宗一帮沙场上走下来的头等武夫杀神厮混。
In addition, Su Fengnian has experienced the hardships of the bottom in the past 3 years and has matured a lot mentally. Back then, he was just trying to figure out the inexplicable and murderous sword dance of the fish oiran. He was hanging out with his father Nguyen Zhuozong, a top-notch martial artist who came down from the battlefield every day.
世子殿下没武功不假，可没吃过猪肉，总见过猪跑吧？回到灵州，不过是打定主意要以身犯险，确定一下于右威的葫芦里卖什么药，是春药，那最好扛回家鱼水吃欢了，卖毒药。
It's true that His Highness has no martial arts skills, but he has never eaten pork before and has seen pigs running away. When I returned to Lingzhou, I just made up my mind to put myself at risk to determine what kind of medicine was sold in Yu Youwei's gourd. It was an aphrodisiac, that was the best, so I could take it home and sell poison.
对不住了，也是扛过去，但下场嘛，一个憋了3年一肚子邪火的男人，对付一个睡梦中都想扑倒的美娇娘，还能做啥？唯一的意外，恐怕就是出手是白狐脸。
I'm sorry, but I'll get through it, but what's the end result? What else can a man who has been holding back evil fire for 3 years do to deal with a beautiful girl who wants to knock her down in her sleep? The only surprise is probably that the shot was made with the face of a white fox.
而非事先跟老爹说好的府上实力最高绝、最霸道、最牛气的高手。当然，看情况，白狐脸即便没那么高，也挺高的了。徐凤年厚着脸皮道：“白狐脸有没有让他失去抵抗的手法？”
Rather than Gao Gao, the most powerful, domineering and arrogant master in the family who had agreed with Dad in advance, of course, depending on the situation, Bai Huer's face would be quite tall even if it wasn't that high. Su Fengnian said shamelessly, "With your white fox face, is there any way to make her lose her resistance?"
点穴啊之类的。白狐脸点头道：“有更简单的，直接一记手刀砍在余花魁白皙脖子上，敲晕了。”徐凤年僵硬着脸庞，跑过去探了探鼻息，确定不是香消玉殒后，得意冷笑一声
：“Acupuncture or something like that?” Bai Huer nodded and said, "There is a simpler one. He slashed Yu Huakui's fair neck with a knife and knocked him unconscious. Su Fengnian's face was stiff, and he ran over to check his breathing. After confirming that it was not Xiang Xiaoyu's death, he sneered proudly.
抬头一看，白虎脸已经没了踪影，不愧是高手风范。徐凤年将娇躯扛在肩上，就这样扛出了紫金楼。这一天，灵州城便开始疯狂传扬世子殿下霸王硬上弓了余花魁的消息。第8章。
When he looked up, Bai Huer's face was gone. He looked like a master. Su Fengnian put her delicate body on her shoulders and carried her out of the Zijin Tower. On this day, Lingzhou City began to spread the news crazily that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince had forced himself on Yu Oiran. Chapter 8.
洞魁，灵州城内的高粱纨绔们由衷叹服世子殿下的跋扈段位是顶天的，3年蛰伏才回了灵州没几天，就把余花魁给亵渎了。徐凤年把本名于玄机的蹩脚刺客扛回王府。
Donkue. The wealthy dandies in Lingzhou City sincerely admired His Highness the Crown Prince's domineering rank. After 3 years of dormancy, they only returned to Lingzhou a few days before they desecrated the fish Oiran. Su Fengnian carried the crappy assassin whose real name was Yu Xuanji back to the palace.
后头跟着衣衫不整的李翰林、严持吉不喜侠妓，方才只是正襟危坐，与楼内言辞素雅的红官轻谈风月。看到凤哥在芭蕉院待了片刻，便将余花魁给拎出来，暗赞一声霸道。到了府内。
Followed by the disheveled Li Hanlin, Yan Qiji didn't like prostitutes, and just now he was sitting upright and chatting with the courteous shopkeeper who spoke elegantly in the building. When he saw Brother Feng staying in the Bajiao Yuan for a while, he took the fish out and secretly praised him. A domineering sound. Arrived at the house.
李翰林很审时度势地拉着严持吉去逛白龙斋。徐凤年将于幼薇摔到内室大床上，拿了一捧绸缎绑住手脚，还不放心，再捆了一层。
Li Hanlin took Yan Qiji to visit Belongzai very carefully. Su Fengnian threw Yu Wei onto the big bed in the inner room, took a handful of silk and satin and tied her hands and feet. Not feeling at ease, she tied her up one more layer.
翻箱倒柜找出李翰林纵横花场百试不爽的芋泥散，这比一般采花贼行走江湖必备的蒙汗药软骨散之流要来得高级。女子服用后神志清醒，但体酥身软如一滩暖玉。
After rummaging through boxes and cabinets, I found the jade mud powder that Li Hanlin had tried many times in Zongheng Flower Farm. It was superior to the Mongolian perspiration and cartilage powder that most flower pickers had to use. After taking it, the woman was conscious, but her body was as soft as a pool of warm jade.
想要咬舌自尽很难，却不妨碍玩转身饮。放进酒杯融化后，撬开于幼薇的嘴巴，倒进去。忙完了这些，徐凤年就一巴掌拍下去，粉嫩脸颊浮现一个鲜红五指印，没醒。
It is difficult to bite your tongue and commit suicide, but it does not prevent you from moaning gracefully. After putting it in the wine glass and melting it, he pried open the mouth of the fish and poured it in. After finishing the work, Su Fengnian slapped it down, and a bright red 5 fingerprint appeared on her pink cheek, and she didn't wake up.
徐凤年又摔了2个耳光，终于把余花魁给打醒。于玄机睁开眼睛，不挣扎，不抗拒，重新闭上眼睛，软软糯糯说了一句让徐凤年差点暴跳如雷的话：“世子殿下动作快一点。”
Su Fengnian slapped her twice more and finally woke up Yu Huakue. Yu Xuanji opened his eyes, did not struggle or resist, closed his eyes again, and softly said something that made Su Fengnian almost burst into rage. His Royal Highness, move faster.
我就当被畜生咬了一口。徐凤年俯身抚摸着他被打红的冷清脸庞，挚爱情人一般怜惜道：“疼不疼？”于玄机纹丝不动。徐凤年也就不故作姿态，拿起床上一本早就准备好的春宫图。
I felt like I had been bitten by an animal. Su Fengnian leaned over and stroked her cold and red face, and said with pity like a beloved lover, "Does it hurt?" Yu Xuanji remained motionless. Su Fengnian stopped pretending and picked up a book of erotic pictures that had been prepared on the bed.
惠于丝帛，配香艳词和侠逆语句，图画惟妙惟肖。掀开一幅，讲述如何把玩仙足。徐凤年摘去于玄机袜子，动作不停，嘴上说着“嵌于德中，长短合度，不可无一，不能有二，才是神品。”右卫
Painted on silk, with erotic words and affectionate sentences, the pictures are lifelike. Open one and tell how to play with slender feet. Su Fengnian took off Yu Xuanji's socks, and kept moving, saying, "The slenderness is in the middle, and the length is the right length. There cannot be one without two, and that is the divine quality."
你的玉足摸起来可真舒服，深冬降至，以后就能帮我暖被窝了。这脚啊，春宫图上说肩有眉儿秀弯，手指间双峰圆润，唇色红颜，以及四处隐秘的重甲之长。你说我是玩弄半个时辰呢？
Your jade feet are so comfortable to touch. In the depth of winter, they can help me warm my bed in the future. This foot, according to erotic pictures, has the best features of beautiful eyebrows, fingertips, round breasts, rosy lips, and privacy of private parts. You think I was toying with it for half an hour?
还是一个时辰。于玄机有一双堪称神品的美足，他入行5年来，无需劳作，每日浸泡香浴，对身体每一寸都保养周到。因为徐凤年卸完带来的本能紧张，脚背弯弓如一轮弧月。
Or an hour? Yu Xuanji has a pair of divine feet. In the 5 years since she entered the industry, she has not had to work. She soaks in fragrant baths every day and takes good care of every inch of her body. Because of the instinctive tension caused by Su Fengmian's sexual play, her insteps are bent. The bow is like an arc moon.
徐凤年不愧是千金一诺，说卸完1个时辰就玩够了1个时辰。尤其当他伸出一根手指摩挲于余花魁2粒玉珠脚趾间，明显能感受到他的压抑颤抖。接下来攀岩而上。
Su Fengmian was worthy of his promise. An hour of promiscuous play was enough for an hour. Especially when he stretched out a finger to rub the 2 jade-beaded toes of the fish and oiran, he could clearly feel her suppressed trembling. Next, climb up.
隔着于玄机最后一层贴身绒裤，爱抚双腿，修长白嫩，耍剑耍得那么飘逸神采美，腿不出意料的充满了弹性，又折腾了半个时辰，接下来却不是扯掉肚兜开门见山。
Yu Xuanji caressed her legs through the last layer of her close-fitting velvet pants. They were slender, white, and tender. They were playing swordsmanship with such grace and grace. As expected, their beautiful legs were full of elasticity. After struggling for another half an hour, the next step was nothing. Drop the belly band and get straight to the point.
而是褪下自己衣物，侧卧在于玄机身旁，含住了他的耳垂。美人已经香汗淋漓，泪眼朦胧，紧咬着嘴唇，渗出血丝。徐凤年在他耳畔轻声道：“望城头，剑舞，上阴学宫，顺藤摸瓜。”
Instead, he took off his clothes, lay on his side next to Yu Xuanji, and took her earlobe into his mouth. The beauty was already dripping with sweat, her eyes were dim with tears, she was biting her lips tightly, and blood was oozing from her lips. Su Fengmian whispered in her ear, looking at the city head, sword dance, Shangyin Academy. Follow the clues.
我就不信凭借北凉王府的势力揪不出你背后的身世秘密，到时候你一切在乎的东西我都会摧毁掉，活人就杀，死人我也要刨坟，慢慢玩腻了你就将你沉尸湖底。
I don't believe that with the power of the Northern Muyang Palace, I can't find out the secret of your life experience. When the time comes, I will destroy everything you care about and kill anyone alive. Even dead people, I want to dig their graves. When I get tired of playing with you, I will sink you to the bottom of the lake.
请武当山的老道做一场法事，让你做那冤魂野鬼，不得投胎。与我作对，这便是下场。于玄机满颊泪水，徐凤年猛地张开五指握住他的胸脯，全无先前的温柔。于玄机一阵刺骨疼痛。
Please ask the old Taoist from Wudang Mountain to perform a ritual ceremony so that you can become that unjust ghost and not be allowed to reincarnate. If you go against me, this is what you will get. Yu Xuanji's cheeks were filled with tears. Su Fengmian suddenly spread his fingers to hold her breasts, without any tenderness as before, and Yu Xuanji felt a bone-chilling pain.
徐凤年狰狞微笑道：“我心好，卖你一次后悔药。你只要肯服侍我，直到你人老珠黄的那一天，我就答应你，还是与幼薇，我不去管你是西楚旧臣的遗孤。”
Su Fengmian smiled ferociously and said, I have a good heart, and I will sell you the regret medicine once. As long as you are willing to serve me, until the day when you are old and golden, I promise that you will still be a fish and whey, and I will not care that you are the orphan of an old minister of Western Chu.
还是江湖上被北凉铁骑践踏碾碎的乱民，我都不去追究，一切都安安好好。你能做我的一只金丝雀，这世上还有比北凉王府更华丽的笼子吗？于玄机哽咽抽泣。
Whether it's the rioters who were trampled and crushed by the Bailiang cavalry in the rivers and lakes, I won't hold them accountable. Everything is safe and sound. You can be my canary. Is there a more gorgeous cage in this world than the Northern Muyang Palace? Yu Xuanji choked and sobbed.
徐凤年冷不丁下猛药道：“记起来了，还有那只武媚娘，多讨喜的小东西，可怜可悲啊！马上就要变成野狗的嘴食。我这就起床去芭蕉院抱起它，当着你的面剁烂，再丢给饥肠辘辘的野狗。”
Su Fengmian coldly poured out the strong medicine and said, I remember, there is also that Wu Meinyang, what a cute little thing, so pitiful, and will soon become the food of wild dogs. I will get up right now, go to the Bajiao courtyard and pick her up, chop it up in front of you and throw it to the hungry wild dogs.
于玄机晕厥过去， 徐凤年哑然，这就吓晕了。计划里还有更生猛的狠药没都搂出来，意犹未尽啊！徐凤年捏了2把红粉玉鸽，过瘾，只是于花魁死人一般直挺挺的摸了几下。
Yu Xuanji fainted. Su Fengnian was speechless, fainted from fright. There are more powerful and powerful medicines in the plan that have not yet been shaken out, and the meaning is still unfinished. Su Fengnian squeezed 2 handfuls of red and pink jade pigeons, which was very satisfying, but the fish and the oiran were as straight as dead, so she touched them a few times.
徐凤年就失了兴致，若只是漂亮的娇躯，徐凤年挥之即来挥之即去，想要多少有多少。坐起身，穿好衣服，低头看了一眼晕睡中梨花带雨的于幼薇。
Su Fengnian lost interest. If it was just a beautiful body, Su Fengnian would come and go as soon as she wanted. He sat up, put on his clothes, and looked down at the sleeping Yu Wei.
徐凤年胸中的怨气和眼中的阴戾淡去几分，一个傻闺女罢了，不稀奇，府上不就有一位太平公主吗？徐凤年给脑袋搁在一只大红金钱蟒银枕的她盖上棉被。
The resentment in Su Fengnian's chest and the gloomy look in her eyes have faded away a bit. She is just a silly girl. Not surprising, isn't there a Princess Taiping in her house? Su Fengnian covered her with a quilt as her head rested on a big red money python pillow.
世子殿下心中对世间女子美貌气态有一杆秤，100文即1两银是极致，60文是中人之资，只有上了80文才能入徐凤年的法眼。在他看来，白虎脸抛开男人身份，能有95文。
His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has a strong sense of the beauty and temperament of women in the world. 100 coins is 1 tael of silver, which is the ultimate. 60 coins is the appearance of a middle-aged woman. Only after 80 coins can one enter Su Fengnian's eyes. In his opinion, Bai Huerlian, regardless of his identity as a man, could have 95 cents.
本来想凭1两银，但觉得不妥，得给自己留点念想。将你有90文，但将来还能更漂亮些。眼前于幼薇86文，跟她大姐差不多。府上过70文的艳妇美婢不多，但也不少。
I originally wanted to comment on 1 or 2 silvers, but I felt it was inappropriate and I had to leave some thoughts for myself. Jiang Yanai has 90 coins, but she can be more beautiful in the future. Yu Youwei's 86 yuan in front of him is almost the same as his eldest sister. There are not many beautiful women and beautiful maidservants in the house who have more than 70 cents, but there are also many.
只不过吃这类勾一勾手指头的窝边草，用世子殿下的术语，就是忒不是个技术活。徐凤年不学武，不敢纵欲过度，精挑细选，宁缺毋滥，品格高雅。徐凤年忙活了2个时辰。
It's just that eating this kind of grass that hooks your fingers is not a technical job, in His Royal Highness's terms. Su Fengnian doesn't learn martial arts and doesn't dare to indulge in excessive sexual pleasure. Su Fengnian was busy for 2 hours.
吃了点存在精巧食盒的温热糕点，有了力气，坐在床边，又是一巴掌打醒于花魁，冷言冷语道：“想不想吃用武媚娘的肉做成的包子？”于玄机终于沙哑哭泣起来。徐凤年翻白眼道
After eating some warm pastries in a delicate food box, I gained strength. I sat on the edge of the bed and slapped the fish oiran awake again. He said coldly, "Do you want to eat steamed buns made with Wu Meinyang's meat?" Yu Xuanji finally became hoarse and cried. Su Fengnian rolled his eyes and said,
骗你的，不妨跟你说实话，我要出气，至多跟你和你的家事过不去，等将你投了湖，武媚娘我帮你养着，一定白白胖胖。他愣愣望着徐凤年，徐凤年冷笑道：“在床下，我何时骗过你？”
Lied to you. I might as well tell you the truth. If I want to vent my anger, the most I can do is make things difficult for you and your family. When I throw you into the lake, I will help you raise Wu Meinyang, and you will be fat in vain. She stared at Su Fengnian blankly. Su Fengnian sneered, under the bed, "When did I lie to you?"
他委屈道：“此时你坐在床上。”徐凤年恼羞成怒，豁然起身道：“驴草的，既打不记好的娘们，老子这就去把武媚娘剁成肉酱。”刚起身，就听到于幼薇轻轻道：“我给你做奴，从今天起。”
She said aggrievely, "You are sitting on the bed now." Su Fengnian became angry from embarrassment and suddenly stood up and said, "You damn girl, I'm going to chop Wu Meinyang into pieces." As soon as she got up, she heard Yu Youwei whisper, "I will be your slave from today on."
我只是于幼薇。徐凤年转身凝视着神情死寂的于花魁，问道：“我能信你？”他闭上眼睛哀哭道：“那你先杀了我，再去杀武媚娘。”徐凤年犹豫了一下，松开他手脚捆绑，然后离得远远的。
I'm just a fish named Wei. Su Fengnian turned around and stared at Yu Kuei with a lifeless expression, and asked, "Can I believe you?" She closed her eyes and said sadly, "Then kill me first, and then kill Wu Meinyang." Su Fengnian hesitated for a moment, loosened her hands and feet, and then stayed away.
今天你先睡这里，明天帮你安排一个院子，算是做我的暖房侍妾，别奢望名分，没有的允许，不准四处走动。他平静道：“我想武媚娘了。”当晚，世子殿下就派人去紫金楼给予幼薇赎身。
You sleep here first today, and I will help you arrange a yard tomorrow. You can be my concubine in the greenhouse. Don't expect status. Without permission, you are not allowed to move around. She said calmly, I miss Wu Meinyang. That night, His Royal Highness sent people to Zijin Tower to redeem Yu Youwei's life.
芭蕉院子除了一只白猫，什么物实都没烧回北凉王府。月明星稀，两人缓缓走上听朝廷台基，搭配古怪。大柱国徐骁和徐凤年招惹来的白狐儿脸，因为逝世的王妃一生信佛。
Except for a white cat, Bajiao's yard brought nothing back to Bailiang Prince's mansion. The moon and stars were sparse, and the two slowly walked onto the platform of Tingqiao Pavilion, with a strange combination. The white fox faces provoked by Su Shao and Su Fengnian from Dazhu Kingdom. Because the deceased princess believed in Buddhism all her life.
雄伟台基下有四方形佛塔一座，刻八瓣梅花须弥座，塔身为覆钵形，正中开一船行龛，内刻一佛结跏趺坐于莲台，神态庄严，沙基有石雕八金刚举托沙身。
Under the majestic platform, there is a square pagoda with an 8-petal plum blossom shumi base. The body of the pagoda is in the shape of an overturned bowl. There is a boat-shaped niche in the middle. There is a Buddha sitting in lotus position on the lotus platform with a solemn expression. There are stone carvings of 8 Vajrasana on the base of the temple. Hold the body.
这座建筑无疑是灵州城的风水所在。灵州缺水，北凉王徐骁便以人力扩湖为海，寓意水笔，听朝廷高耸巍峨，临水而建，聚集天地灵气和吸收日月精华。主阁一楼檐下有3块横匾。
This building is undoubtedly the feng shui of Lingzhou city. Lingzhou is short of water, so Su Shao, the king of northern Liang, used manpower to expand the lake into a sea, which means water brush. Tingqiao Pavilion is towering and built near the water, gathering the aura and energy of heaven and earth. Absorb the essence of the sun and moon. There are 3 horizontal plaques under the eaves of the first floor of the main pavilion.
正东为皇帝御赐魁伟雄爵九龙匾。入阁前，大柱国轻笑道：“以就凤年一命换南宫先生入阁，怎么看都是我赚了。”白狐脸神色如常，没有答话。推开大门，
Jing Dong was awarded the mighty and majestic Kowloon plaque by the emperor. Before entering the cabinet, De Ziguo chuckled and said, I saved Fengnian's life in exchange for Mr. Nangong entering the cabinet. No matter how you look at it, I will make a profit. Bai Huer's face looked as usual and he didn't answer. Push open the door.
大厅内一块巨幅汉白玉浮雕，敦煌飞仙映入眼帘，画上衣袂飘摇的飞仙巨势与真人等高，连见多识广的白狐脸一时间都驻足失神。微微驼背的北凉王徐骁呵呵一笑，介绍道。
In the hall, a huge white marble relief Dunhuang flying immortals came into view. The flying immortals with swaying robes were as tall as real people. Even the well-informed white fox's face stopped for a moment and lost consciousness. The slightly hunched northern Liang king Su Shao chuckled and introduced.
这一楼西厅摆有天下间入门武学3万卷，不甚值钱的东西，我搜罗来不过是占个位置，加点夹藏万卷书的书香气派。2楼是暗层，除了4000阴阳学、纵横学古本。
In the west hall of this floor, there are 30,000 volumes of introductory martial arts in the world, which are not very valuable. I collected them just to occupy a place and add some scholarly aroma from the family's collection of thousands of volumes of books. The second floor is a dark floor, except for the 4,000 loan copies of Yinyang Study and Zongheng Study.
还有49件天下奇兵利器，是我二女儿最爱待的地方。3楼有高深宝典秘籍2万卷，4楼暗层珍藏了一些奇石古玩，总被凤年骂铜锈得很。5、6楼
There are also 49 rare weapons in the world, which is my second daughter's favorite place to stay. There are 20,000 volumes of profound treasures and secrets on the 3rd floor, and there are some rare stones and antiques hidden in the dark floor on the 4th floor. Feng Nian always scolded them for being very copper-smelling. 5th and 6th floors.
便是那些个不惜犯险潜入王府的江湖豪客所图之物，在网上相信寻常高手看也看不懂。至于顶楼，空无一物，南宫先生若想登高远眺，可去山顶的白鹤楼一览风光。
It is the object of those gangsters who do not hesitate to take risks to sneak into the palace. If you go further, I believe that ordinary experts will not be able to understand it. As for the top floor, there is nothing. Mr. Nangong, if you want to climb up and have a distant view, you can go to the White Crane Tower on the top of the mountain to take in the scenery.
白虎脸听出大柱国话中含义，点了点头。徐骁眯起眼睛笑道：“那我们直上5楼。”白虎脸摇头，终于开口道：“上去以后可能就再也没兴趣看下面几楼的6万卷了。”
Bai Huerlian recognized the meaning of de Ziguo's words and nodded. Su Shaoan narrowed his eyes and smiled. Then let's go straight to the 5th floor. Bai Huer shook his head and finally said, After I go up there, I may no longer be interested in reading the 60,000 volumes on the lower floors.
徐骁并不惊奇，哈哈一笑，独自走上楼梯，没入阴影。腰悬绣冬春雷2柄刀的白虎脸站在玉石屏风前，神采奕奕。大柱国到了8楼，竹简古籍遍地散乱，一张紫檀场景。
Su Shao was not surprised. He laughed, walked up the stairs alone, and disappeared into the shadows. A white fox with 2 knives embroidered with winter and spring thunder hanging from his waist stood in front of the jade screen, looking full of energy. When Dazhu Kingdom arrived on the 8th floor, bamboo slips and ancient books were scattered everywhere, and a piece of red sandalwood was several feet long.
放着一盏昏黄飘摇的烛灯，犄角各有一只装酒的青葫芦，一条红绳系着葫芦口和一人的枯瘦手臂。那人席地而坐，披头散发，一张脸惨白如雪，眉心一抹淡红，仔细一看。
There was a dim and flickering candle lamp, and a green gourd filled with wine was placed at a few corners. A red rope tied the mouth of the gourd and a person's skinny arm. The man was sitting on the ground, with disheveled hair, a face as pale as snow, and a faint blush between his eyebrows. Take a closer look.
犹如一棵倒树的丹凤眼，他一身麻衫，赤脚盘膝，下笔如飞。大柱国徐骁捡起10几份竹简，整齐放好，这才有地方坐下，歉意道：“来得及，忘了带酒。”回头让凤年补上。
Like an inverted red phoenix eye. He is wearing a linen shirt, barefoot and cross-legged, and his writing is flying. Su Shao of Dazhu Kingdom picked up more than a dozen bamboo slips and put them neatly. Only then did he have a place to sit down. He apologized, I was in a hurry, so I forgot to bring wine. I will ask Feng Mian to make up for it later.
徐骁显然对怪人的沉默习以为常，自顾自道：“没有一位真正的超一品宗师级高手坐镇王府，我终归睡不安稳。希望这个南宫仆夜不要让我失望。”说来也怪，密探打听了半年时间。
Su Shao was obviously used to the weirdo's silence, and thought to himself. Without a true first-grade master-level master sitting in the palace, I can't sleep well. I hope this Nangong Push won't disappoint me. Strange to say, the spies had been asking about it for half a year.
都没能挖出此人的根底，看来只能是北汉那边的人了。一山，你说他目前有几品实力？枯槁如鬼的男人开口，如一股子金石声从一品。阁内修行10年，可此下众生，此上无人。
We haven't been able to find out the identity of this person. It seems that he can only be from the Northern Han dynasty. Ishan, what level of strength do you think he currently has? The man who was as haggard as a ghost spoke, like the sound of gold and stone, from the 1st grade. I have been cultivating in the pavilion for 10 years, but there are no living beings below me and no one above me.
大柱国啧啧道：“凤年捡到宝了。”病老子男人拿起葫芦，道了道：“没酒了。”顿时索然无味，于是停笔，眼神呆滞。徐骁站起身，抬头望着南面墙壁一幅地仙图，负手皱眉道：“一山。”
De Ziguo clicked his tongue and said, Feng Mian has picked up a treasure. The sick man with tuberculosis picked up the gourd and poured it down. There was no more wine and it suddenly became boring. So he stopped writing and his eyes were dull. Su Shao stood up, looked up at the picture of earthly immortals, on the south wall, put his hands behind his hands and frowned, Ishan.
凤年不久便籍贯，行官里，你赠一个表字吧。男子想了想，徐凤年，字天狼。大柱国徐骁猛然放肆大笑，颇为自傲。第9章，雪中刀。立冬过后小雪来，但小雪时节却无雪。
The year of the phoenix will soon be crowned, so for the crowning ceremony, you can give me a brother. The man thought for a while, Su Fengnian, whose name is Tian Lang. Su Shao from Dazhu Kingdom suddenly laughed wildly and was quite proud. Chapter 9, Knife in the Snow. Light snow comes after the beginning of winter, but there is no snow during the light snow season.
这让最喜欢雪夜温酒读禁书的世子殿下很遗憾。白虎脸已经在听朝廷1楼待了半旬，入定入魔，这份毅力让吃不了苦的徐凤年自惭形秽，但这不耽误徐凤年在王府上找乐子。
This is a pity for His Royal Highness, who likes to drink and read forbidden books on snowy nights. Bai Huerlian has been on the 1st floor of Tingchao Pavilion for half a day, and he is obsessed with it. This perseverance makes Su Fengnian feel ashamed of himself, but it does not prevent Su Fengnian from having fun in the palace.
花魁鱼又微安定下来， 住在一个一夜间被植入糖胶2种植物的幽静院子，白毛武媚娘似乎很满意心窝，又胖了几分。徐凤年给于幼薇送去了最上等的貂裘，最精美的食物。
The young Oiran Fishway settled down and lived in a quiet yard where 2 kinds of banana plants were implanted overnight. The white cat Wu Meinyang seemed very satisfied with the new nest and gained a little weight. Su Fengnian gave Yu Yuwei the finest mink fur and the most exquisite food.
但始终没有再度临幸她的凝脂美玉，刻意生疏。那个圆滚滚的鹿球说得对，养人跟养鹰是一个理儿，得慢慢调教，快了容易失去灵气，慢了就不乖巧。
But she has never been blessed with her beautiful jade again. She is deliberately unfamiliar. That round Luchioer is right. Raising people is the same as raising eagles. It must be trained slowly. If it is too fast, it is easy to lose the aura. If it is too slow, it will be difficult. Not well behaved.
府内人都熟知世子殿下喜欢独自泛舟游湖，每次到了湖中央就丢下几样东西，天气暖和的时候还会潜入湖中，好半天才浮出水面，约莫是世子生性进水。今天
Everyone in the mansion knows that His Royal Highness likes to go boating alone on the lake. Every time he reaches the middle of the lake, he leaves a few things behind. When the weather is warm, he will also dive into the lake and take a long time to surface. It is probably because the prince is naturally close to water. Today,
徐凤年又极有雅兴地做起了烧工，撑船到了湖心，自言自语了几句，将几块包裹好的热腾腾烤鹿肉系上一块石头丢了下去，然后就躺在小舟上享受冬日的温煦阳光，昏昏欲睡过去。
Su Fengnian started to work as a boatman again with great elegance. He punted the boat to the middle of the lake, muttered a few words to himself, tied several pieces of wrapped hot roasted venison to a stone, and threw it down. Then I lay on the boat, enjoying the warm winter sunshine, and fell asleep.
半睡半醒之间，听到嗓音喊他，坐起身一看，岸边亭榭里站着一位身披华贵红裘衣裳的修长女子。熟悉的苗条身影附近站着几位陌生人，他使劲招手，徐凤年一脸惊喜，划舟返回。
When he was half asleep and half awake, he heard a voice calling him. He sat up and took a look, and saw a slender woman wearing luxurious red fur clothes standing in the pavilion on the bank. There were several strangers standing near the familiar slender figure. She waved vigorously. Su Fengnian looked surprised and rowed back.
跳进亭榭，结果被女子环腰抱住，香艳嘴唇啃咬了徐凤年一脸，一脸胭脂唇印的徐凤年亲昵喊了一声姐。这世上敢这么调戏世子殿下的，明摆着就只有大柱国长女徐之虎了。
Jumping into the pavilion, he was hugged by a woman around his waist. Su Fengnian's face was bitten by her luscious lips. Su Fengnian, who had rouge lip marks on her face, called her sister affectionately. The only person in the world who dares to tease His Highness the Crown Prince like this is Su Jihu, the eldest daughter of Daju Kingdom.
姐弟两个从小就关系极好，她出嫁前，徐凤年到了12、13岁还被她拉着同床共枕。如果说天下间北凉王徐骁是最护短徐凤年的，徐龙象是最听话的。
The two siblings have been very close since childhood. Before she got married, Su Fengnian was still dragged into her bed when she was 12 or 13 years old. If Su Xiao, the king of northern Liang, is the most protective of Su Fengnian in the world, Su Longxiang is the most obedient.
那徐之虎绝对是最宠溺欢喜徐凤年的。一得到父王书信说弟弟回城，徐之虎立即就马不停蹄带着一群豪奴恶仆赶回娘家。眼眶含泪的他捏了捏弟弟的脸颊，摸摸头，揉揉肩膀。
Su Jihu was definitely the one who doted on Su Fengnian the most. As soon as he received a letter from his father saying that his younger brother had returned to the city, Su Jihu immediately rushed back to his parents' home with a group of powerful slaves and evil servants. With tears in her eyes, she pinched her brother's cheeks, touched his head, and rubbed his shoulders.
还无所顾忌重重拍了徐凤年的屁股一下，最后习惯性往弟弟裆部掏。徐凤年苦着脸道：“姐，这里好得很，就不需要检查了，有外人。这两位谁呀？”
He also slapped Su Fengnian's ass hard without any scruples, and finally dug into his brother's crotch out of habit. Su Fengnian said with a bitter face, "Sister, it's very nice here, so there's no need to check. There are outsiders. Who are these two?"
亭榭里除了摄于徐之虎狠辣怪诞作风、常年战战兢兢的女婢嬷嬷，还有2位外来人士，都是风流俊艳，一个青山仗剑、玉树临风，另一个魁梧雄壮，满脸的正气凛然。徐之虎嫣然一笑。
In the pavilion, in addition to the maidservants and nuns who had been frightened by Su Jihu's ruthless and eccentric style, there are also 2 outsiders, both handsome and handsome, one with a green shirt and a sword, with a jade tree facing the wind. The other one was tall and majestic, with a righteous look on his face. Su Jihu smiled sweetly.
指了指，娇笑道：“这位是清河崔氏的崔公子，剑术超群。路上姐姐遇见不开眼的流寇，是崔公子带领家兵驱散。这位是郑公子，行侠仗义，在关中一带极负侠名，都是姐姐的恩人。”
Pointing at it, he said with a sweet smile, "This is Mr. Chui of the Chui family in Qinghe. He has excellent swordsmanship. On the way, my sister met some rogue bandits who didn't open their eyes. It was Mr. Chui who led his troops to disperse them. This is Mr. Zheng. He is a chivalrous and righteous man. In Guangzhou there are many heroes in this area. They are all my sister's benefactors."
两人一起躬身拱手道：“见过世子殿下。”徐凤年微笑道：“既然是姐姐的恩人，那边是本世子的恩人，可有想练的武学功法？这儿藏书颇丰，让人给你们拿几本出来。”
The two of them bowed and cupped their hands together and said, "I have met His Highness the Crown Prince." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Since you are my sister's benefactor, you are my prince's benefactor over there. Do you have any martial arts skills that you want to practice? There is a rich collection of books here. Let me bring you a few books."
相貌清逸的崔公子眼神炙热，但掩饰很好，推脱过去。游侠郑公子却打心眼，兴致缺缺。徐凤年心中分别骂了矫情和缺心眼，脸色却仍然热络，说了一通有的没的客套话。
Mr. Chui, who has an elegant appearance, has hot eyes, but he hides it well and puts it off. However, the knight-errant Mr. Zheng was really lacking in interest. Su Fengnian cursed, pretentious, and unscrupulous, in his mind, but his face remained warm and he said a lot of polite words.
徐志虎不觉得乏味，反正在他眼中，弟弟便是最完美的，就是当年雪马跌个狗吃屎的窘态，也是极潇洒的姿势。徐凤年一招手，将江泥使唤过来，让他领着两位公子去王府转悠。
Su Jihu didn't find it boring, anyway. In her eyes, her younger brother was the most perfect. Even when he was in a state of embarrassment, he was still very cool and unrestrained. Su Fengnian waved her hand and summoned Jiang and I, asking her to lead the two young masters around the palace.
然后挥退所有下人，只留下好些年没见面的姐弟。徐凤年不客气道：“姐，这崔公子皮囊是不错，但瞅着怎么都心术不正，跟我是一路货，你可别被骗钱骗色了。至于那个傻大哥。”
Then he drove away all the servants, leaving only the siblings who had not seen each other for several years. Su Fengnian said rudely, "Sister, Mr. Chui has a good skin, but he seems to have evil intentions. He is the same as me. Don't be defrauded of money and sex. As for that stupid guy,"
要么就是真笨，要么就是城府深沉，也不是好鸟。你跟他们玩玩可以，别动真感情。徐志虎伸出一根手，指点了一下徐凤年眉心，媚笑道：“姐姐还需要你小子来教诲。男人这东西
either he is really stupid, or he is deep and not a good bird. You can just play with them, but don't get really emotional." Su Jihu stretched out a finger and touched Su Fengnian's eyebrows, and said with a charming smile, "Sister, do you still need your help? This thing about men."
姐只要一瞥，就知道他裤裆里的鸟是大是小，是好是坏。徐凤年握住姐姐的手，拿起一颗贡品黄柑，剥开，姐弟一人一半，徐凤年丢进嘴一半，嘿嘿道：“姐好像身子骨丰腴了些，这样就好。”
With just one glance, I can tell whether the bird in his crotch is big or small, good or bad. Su Fengnian held her sister's hand, picked up a tribute yellow tangerine, peeled it open, and each sister and brother took half of it. Su Fengnian threw it into his mouth and said hee hee. Sister seems to be a little plumper. Good.
要是吃苦受了，我可就要去江南道大开杀戒喽。徐志虎突然没个征兆，让人准备就泣不成声起来。徐凤年还以为姐姐在那边受了欺负，咬牙切齿道：“姐，你说谁惹你不高兴？”
If I lose weight through hardship, I will go to Jiangnan Road to kill people. Su Jihu suddenly burst into tears without warning. Su Fengnian thought that her sister was there to stop the bullying, so she gritted her teeth and said, "Sister, tell me who made you unhappy."
我带人抄家伙杀过去。徐志虎抹了抹泪水，好久才止住哭声，拉起徐凤年的手，看着手心和指尖的老茧，又哽咽起来。姐知道你这3年游历不容易。
I'll lead some people to kill this guy. Su Jihu wiped away his tears, and it took him a long time to stop crying. He took Su Fengnian's hand, looked at the calluses on his palms and fingertips, and choked up again. "Sister, I know it has not been easy for you to travel these past 3 years.
以前的你哪可能乐意将一整半柑橘囫囵吞下？便是姐姐肯撕掉橘丝，你也未必肯吃。姐姐衣食无忧，能吃什么苦？就算是个被人在背后戳脊梁骨的无德寡妇，对姐姐来说
In the past, you wouldn't have been willing to swallow a whole tangerine. Even if your sister was willing to tear off the tangerine shreds, you might not be willing to eat it. My sister has no worries about food and clothing. What hardship can she endure? Even if she is an unscrupulous widow who is stabbed in the back, to my sister.
不过是挠痒的碎嘴罢了。可你3年游历，徒步辗转数千里，姐姐想都不敢想，狠心的爹呐！我要找他算账去。他若不疼你，你随姐姐去江南道，那儿富饶，姑娘也俏。
It's just an itchy bitch. But you have been traveling for 3 years and traveled thousands of miles on foot. My sister can't even think about it. What a cruel father. I want to settle the score with him. If he doesn't love you, go with your sister to Jiangnan Road, where there is plenty of money and pretty girls.
徐凤年做了个猪头鬼脸，惹得姐姐一笑，这才哈哈道：“姐，我可不是孩子了。”徐之虎一把搂过徐凤年，把他的脑袋按在整个江南道男人都垂涎的丰满胸脯上，哼哼道：“不是孩子了。”
Su Fengnian made a pig-headed face, which made her sister laugh, and then she laughed and said, "Sister, I am not a child anymore." Su Jihu hugged Su Fengnian, pressed his head on the plump breasts that all men in Jiangnan province coveted, and hummed, "It's not a child anymore."
也可以跟姐一起睡，今晚你别想逃。徐凤年一脸没几分真诚的害羞道：“姐，有伤风化。”徐之虎拧过弟弟耳朵，威胁道：“信不信我现在就去宣扬你8岁还尿床的英勇事迹？还有。”
You can also sleep with me. Don't try to escape tonight. Su Fengnian said with a shy and less sincere face, "Sister, it's offensive." Su Jihu twisted his brother's ear and threatened, "Believe it or not, I'm going to publicize your heroic deeds of wetting the bed at the age of 8 right now. Besides."
12岁跟姐躺一张床上，哪次清晨醒来，你的手不是按在姐姐这里？徐凤年斜眼瞥了一下姐姐的胸脯，恨不得玩个地洞钻下去，谄媚道：“姐弟2个就不要自相残杀了吧。来。”
When you were 12 years old, you were lying on the same bed with your sister. When did you wake up in the morning and your hand wasn't on your sister's side? Su Fengnian glanced sideways at her sister's breasts, wishing she could dig into a hole in the ground, and said flatteringly, "Sister, brother and sister, please stop killing each other, right? Come."
我给你揉揉肩膀。享受着世子殿下手法老道的揉捏，一脸陶醉舒坦的徐之虎眯着眼睛望向湖景，叹息道：“你回来，黄毛就走，不知道是不是我走了，那个丫头就来。”
I'll rub your shoulders. Enjoying His Highness the Crown Prince's skillful kneading, Su Jihu, who looked intoxicated and comfortable, squinted his eyes and looked at the lake view, sighing, "When you come back, Huang Manor will leave. I don't know if it's me who left, that girl will come."
姐弟4人总是没个团圆。徐凤年问道：“姐，等下大雪了，去武当山那赏景流离世界。”徐之虎洒然笑道：“既然那个没心没肺的胆小鬼要求天道，就让他孤单一辈子好了。”
The 4 siblings never get together. Su Fengnian asked, "Sister, when it snows heavily, go to Wudang Mountain to enjoy the glazed world?" Su Jihu smiled casually and said, "Since that heartless coward is asking for the way of heaven, just let him be alone for the rest of his life."
我还没脸没皮求他不成？你若不说，我都忘了有这么个人。徐凤年哦了一声，不在哪壶不开提哪壶。徐之虎狠狠亲了一口徐凤年的脸，嫣然道：“姐姐心眼小，眼界小，所以只要有弟弟你。”
I don't have the shame to beg him. If you didn't tell me, I would have forgotten that there is such a person.
天下男子俱是不堪入目的俗物。徐凤年故作悲春伤秋道：“可惜是姐弟。”徐之虎拧紧了耳朵，笑骂一声：“死样！女人出嫁便是泼出去的水了。大雪时节有大雪，不管如何留恋。”
All men in the world are unsightly and vulgar. Su Fengnian pretended to be sad and said, "It's a pity that we are siblings." Su Jihu tightened his ears and laughed and cursed deafly. When a woman gets married, it is like water thrown out. There is heavy snow in the heavy snow season. No matter how much I miss you.
半旬重聚时光一闪而逝，姐姐徐之虎终于还是要回江南道。她说下雪了，再不走就真舍不得离开了。那一日，徐凤年策马送行30里，孤骑返程，回到王府。
The reunion time passed by in a flash, and my sister Su Jihu finally wanted to go back to Jiangnan Road. She said it was snowing, and she would be reluctant to leave if she didn't leave. That day Su Fengnian rode his horse to see him off for 30 miles and rode back to the city alone. Return to the palace.
心情不佳的徐凤年头脑一热，把女婢江妮和名义上的侍妾于幼薇都喊到湖畔凉亭赏雪。湖面早已结冰，但鹅毛大雪仍然不肯罢休地泼下，一片白茫茫的大地。徐凤年甩了甩头。
Su Fengnian, who was in a bad mood, got excited and called her maid Jiang Enai and her nominal concubine Yu Yue to the lakeside pavilion to enjoy the snow. Su Fengnian, who was in a bad mood, got excited and called her maid Jiang Enai and her nominal concubine Yu Yue to the lakeside pavilion to enjoy the snow. The lake had long been frozen, but the heavy snow still refused to stop, leaving a vast white land. Su Fengnian shook his head.
站起身，喝了口温酒暖胃，嘀咕了一声谁都不明含义的老胡葵可别在底下冻死了。徐凤年转而望向湖对面的听潮亭，白虎脸已经许久没有露面了，在里头对着浩瀚的武学卷纸。
He stood up, took a sip of warm wine to warm his stomach, and muttered something that no one understood. Old Hukue, don't freeze to death down there. Su Fengnian turned to look at Tingchao Pavilion across the lake. Bai Hu's face had not been seen for a long time, and he was facing the vast martial arts scrolls inside.
可还好，最后遥望向武当山方向，徐凤年不懂那些穷其一生孜孜不倦追求武道大境的武夫，至于追求虚无缥缈无上天道的疯子就更不懂了。他只知道。
But okay. Finally, looking towards Wudang Mountain from a distance, Su Fengnian didn't understand those martial artists who spent their whole lives tirelessly pursuing the great realm of martial arts. As for the madman who pursued the illusory and supreme heaven, he didn't understand even more. He only knew.
当年若那个道骑青牛的年轻道士肯点头，姐姐就会幸福。所以徐凤年对传承已千年的武当山没有半点好感。姐姐心眼小，她更小。徐凤年给江妮倒了一杯热酒，递过去。
If the young Taoist priest riding the green bull would have nodded, my sister would have been happy. Therefore, Su Fengnian has no good impression of Wudang Mountain, which has been passed down for thousands of years. My sister is petty, and he is even more petty. Su Fengnian poured a glass of hot wine for Jiang Enai and handed it over.
他却报以冷笑。她是亡国的公主不假，甚至还被师父说成身负天下气运的天之骄子人物，但在北凉王府，她只是一名女婢，吃穿住行都必须循规蹈矩。
She sneered in return. It is true that she is a princess who lost her country, and she was even described by her master as a proud person with the destiny of the world. However, in the northern Liang Palace, she is just a maid, and she must abide by the rules in food, clothing, housing, and transportation.
所以衣衫单薄、瑟瑟发抖的她，视线数度瞄在了酒屋中。徐凤年嘲笑道：“你想喝酒，我给你的却不要，你又不能自己拿，你我都累得慌。我就是个不成才的浪荡子。”
So her clothes were thin and shivering, and her eyes were fixed on the wine mist several times. Su Fengnian laughed and said, "You want to drink, but you don't want what I gave you, and you can't take it yourself. You and I are both tired. I am just an unachievable libertine."
你有本事去刺杀皇帝陛下，或者我爹也行，跟我过不去算什么英雄好汉？江妮冷声道：“我一个弱女子，就一把神符，只能杀你，不杀你杀谁？”徐凤年无言以对，喝了口酒，撇嘴道：“无赖货。”
If you have the ability to assassinate His Majesty the Emperor, or my father, how can you be considered a hero if you can't get along with me? Jiang Enai said coldly, "I am a weak woman, and I only have a magic talisman. I can only kill you. Who will I kill if I don't kill you?" Su Fengnian was speechless. He took a sip of wine and curled his lips and said, "Rogue."
跟我挺般配。江妮干脆闭目养神，怀抱着武媚娘的于右威很好奇这个绝美女婢是什么身份。一道白虹掠出阁，落于离听朝廷不远的湖中。白袍白虎脸。
It's a good match for me. Jiang Enai simply closed his eyes and rested. Yu Yue, who was holding Wu Meinyang in his arms, was very curious about the identity of this beautiful maid. A white rainbow swept out of the pavilion. It fell not far from Tingchao Pavilion. In the lake. White robe and white fox face.
第一次同时抽出绣东春雷二刀，绣东刀长3尺2寸，重10斤9两。练刀人不求锐利，反其道行之，钝锋。春雷刀长2尺4寸，仅重1斤3两，通体青紫，吹毛断发，可轻松劈开重甲。
For the first time, he drew the two embroidered winter and spring thunder knives at the same time. The Shudong knife is 3 feet and 2 inches long and weighs 10 kilograms and 9 taels. A swordsman does not seek to be sharp, but does the opposite, blunting the edge. The spring thunder knife is 2 feet and 4 inches long and weighs only 1 pound or 3 taels. It is covered in bruises and has broken hair, and can easily split heavy armor.
一柄绣东卷起千层雪，仿佛天下大雪都如影而行，倾斜向湖上疾行的一袭白袍，磅礴壮阔。一把春雷刀刀冷冽，湖面冰块劈散出近100道触目惊人的巨大凹槽，风雪乱人眼。
A handle of embroidered winter rolls up 1,000 layers of snow. It seemed as if all the heavy snow in the world was moving like a shadow, tilting toward a man in white robe who was speeding on the lake. Majestic and majestic. A spring thunder knife was so cold that the ice cubes on the lake split open nearly 100 shocking and huge grooves. The wind and snow are blinding.
刚拿起一根黄瓜啃的徐凤年动作僵住，看神仙一样直勾勾望着湖中一人2刀漫天雪。啃生黄瓜苞米都是来回6000里游历熬出来的习惯，迎合世子殿下的刁钻口味。
Su Fengnian, who had just picked up a cucumber and nodded, froze in his movements, looking straight at the snow-filled sky with 2 swords in the lake like a god. Eating raw cucumbers and cornstarch is a habit gained from traveling 6,000 miles back and forth to cater to His Highness the Crown Prince's tricky taste.
都准备了许多洗干净却不削皮的生黄瓜，还有一些甜苞米。这个时节要折腾这些玩意可是不小开销。江妮呢喃了一句：“好美的女子。”相比除了一柄神符就没什么杀伤力的女婢。
We have prepared a lot of raw cucumbers that have been washed but not peeled, as well as some sweet corns. It is not a small expense to deal with these things during the season. Jiang and I murmured, "What a beautiful woman." Compared with the maidservant who has no lethality except a magic talisman.
粗略习剑，并且在上阴学宫待过一些年月的于右威要更有眼力。湖中做悍刀行的俊雅人物，绝对是最拔尖的刀客。眼前这等风景，可不输给年幼时见娘亲剑舞。白影卷雪前行。
Yu Yuwei, who is proficient in swordsmanship and has spent some years in Shangyin Academy, is more discerning. The handsome and elegant man who practices swordsmanship in the lake is definitely the best swordsman. The scenery in front of me is not inferior to seeing my mother sword dancing when I was young. White shadows move forward in the snow.
2道刀气纵横无匹。徐凤年啃了一口黄瓜，乐呵道：“这才是宗师风范嘛！”湖中风雪骤停，一柄重新归鞘的短刀被抛出，划出一道玄妙弧线，直插徐凤年身前雪地。这一年大雪时节。
The 2 saber chi are unparalleled. Su Fengnian took a bite of cucumber and said cheerfully, "This is the style of a master." The wind and snow in the lake suddenly stopped, and a short knife that was returned to its sheath was thrown out, drawing a mysterious arc and plunging into the snow in front of Su Fengnian. This year, it's snowing season.
白虎脸舍弃一柄春雷，登上2楼。第10章温酒敲钟在观景。白虎脸再次闭关，前脚才踏入听朝廷，后脚这边湖面就彻底碎裂。不仅如此，整座湖水都开始晃荡起来。
Bai Huerface abandoned a spring thunder and climbed to the 2nd floor. Chapter 10, Warm the wine and ring the bell before watching the scenery. Bai Huer's face closed up again. As soon as he stepped into Tingtide Pavilion with his front feet, the lake surface completely shattered with his back feet. Not only that, the entire lake began to slosh.
无数锦鲤跃出水面，看得于右威神情恍惚。上阴学宫授课博杂，唯独杜绝鬼神一说，但眼前诡谲奇景，于右威不相信是人力可及，连见惯了万里朝天的江泥都紧皱眉头。
Countless koi fish jumped out of the water, and Yu Yuwei looked in a daze. The lectures at Shangyin Academy were complex, and only the talk of ghosts and gods was eliminated. However, Yu Yuwei did not believe that the strange scene in front of her was humanly possible, and even Jiang and I, who was used to seeing thousands of carps in the sky, frowned.
想不透其中缘由，徐凤年琢磨了一下，低声咒骂一句，将啃到屁股的黄瓜丢了进去。马夫老黄双手插袖，抖擞着小跑过来，估摸着是凑热闹。这老仆在王府身份比较特殊，无亲无故。
Can't figure out why. Su Fengnian thought about it for a moment, cursed in a low voice, and threw the cucumber in his butt. The groom, Lao Huang, trotted over with his hands in his sleeves shaking, presumably to join in the fun. This old servant has a special status in the palace and has no relatives or friends.
但因为给世子殿下和2郡主养了很多年的马，即便是性情阴质的沈大管家见到老马夫都会缓下脚步点点头，而老黄不管见到谁都是万年不变的憨样，咧嘴，缺门牙，傻笑。
But because he has raised horses for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and the 2nd Princess for many years, even the sinister butler Shen will slow down and nod when he sees the old groom, while old Huang remains the same fool no matter who he sees. Like, grinning, missing front teeth, silly smile.
徐凤年招呼老黄坐下，湖面已经平静下去，让下人去准备一艘乌篷船，带上江泥于右威和老黄一起去湖心煮酒赏雪。老黄没啥兴趣，除了喂马就是偷闲喝点小酒，所以屁颠屁颠。
Su Fengnian asked Lao Huang to sit down, and the lake had calmed down. Let the servants prepare a awning boat, take the ginger mud fish, Young Wei and Lao Huang to go to the middle of the lake to cook wine and enjoy the snow. Lao Huang has no interest. Apart from feeding the horses, he only takes a break to drink some wine, so he is pissed. Dian.
整张老脸都是笑容。到了船内，老黄架起火炉，适时添加干柴。酒不是黄酒，而是灵州特产的一种土酒，王府外地庄子酿的新酒。酒面上浮起不好看的酒渣，色为绿，细如蚁。
The whole old face is full of smiles. Once inside the ship, Lao Huang set up the stove and added dry firewood at the right time. The wine was not rice wine, but a local wine special to Lingzhou. It was a new wine brewed by a village outside Wangfu. There were unsightly leaves floating on the surface of the wine, and it was slightly green in color. As thin as an ant.
被一些个买不起好酒的灵州穷酸才称作绿蚁酒，没太多讲究，可大柱国就好这一口。绿蚁酒真正扬名，却是由于北凉王府二郡主10岁所作，地赏雪第一句绿蚁新醅酒。
It was called green ant wine only by some poor people in Lingzhou who couldn't afford good wine. It wasn't very particular, but Dazhu Kingdom liked this one. Green ant wine really became famous because of the first line of My Brother Appreciates the Snow, written by the second princess of the Northern Liang Palace when she was 10 years old, green ant new fermented wine.
红泥小火炉即为梁帝世子称道，然后广为流传，被京城诸多清谈名士惊为天人，一时间竟起了一股冬日温绿蚁的潮流。北凉王徐骁二子徐凤年徐龙象，二女中长女徐之虎。
The small red clay stove was praised by the scholars in Liangdi, and then spread widely, and was shocked by many famous talkers in the capital. For a while, there was a trend of warm green ants in winter. Su Shao, king of northern Liang, the second son, Su Fengnian, is Su Longxiang, and the eldest of the two daughters is Su Jihu.
次女徐渭雄，二郡主这名字可没半点女儿气，从小便聪慧过人，剑术有成，诗词更是一鸣惊人，胸有丘壑。16岁进入上音学宫求学，跟韩谷子习经纬术。
The second daughter Su Weisheng, the name of the second princess, is not at all girly. She has been extremely smart since she was a child, has accomplished swordsmanship, and has become a blockbuster in poetry. Technique.
唯一美中不足的是，二郡主精彩绝艳，相貌却平平，远不如大郡主和世子殿下那般姿容出彩。江妮依然不喝酒，因为她讨厌绿蚁酒，讨厌一切跟那个女人有关的东西，憎恶程度。
The only flaw is that the second princess is stunningly beautiful, but her appearance is mediocre, far less beautiful than the eldest princess and his royal highness. Jiang and I still doesn't drink because she hates green ant wine and everything related to that woman. She hates it so much.
仅次于徐凤年，于右威喝了好几碗，剩下都是徐凤年跟老黄两个豪饮而尽。听朝廷那边一番如临大敌、剑拔弩张的气氛，身披厚狐裘的大柱国看到一行人登船，抬手一挥。
Second only to Su Fengnian. Yu Yue drank several bowls, and Su Fengnian and Lao Huang drank the rest. Listening to the tense atmosphere at Chaoting, de Ziguo, who was wearing thick fox fur, saw a group of people boarding the ship and raised his hand to wave.
王府内6、7位影子高手缓缓退下，其中5位守阁奴出来了3位。酒劲上了头，徐凤年醉眼朦胧指了指江泥，再点了点于右威，嬉笑道：“你还有你，其实说到底无冤无仇，却弄得不共戴天。”
The 6 or 7 shadow masters in the palace slowly retreated, and 3 of the 5 pavilion slaves came out. The wine was on his head. Su Fengnian pointed at the ginger mud with drunken eyes, then ordered the fish and whey, and said with a smile, You, and you, actually have no grievances or enmities in the final analysis, but they have made us irreconcilable.
杀我！行啊，江泥，你把神符拿出来，我让你刺一刀。我倒要看看，是我身上的乌盔宝甲结实，还是你的匕首锋利。要不我们打个赌，你赢了，结果当然不需多说。如果我赢了，你给我笑一个。
Kill me? Okay, Jiang and I, take out the magic talisman and I'll let you stab him. I want to see if the Wu Kuei armor on my body is strong or if your dagger is sharp. How about we make a bet, and if you win, there is no need to say much about the result. If I win, you give me a smile.
太平公主如何？这笔买卖划算否？江泥细眯起好看的眸子，跃跃欲试。江姓，神符。太平公主，娘亲曾是先帝剑士，父亲是西楚散关的于右威手一斗。
Princess Taiping, how about it? Is this deal a good deal? Jiang Nishi narrowed her beautiful eyes, eager to try. Surname Jiang. Talisman. Princess Taiping. Yu Yue, whose mother was once the late emperor's sword servant and whose father was an official of Western Chu, shook her hand.
惹来怀中武媚娘一声懒洋洋的叫嚷。 徐凤年扔掉身上那件千金湖白球，扯开里头的衣襟，露出游历归来后便不舍得摘下的藏青色宝甲，长起胸膛来，刺我一次。江妮在犹豫。
This caused Wu Meinyang in her arms to yell lazily. Su Fengnian threw away the golden fox-white fur coat on her body, pulled open the inner skirt of her clothes, revealing the navy blue armor that she had been reluctant to take off after returning from her travels, and opened her chest. Come on, stab me. Jiang and I hesitated.
伺机而动，如同一只幼豹。老黄并不担忧见血，大少爷那3年起先吃了没江湖经验的亏，比较狼狈，越到后来就越奸诈了。最终，他放弃了诱人的机会，冷笑道：“你会做赔本买卖。”
Waiting for the opportunity to move, like a young leopard. Lao Huang was not worried about bloodshed. In the first 3 years of his life, the eldest young master suffered from the disadvantage of having no experience in the world of martial arts and was relatively embarrassed. Later on, he became more cunning and cunning. Finally, she gave up the tempting opportunity and sneered, "Are you going to do a losing business?"
我宁肯信鬼，都不信你。徐凤年刷一下迅速穿好衣衫，重新披上湖白球，哈哈道：“幸好，幸好，都吓出一身冷汗了。这酒果然不能多喝。老黄，去乘船，咱们回了，从鬼门关捡回一条命。”
I would rather believe in ghosts than you. Su Fengnian quickly put on his clothes and put on his fox-white fur again. He laughed and said, "Fortunately, I was so scared that I broke out in a cold sweat. I really can't drink too much of this wine. Lao Huang, go and punt the boat. Let's go back and save our lives from the gate of hell."
江妮眸子中充满懊恼，老黄跟着少爷一个劲乐呵。上了岸，江妮愤恨而走。于右威没有穿上他送去院子的貂裘，就将身上整座王府奢华程度仅此一件的湖白球交给他。
Jiang Ni's eyes were filled with annoyance. Lao Huang followed the young master and kept having fun. After landing on the shore, Jiang and I left angrily. Yu Yuwei did not put on the mink fur that he sent to the courtyard, so he gave her the fox-white fur that was the only one in the palace that was most luxurious.
顺便摸了摸武媚娘的小脑袋，看似随口道：“你学了凤州腔掩人耳目，但在芭蕉院一个小小的试探就让你露馅了，在船上又是一个半真半假的西楚太平公主。”
By the way, he touched Wu Meinyang's little head and said casually, "You learned the Fengzhou accent to hide your identity from others, but in the Bajiao courtyard, a small test revealed your secret. On the boat, you turned out to be the half-truth and half-false Princess Taiping of Western Shu."
便把你的狐狸尾巴给勾搭出来了。右威，你真的不适合当刺客死士，以后就安心做笼中鸟金丝雀吧。你看，我没骗你，这里有极美的雪景。说完，徐凤年就喊了一声剪尽草寇的行话：“风景。”
So I hooked up your foxtail. Xiao Wei, you are really not suitable to be an assassin. From now on, just be a canary in the cage. Look, I kid you not, there are extremely beautiful snow scenes here. After saying this, Su Fengnian shouted out the lingo of the grass bandits who cut the path. The wind is tight.
扯呼，带着仆人老黄跑远了。披着千金裘的于右威驻足原地，身上分不清是湖白裘还是风雪。黎阳王朝乾元6年农历28，北凉王徐骁与世子徐凤年拂晓动身。
Zhahu, and ran away with his servant Lao Huang. Yu Yuwei, who was covered in a golden fur, stopped where she was. It was hard to tell whether it was a fox-white fur or a snowstorm. Liang Dynasty Qianyuan in the 6th year, on the 28th day of the lunar calendar, Northern Liang King Su Shao and his son Su Fengnian set out at dawn.
除了陈之豹和楚禄山不在行列，其余4位义子都随行，300铁骑，浩浩荡荡前往昆州境内的九华山。这山虽是地藏菩萨的道场，但离杨王朝一直重道一佛，再则九华山地处偏远。
Except for Chen Jibao and Chu Lushan who were not in the group, the other 4 adopted sons accompanied them, and 300 cavalry headed for Jiuhua Mountain in Kunzu. Although this mountain is the dojo of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, the Liang dynasty has always worshipped Taoism and suppressed Buddhism. Furthermore, Jiuhua Mountain is located in a remote location.
也无大庙大佛可拜，最重要的是，这些年大柱国有意驱逐闲杂信徒，让九华山显得格外穷穷竭力。山顶有一座千佛阁，楼顶有万钧大钟，这里的撞钟极有讲究，一天敲响108次。
There are no big temples or big Buddhas to worship. The most important thing is that the Dazhu kingdom has deliberately expelled idol believers in recent years, making Jiuhua Mountain look particularly lonely. There is a 1,000 Buddha pavilion on the top of the mountain, and there is a huge bell on the top. The bell ringing here is very particular, and it is rung 108 times a day.
一次不可多，一次不可少。晨钟暮夜钟，每次紧敲18次，慢敲18次，再不紧不慢18次，如此反复2次，一天共计108，应了一年12月24节气和72气候。
Not too many times, not too little. The morning bell is also the evening bell. Each time, it is struck 18 times quickly and 18 times slowly, and then 18 times more leisurely. Repeat this twice, for a total of 108 in one day. There are 24 solar terms and 72 climates in December of the year.
佛家寓意消除108烦恼根。王妃逝世后，一生不曾纳妾的徐骁甚至打定主意此生不再娶妻，而且每年清明、重阳和农历29都要亲自来到山巅千佛阁，亲自早晚2次敲钟。
The Buddhist meaning is to eliminate 108 roots of troubles. After the death of the princess, Su Shao, who had never taken a concubine in his life, even made up his mind not to marry again in this life. Every year on Qingming Festival, Double Ninth Festival and the 29th day of the lunar calendar, he would personally go to the Thousand Buddha Pavilion on the top of the mountain and ring the bell twice in the morning and evening.
尚未进山门，所有人便默契地卸甲下马。徐骁与徐凤年并肩前行，4位义子元所宗、叶希真、姚简和齐当国拉开一段距离，不敢逾矩。4人中，左雄。
Before entering the mountain gate, everyone tacitly dismounted and dismounted. Su Shao and Su Fengnian walked side by side. The 4 adopted sons Yuan Zuozong, Yi Shizhen, Yao Jian and Qi Danghua kept a distance and did not dare to exceed the rules. Left bare, among the 4.
是万军从中取上将首级，如探囊取物的先锋型武将，武力超一流，行军布阵也出类拔萃。叶希真实如将，擅长阳谋，运筹帷幄于幕后，与那喜欢旁门阴谋的陆球截然相反。
He is a vanguard general who can pick out the heads of generals in the midst of thousands of troops. His military strength is superb, and his marching formations are also outstanding. Yi Shizhen is a Confucian general who is good at scheming and strategizing behind the scenes, which is completely opposite to Lu Qiu'er who likes side intrigues.
姚简是道门旁支出身，精于密笼查沙，总随身带着一本被翻烂的地理青囊经，没事就喜欢蹲在地上嘴嚼长泥土。齐当国为北凉铁骑徐子王旗的扛道者。
Yao Jian was born next to a Taoist sect and was good at looking for dragons and sand. He always carried a torn-up geography green bag sutra with him. He liked to squat on the ground and chew the soil when he had nothing to do. Qi Danghua was the banner-bearer of the Su Ziwang banner of the Northern Yang Cavalry.
至于那位6子之首的陈之豹，号称小人徒，生平功绩大抵可以一叶知秋。当晚6人夜宿山顶古寺，农历29早晚，大柱国徐骁敲响108次钟声。下山前，黄昏时分。
As for Chen Jibao, the leader of the 6 sons, he is known as the Little Man Butcher, and his achievements in his life can be estimated in 1 leaf. That night, 6 people stayed at the ancient temple on the top of the mountain. Su Shao of Dazhu Kingdom rang the bell 108 times in the morning and evening of the 29th day of the lunar calendar. Before going down the mountain, at dusk.
徐骁和徐凤年站在千佛阁回廊，大柱国轻声道：“等你行观礼，以后就由你来敲钟了。”徐凤年点头嗯了一声。山风乍起，暮色中云海飘散，群峦山岭如同一座座海中仙岛，山峰又起。
Su Shao and Su Fengnian were standing in the corridor of Qianfu Pavilion. Dazhugua said softly, "When you perform the crowning ceremony, you will ring the bell from now on." Su Fengnian nodded and said yes. The mountain breeze suddenly started, and the sea of clouds drifted away in the dusk. The mountains and mountains were like fairy islands in the sea. The mountain breeze started again.
富尔被掩隐在云海波涛中，气象雄伟。偶尔云海中会激起10数道蘑菇状的粗壮云柱，冲天而起，徐徐跌落飘散，化作丝丝缕缕游云，是九华山特有的意境。徐骁伸手遥指那玄奥景象，道
Fu'er is hidden in the waves of the sea of clouds, and the scene is majestic. Occasionally, dozens of thick mushroom-shaped cloud pillars will be stirred up in the sea of clouds, rising into the sky, slowly falling and drifting, turning into strands of wandering clouds. This is a unique scene in Jiuhua Mountain. Su Shao stretched out his hand and pointed at the mysterious scene and said,
极少有人能几10年不变的一帆风顺，起起伏伏才是常态。朝廷里那几位一只脚已经迈进棺材的3朝元老都不例外。你爹这份荣华是无数次豪赌赌出来的。
Very few people can maintain smooth sailing for decades. Ups and downs are the norm, and the few elders of the 3 dynasties in the imperial court who have already stepped into the coffin are no exception. Your father's glory was the result of countless big bets.
所以最忌讳别人说那句爬得高跌得重，生怕跌下去就连累你们几个起不来。做武将 封异姓王，以是登顶，为文臣，大柱国也是极致。这份滔天殊荣，黎阳王朝400年来屈指可数。
Therefore, it is most taboo for others to say that if you climb high, you will fall hard, for fear that if you fall, you will not be able to get up. To be a military commander and to be granted the title of king with a different surname is to reach the top, and to be a civil servant is also the ultimate in the Dazhu kingdom. This great honor has been rare in the 400 years of the Liang dynasty.
父子视野中，景象如沧海扬波，似雪球滚地。大柱国的嗓音醇厚中正，透出一股绿蚁酒特有的浓烈。这里就你我父子2人，最多加上天上的你娘，没有外人，我就直说了。李义山说的对。
In the vision of father and son, the scene is like waves in the ocean and like snowballs rolling on the ground. Dezuguo's voice was mellow and straight, with the unique intensity of green ant wine. It's just you and me, father and son, plus your mother in heaven at most. There are no outsiders. I'll just say it straight. Li Shan is right.
攻城易，名退难，我已经骑虎难下了。3年前，朝廷有意将你召去京城，陛下甚至有意将最受宠爱的12公主赐婚于你。届时，你就要进京做那空有锦绣名头的驸马爷，实为质子。
It's easy to achieve success, but it's hard to retreat from fame. I'm already riding a tiger and it's hard to get off. 3 years ago, the imperial court deliberately summoned you to the capital. His Majesty even intended to marry the 12th most beloved princess to you. At that time, you would go to the capital to be the prince consort with an empty reputation, but you were actually a hostage.
但被我婉拒了，让你去游历3年，徒步6000里，才封住朝廷的嘴。但这仍然治标不治本。我在等，若陛下还不肯罢休，哼！徐骁10岁持刀杀人，戎马40年就没读过几篇道德文章。
But I declined and asked you to travel for 3 years and walk 6,000 miles to silence the court. But this still only treats the symptoms but not the root cause. I'm waiting. If your Majesty still refuses to give up, Su Shao was armed with a knife to kill people at the age of 10. After 40 years of military service, he had not read a few moral articles.
到时候那就怪不得徐骁不忠不义了。徐子王旗下30万北凉铁骑，谁敢正面一战？徐凤年苦笑道：“老爹，我可对皇帝宝座没兴趣。你一把年纪了。”
Then no wonder Su Shao is unfaithful and unjust. Su Ziwang's 300,000 Bailiang cavalry, who dares to fight head-on? Su Fengnian smiled bitterly and said, Dad, I am not interested in the throne of the emperor. You are old.
别做那辛辛苦苦打天下给儿子当皇帝的事，多傻！我当上了，也不见得比当世子来的舒服。徐骁怒目道：“那你愿意去当狗屁驸马，跟那余姓女子一般做只笼中雀？”徐凤年白眼道。
Don't do that thing of working hard to conquer the world and make your son the emperor. How stupid. If I become the emperor, it may not be as comfortable as being the prince. Su Shao glared and said, Then you are willing to be a bullshit prince-in-law? Just like that woman named you, just like a bird in a cage. Su Fengnian rolled his eyes and said,
就算反了，你也做不了皇帝老儿。梁帝从来没有出笼的风水，何曾有过一统天下的人？徐骁叹息道：“李义山也是如此说的。若你只是个李翰林一样的废物，爹也就无所谓了。”
Even if you rebel, you can't be the emperor. There has never been a dragon in Feng Shui in Liangdi. How has there ever been a person who could dominate the world? Su Shao sighed. Li Shan said the same thing. If you are just a waste like Li Hanlin, Dad will not care.
做个驸马也无妨，寄人篱下，起码也是皇宫的屋檐下。你二姐去上阴学宫前跟我说的一席话，一语中的。一个家族表面上稳味阴润，气象雍容，没用，大多内里中空，尤其忧心后继无人。
There's no harm in being a consort, living under someone else's roof, at least under the roof of the palace. What your second sister said to me before she went to Shangyin Academy hit the nail on the head. On the surface, a family is prosperous and graceful, but it is useless. Most of them are hollow on the inside. They are especially worried about having no successors.
越是富贵豪族，一代儿孙一代不如一代，远比入不敷出内囊渐进来的可怕。所以爹根本不怕你挥霍无度，可是凤年，你给爹出了个天大的难题呢，你给爹透个底。
The more wealthy and powerful a family is, if one generation after another their children and grandchildren are not as good as the previous generation, it will be far more terrible than being unable to make ends meet and gradually running out of money. So Dad is not afraid of your extravagant spending at all, but Feng Nian, you have posed a huge problem for Dad. Please tell Dad the truth.
究竟有没有想法将来手握北凉兵符？到时候你二姐做军师，黄毛替你冲锋陷阵，加上爹的6名义子，即便爹死了 30万铁骑也乱不了散不掉。徐凤年反问道：“你觉得呢？”
Do you have any idea of holding the Bailiang soldier talisman in the future? When the time comes, your second sister will be your military advisor, and Huang Manor will charge into battle for you. With Dad's 6 names, even if Dad dies, the 300,000 cavalry will not be able to disperse. Su Fengnian asked, What do you think?
徐骁耍赖道：“爹一大把年纪了，好不容易攒下偌大家业，你这不孝子怎么也得给爹留点念想不是？”徐凤年豪迈道：“这个嘛，没半点问题，不就是败家吗？我的拿手好戏。”
Su Xiao said sarcastically, Dad is very old, and he has managed to save such a big business. You, an unfilial son, have to leave some memories for your father, right? Su Fengnian said boldly, Well, there is no problem at all. Isn't it just a prodigal? My specialty.